The Seattle game, Jeff. I got to say, Tuesday mornings in the DMV suck so bad. Traffic has just got awful. I had to come from a different direction this morning. I got to drive down Connecticut Avenue from the Beltway. Woo, buddy. B, I don't know. I don't think the businesses are going to give it up, but the amount of changes that were made to traffic patterns during COVID, where these businesses got these outdoor seating sections. Like, that's the road, dog. Like,
but a lot of them had to give it up already.
Not D.C., dude. Georgetown, going down Connecticut, going down Wisconsin. It's a scene, man. It's just I don't know the rules, Brian. I am not an ANC zone commissioner, but like, those are the roads, and people are going now. They're making everybody go back to work. Like, something's got to give here, man. How was your ride in?
No
Because you
problem.
get mostly highways, so it's different.
Yeah.
I don't know what was going on Independence. It had me cut around.
It's construction.
Like down by the river.
It's
a bus made a U-turn wildly illegally.
There's construction going on, and then when you get to Main Ave right here, for them to put these buses and these damn semis to get into those alleys, and the way they back up the guys got skill, but it takes too damn long.
Yeah, it sure does. And then
they should have to do that stuff before it gets light.
I wanted to ask Jeffrey about something. I don't know that you still are, but I know Jeff was riding motorcycles and stuff. I saw a young man.
He like to climb trees and fall out of them when he hunting.
I saw a young man on a motorcycle this morning, kind of cutting around down by Haynes Point with me. Then we get on 395. And I believe this young man was filming like a TikTok or something while driving a motorcycle.
Could be.
He was driving the motorcycle and like dancing. Repeated multiple times, neither hands on his steering wheel. Because I think he's holding the phone with one hand, dancing, gesticulating.
The TikTok is good. And when you set it until you fall off that damn bike.
Remember
we were on the golf course?
Yes.
And the guys were doing the TikTok?
Yes. I was so blown away, to me, by the stupidity involved of driving a motorcycle through a very high traffic situation.
TikTok things are stupid.
Maybe it wasn't a TikTok. Maybe it was an Instagram.
Whatever.
Maybe it was just a
most
YouTube
things
live.
that are done when you're on a vehicle that's moving and you're doing something else and not paying attention is stupid.
The content game, man. The content game is a dirty business. A lot of sports last night. It was a good sports night, man.
Them damn scars on their legs be some dirty business too.
Sure. You saw the Lions had a really good win. Mm-hmm. Thank goodness, because I needed a good win. I liked the Lions last night. That got home. Seattle with a good win. I think we saw the Washington defense get torched by Pickens and Lamb on Sunday. Next Monday, they're going to face the Chiefs, who have a number of speedsters.
Yep.
True speedsters. And yet, Brian, I wonder if Jackson Smith-Njigba of the Seattle Seahawks isn't the best receiver in football right now.
He can fly.
He went 8 for 123 with a touchdown last night. He can high point it. He's got speed. He'll route you up. He's the real deal. Darnold wasn't great last night, but he was good enough. And what I find smart in Sam Darnold is he just chucks it to JSN as much as he can. Darnold last night was 17 of 31. So he completed 17 passes, threw 31. And Njigba had 14 targets and 8 catches. Like, go to the dude that can get it done.
That happens. Like most teams, when they have a damn good receiver, they find ways to get the ball to that receiver.
Jahmyr Gibbs, just real speed,
Dude can fly.
real weapon.
Dude can fly.
He busted a 78-yarder last night. I believe that's the
and looked like he was just jogging.
Yep.
Yeah.
Detroit was bad on third down, but the way that offense runs, they just go for it on fourth down all the time.
Hey. Aggressive, bro.
Yeah.
When you have that level of skill, your receivers, your backfield, and your tight end, you go for it.
Yeah, and the Lions are dealing with injuries, but I thought they had some young players in the defensive secondary that really stood up. The biggest difference in that game to me, Tampa could not get the run game going. Mike Evans gets hurt early. Ibuka was clearly not himself. He's trying to play through an injury. He was clearly not himself. Baker threw the ball 50 times, 28 to 50.
When Baker has to throw the ball that many times, you could bet on the other team.
It's probably not a winning recipe.
Just telling you.
You know what I mean? Good win for the Lions. The Bucs were kind of due for a loss too. They've been kind of hanging on to the skin of their teeth in a lot of these wins. You look at the NFC playoff picture now. Niners, Seahawks, Rams, Bucs, Lions, Eagles are all 5-2. And yet, you know who's got the best win percentage in the NFC?
Who's that?
The Packers by way of the tie. The Packers are 4-1-1 compared to all these other 5-2 teams. And then, did you watch any baseball last night?
Nope.
So, I'll tell the truth. Baseball was a second screen for me. Football was on the big screen.
Well, and when they had the Seattle game on, they were giving you updates.
Right. Well,
So I just listened to those updates.
It was a game 7. It was tight down the stretch. George Springer hits a monster home run. Credit to him. I mean, just the stones to step up in that moment for Toronto. But I did watch the last 2 innings on the big screen because I love the noise of October baseball crowds. And that Toronto crowd deserves a ton of credit. They were exceptional. They were loud. That place was rocking.
Yeah.
I tweeted
Probably been partying all day.
probably.
Toronto is a fun town.
You love that place. I've never been.
Yes,
I
indeed.
need to get there.
Been there, Jay.
I know you've spoken highly of it.
Lord.
I tweeted something that I thought was fairly innocuous last night, and it got a ton of response. I'm curious, what, if any, reaction you have to this. I do not like, in 7-game series, in any sport, I don't like the 2-3-2 format. I like 2-2-1-1-1. I like going back and forth for home field, home court, whatever it is.
Don't make me a difference.
In baseball, they now go 2-3-2, and the argument is because it's an everyday sport, you don't want all those travel days.
Yeah.
I can understand that rationale. I just like 2-2-1-1-1. That's what I like.
And you're not going to get that.
It used to be that way.
Yeah, that's why they went away from it.
Yeah,
Because you liked it.
But
Jay,
basketball
let's
tried
be real.
2-3-2 and went
If
back
you're
the
going to
other way.
win, you're going to win. If you're good, you're good. Don't make a difference. If you, like, the thing of it is, the Blue Jays beat them in Seattle, I think, the first 2 games, right?
Yeah.
Then they came back and tied it up.
Other way around. Seattle won the first
So
2.
Seattle beat them in which column? Then you come back home 3 games. You couldn't get 2 of those 3?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But they ended up tying it up. It's 3-3. You got a game 7. I mean, if you're going to win it, you're going to win it. You're going to lose it, you're going to lose it. No matter how it's set up. You can get one back-to-back. Probably going to have problems.
So the World Series starts Friday night. Dodgers, Blue Jays. Toronto has home field in that. That's serious travel, LA to Toronto. I mean, these guys are traveling in charters. Like, I'm not too worried about it. But if you want to talk about, how overwhelming of favorites must the Dodgers be? White Brian, get me those numbers. Shout out to White
They got to
Brian.
be up there.
White
They got to be
Brian's
up there.
back. We're glad to have you back, pal.
And you look at the way that they spend and the money, the people that they have, the talent that they have on the team, they should be favored.
right.
But the favorite don't always win.
I imagine they're almost like 2-1. Like if they're minus 200 to win the World Series, would that shock you?
No.
Kind of makes me want to bet on the Blue Jays. Maybe a little World Series action, just a little taste, keep me interested. So the World Series is set. Toronto wins last night. I was rooting for Seattle. I know Landfill's a big dumper fan, but we get Toronto. I can't imagine television executives are thrilled that the American team goes down and you get a Canadian team in the World Series, but that's life.
The Dodgers are minus 220 to win the
Damn.
series.
What are the Blue Jays in?
Plus 184.
And White Brian, how are you after
Why
traveling
you
down?
sound like that? What's
Traveling
wrong,
down
what the
to
hell wrong
Auburn.
with you?
Yeah, did you fight? There's no ocean down there. What'd you fight this
He
time?
found something.
No fighting, just a lot of yelling. Don't really have a voice.
Yeah, you sound terrible, dog.
I mean, damn. The game was Saturday, dude.
yeah, and
It's Tuesday.
White Brian, how did it feel to go down there, lose your voice, and they lost in overtime?
Not only they lost, but then the Giants lost on Sunday.
White Brian,
In
White
great
Brian's going
fashion.
through it.
But Brian, just stop yelling at the games. Just, you know they're going to lose. Just deal with it.
At noon, we're doing the Giants-Commanders fight that happened yesterday. White Brian wasn't here for it. Now he is. We'll let him scream. We'll get AMAC in here. Brian knows his name now. We're ready to rock. We're gonna put Jeff on one side and AMAC on the other and let him scream.
Let him go.
Who had the worst loss between the Commanders and the Giants? The headline yesterday does not match what the biggest news yesterday was. The biggest news yesterday is Jaden Daniels avoided significant injury, but is uncertain for Monday night against the Chiefs with that hamstring injury. We had Joe Theismann on the program yesterday. He said they should not let him play, at least sit out one game. My gut kind of tells me that he ends up not playing, but Jaden is such a hyper competitor that I don't think they will make any decision. The practice schedule this week, because it is a Monday night game, they will practice Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Mm-hmm. So we won't hear again from DQ until Thursday, barring a very, very surprising DQ decides to just make an announcement move, which would be very, very surprising. I wouldn't expect that whatsoever. Mm-hmm. Level of relief with the Jaden news, at least just knowing it's not a significant thing.
Well, I mean, I already expected it to be a hamstring. That's what they said. That's
we knew it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not relieved it's a hamstring deal, and you know the different levels of it. If it's something very serious, you can look at few games or so. If it's something that's not serious, you may look at a game. You never know.
Yeah. So some level of relief with Jaden that it's nothing significant. There's no IR trip, anything like that. Certainly Monday night is in peril, I would say. I think the bigger injury for a defense that's already struggling significantly, Dorrance Armstrong out for the year.
I think that's bigger news at this point.
He'd been the best player on that defense.
Yep.
And now he's done. I kind of heard that Sunday night leaving Dallas. This defense is in a world of trouble, facing three offenses over the next 3 weeks that can go. Dallas's offense could go too, but KC, Seattle, Detroit, this is a really, really tough stretch.
Reassess. I said it yesterday, and I still say it today. You have to find a way to do some things differently. And it may be you have to pull the tire bowls and just strap them on and go all the time.
Blitz.
Hell yeah. It hadn't been working with the 4, and sometimes not with 5. You're going to have to do some exotic things and trick them up to try to throw people off balance, because just going regularly and that line guys sit back there like a 7-on-7 ain't going to happen.
I agree with you. Dan Quinn spoke yesterday at length. I asked him about the explosive plays because I'm fully cognizant that what DQ is going to say at a podium with a microphone in front of him is not always the truth. But the explosive plays are a recurring problem. They happened a lot in Dallas. The DeAndre Swift touchdown was a 55-yard touchdown catch. Go back to Green Bay. The explosive plays have been a problem. And I said, are there any regularities you see, any mistakes that are happening? And he said, if I saw them, that'd be easier because then I could fix them. Is it more problematic to you that they don't see a fix with the explosives? Or do you think they're just not telling us what they actually think?
Well, they may see a fix and not telling you about it, but the whole thing of it is, I see a fix, but do I have the people to get the fix done?
Sure.
That may be the problem.
And, I think DQ deserves a lot of credit. You see coaches throw people under the bus often. And we've talked frequently about how the NFL is a self-preservation league and ultimately folks will preserve their job at all costs. DQ does not seem to be that dude. Yesterday, he was very clear. He was asked, about Witt. He was asked about Lattimore. Those are certainly the top 2 targets for the fan base right now. And he's like, this is not a one coach. This is not a one player problem.
And I agree with him 100% on that.
It's week 8. They're not going to make any significant coaching changes. That's just not going to happen. But I do think something you can't continue. What is it? Definition of insanity is
doing things over and over,
with the same
thing, expecting a different result.
Right. Something has to change defensively. Offensively, There's tremendous concern if Jaden can't go. I get that. Mariota's moved the ball pretty well when he's been in the game in various games.
That on offense too, they're gonna have to reassess.
Well, my concern with the offense, the quarterback situation is what it is. Where is the run game gone? They haven't ran the ball in 2 straight games against defenses that numerically would suggest you should run the hell out.
And then the excuse would be that they were crowding the box. Well, you got to find another way. If they crowd the box, then you got to go over the top. You got to find a way. Listen, football, the thing about football is about matchup advantages and making adjustments. People eventually are going to figure out what you're doing, and they're going to have something prepared for it. Well, you can't keep doing what you're doing if they know it. You got to change it up. Point blank. It ain't that difficult, dude.
I saw a clip on Instagram this morning. If you're not following the 1067 account on Instagram, there's a ton of good content coming from all the different shows, from the Junks, from us, from Grant and Danny. And Grant and Danny had Jay Gruden on yesterday, and he said something that I thought was very accurate. Like, there is a group of folks out there concerned about Jaden, and what Gruden said is, like, who's he throwing it to? Not having Debo and not having Terry is a significant blow to this team. They had 4 active wide receivers on Sunday, and I'd say the best one of them was Robbie Chosen, who was out of the league a month ago. And I mean, Robbie Chosen hasn't made a significant NFL impact probably since pre-COVID. You know what I'm saying? Like, you do have to look at the group that was on the field. And I think, Anderson's last big season was 2020 in Carolina. Yeah. And it's 2025. And he looked good. And you got to play who's out there.
When he played, he was good.
I thought he was their best receiver on Sunday.
I'm saying even before then, he had something. And then, some people, when they're a little off, they are made for football. He's a little off. He's made for football, I believe. It's just like some guys, they're a little bit too normal, I guess. And they don't understand. You got to be a little damn crazy to play this game.
He's got some crazy in his eyes, man. You could see he is.
Reminds me a lot of you, dog. I'm crazy in your eyes too,
and vice versa, sir. Really excited. David Aldridge is going to join us now. DA was there in Dallas on Sunday. Wasn't thrilled with what he saw. DA's a guy. I love sitting in press boxes with DA because he gives you kind of a running commentary throughout the game. And DA's a guy that has also wondered where the blitz is. I do want to maybe try to sneak a NBA question into DA too. NBA starts tonight. There's 2 awesome games tonight. I think I'll be watching. You get Rockets Thunder and then Lakers Warriors. Kind of Luka's Lakers maybe. Busy show at 11:30. John Bates, Commanders tight end, is going to join us. Ask him, how he's feeling, where the team is after a rough divisional loss in Dallas. 12 o'clock, we've got the Giants-Commanders battle, Jeff versus AMAC. And then Barstool Nate's going to drive us all crazy at 1 p.m. Just getting started on B. Mitchell Finley. Nobody go anywhere.
Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
Dude, we've reached the time of year. It was cold this morning. I had to get up and put the trash cans out. It was cold. But by the time I was pulling into the garage, it had warmed up, I bet, 15 degrees. Like this time of year, you need a system that can deliver, and Ruud is the system for that. They've got the variable speed compressor that ensures precise temperature and humidity control. So you get efficiency even in extreme conditions. You land in comfort and performance perfectly balanced. But you also got to tell them about the cash. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. If you're thinking about a new system, 2 G's back on your taxes certainly helps. Check out Ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, If it ain't rude.
it ain't right.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for D.C. Baseball playoffs, Blue Jays knock off the Mariners last night 4-3 to win Game 7 of the ALCS. George Springer, the key blow, a go-ahead 3-run homer in the 7th. Blue Jays and Dodgers now in the World Series starting on Friday night. Monday Night Football, we had another doubleheader last night. The late game, Seattle over Houston, 27-19. Earlier, Lions beat the Buccaneers in Detroit 24-9, and Tampa Bay lost receiver Mike Evans for most of the year now. He suffered a broken collarbone, out 6 to 8 weeks, will miss most of the remaining season. Hockey, Capitals back on the ice tonight, trying to get back on track. 7 p.m. face-off against the Seattle Kraken here on The Fan. New NBA season tips off with a couple of games tonight. The Wizards begin the new season tomorrow night, 8 p.m. in Milwaukee. Wiz basketball this season right here on The Fan. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge, built for now to defend our future. When the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Excited right now to go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome in Mr. David Aldridge from The Athletic. DA, how are you?
I'm good, fellas. What's happening?
You tell us, Dave. You've been following this thing longer than we've been following everything. So what the hell's going on with this thing?
Well, it's a combination of things. I think it's everybody, players and coaches, personnel and scheme, injuries, schedule. It's everything, right? Like sometimes you get hit with all the punches, and they're getting hit with all the punches right now. And they just don't have any answers. I think it starts with the defense. And it's not so much, the explosives are bad. They're very bad. And they have to be shut down somehow. But the worst thing to me is 3 turnovers in 7 games, fellas. They aren't turning the ball over at all. I don't know if you count the safety as a turnover. I guess technically it is, because they had the ball and you took it, you got them in the end zone, and now your offense has the ball. So I guess that's a turnover, right? But they're not creating any turnovers at all. Which makes it very difficult to win football games when you never give your offense a short field. You never create an opportunity to score points quickly. You never flip the field. Like, they're just not doing it at all. And to me, that's even worse than the explosives that they've given up so far. But it starts there. Certainly the personnel's got to be looked at. You got to take a look at it. It's not working. The guys you're putting out on the field aren't stopping the other team. Mm-hmm. That's the bottom line. I know they're trying. I know they're coached. I think they're coached pretty well. It's not showing up on the field. It's got to show up on the field. And it's not showing up on the field nearly enough.
Defensively, it's really hard to look at what they've done and then what's coming these next 3 games. And what B says, and I've heard you say it in press boxes, is got to try something different. Maybe it's personnel, but would you like to see them just get more aggressive and just start trying to create pressures? Because in the losses, they're not winning up front.
Yeah. No, they're not creating. The one guy that was creating pressure is now out for the season, right? Yeah. So that's where I said they're getting hit with everything. Like, they're down to their 4th string defensive end, their 4th string wide receivers. Like, you just can't. You're not going to win in the NFL playing your 4th string guys 45, 50 snaps, and they have to do it now out of necessity. They're going to have to sign a guy off the street who will probably play next week in Kansas City at defensive end. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, that's just where they are right now, and it's hard to keep overcoming that. But yeah, I mean, you could they could try some things. They could try blitzing and stuff like that. I mean, or more blitzing. I know they blitzed some the other day. They could try more, I guess, or from different ways. But it's the same personnel. That's the problem. Trying to do something different, and I'm not sure that that's going to work. I mean, I think there are changes you can make. I mean, I think I would have Bobby just rushing a lot more, being part of the rush package a lot more in terms. And what I mean by that is, I just don't think him in coverage works. I just don't. Not like whether it's the seam or the guy or backs out of the flat. I just think it's Quinn mentioned this. He wasn't talking about Bobby specifically a couple weeks ago, but he said, "Hey, there's just going to be some tough matchups defensively for us some weeks," and those are tough matchups for Bobby. It doesn't mean Bobby's not going to a Hall of Fame.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just, those are tough matchups for him.
Yeah.
So I think you want to limit those as much as possible by making him more of a defensive end, for lack of a better term, on a more regular basis. And that comes with some challenges, too, because if you do that, now he's going up against 300-pound tackles and not 200-pound running backs. I understand that. But you're limited in what you can do to change things. You can't just, you've got what you've got, and you got to figure out some different ways maybe to kind of disguise it a little bit.
I think like over the years, what I've noticed is like when the scheme is not getting it done, and sometimes, there are players that may not agree totally with the scheme. And if players are true pros, they should know what the hell works. Right. And they are going to have to I was never a player that would go on the field consistently when I knew a scheme wasn't going to work. And just accept it, and then I'm going to be looked bad and talked about. I will adjust something on the field.
Yeah.
And listen, if you know something is coming and you're going to be in trouble, hey, man, you better do something different than what the scheme tell you to do.
Right.
Because
Give
like
some help or something.
Yeah,
I mean, I agree.
I get to the point where I hear so much about scheme and coaches. I'm like, these guys are the top of their professions, professional athletes.
Yeah.
You got to find a damn way to make a professional decision sometimes.
No doubt. Look, if they need help over the top, if the corners need help over the top, you want to play, quarters defense, quarter zone, okay, that's fine with me. I don't care. Like, it should be fine with them, I think is what you're saying, right? Like, so that if they need to do that, then do that. But, what you're doing isn't working. Like, you just can't, like, the drive at the end of the first half is just as unacceptable a result as you can have as a professional defense. Your offense just scored with 45 seconds to go on the half to put you back in the game. You're in the game now. Mm-hmm. You're going to get the kickoff to start the second half.
Yes.
You're down 5 points now. You have a chance to win this game with all your personnel issues and everything. You still have a chance to win this game. If you just get 45 seconds off the clock, you can go to the locker room and think, damn, we can win this game. Let's go win this game.
Mm-hmm.
You give up. You sack them on first down.
That's the craziest part. Yeah. They had them in second and 17. Yeah. Second and 17, and they go. The next two plays gain 77 yards.
77 yards. Look. I don't know what defense they were in on that play. Should they have had a safety to help Lattimore? Sure. Okay. You can. Yes, I'm not arguing that. Maybe they should have done that. Maybe they should have just played deep. But they weren't covering anything when they played zone either. Guys were running all free down the middle, over the middle on things. Lamb was all wide open all day. Pickens was wide open all day. That wasn't working either. So
on that
you
drive,
don't want to give a chunk play down the sideline, but you're going to give a chunk play at the middle for 35 yards? You're not covering that either.
The Dak throw to Pickens for the first chunk on that drive was a perfect throw, great catch. Lattimore was actually in good position on that, right?
I agree with you.
But then you give up a 33-yard run with at least 4 missed tackles.
Right.
I mean.
Right. I agree with you. It was, but.
Yeah. Totally. I agree with you, DA.
You don't get points for being close when you play cornerback. I was close. I almost got it.
Right.
That's not the position. Am I wrong?
You're very, very right. That's
That's not the position. And you gave up draft picks, not for an elite corner, not for a shutdown corner. I'm not saying he should be a top 5 corner in the league, but he's got to be more disruptive against the best, against the top receivers in this division. Like, that's why you got him, because Benjamin St. Juste couldn't cover those guys, right? Okay, no shame on Benjamin. He's still playing in the league, but he couldn't cover him. Forbes couldn't cover him. So you went to go get a guy that you thought could cover him, and he's not covering him either. Like, in that situation, I get it. It was a perfect throw. He was in position. You still got to break that pass up somehow. You can't allow that pass to be completed. That's the job.
DA, I couldn't be more with you. Talking with our friend David Aldridge. Follow him at David Aldridge DC. Read all of his work in The Athletic. You wrote a piece, I believe, this morning that I did want to touch on. NBA is back on NBC tonight. They got 2 dope games: Rockets Thunder, Warriors Lakers. I grew up with the NBA on NBC. Marv Albert calling Michael Jordan games. Like, for me, it's nostalgic. I'm really excited about it. I know you wrote about it for The Athletic this morning. What's it mean for you?
Same. I think it's for all of us. You know, anybody that remembers the 90s, whether you were a kid or you were a young adult or you were an older adult, right? And you remember watching not just the Bulls, but watching Allen Iverson, watching Barkley, watching the Rockets, watching Patrick Ewing, watching the Suns and the Sonics and the Jazz, right? Like all those great teams, the Spurs, right? Like all those great teams you watched on NBC. You know, and every Sunday when you heard da 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 da, you know, it's basketball time. Like that's iconic, right? Like there's only a couple of iconic sports themes. There's been hundreds of them over the years. There's only a couple that everybody knows. One is the Monday Night Football. Everybody knows that one. No matter what year it is, you know that football theme. That's Monday Night Football thing. And the Olympics. Everybody knows the bugler one.
Yeah.
You know, da 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 da. That's the Olympics.
Yeah.
It means the Olympics are coming on, and this means basketball is coming on. So it's iconic, and NBC leaned into the nostalgia. They made no pretense about it, because it's very powerful. You know, people remember those times very fondly because NBC did a great job covering the NBA during that decade or 13 years that they had the package.
Tell me something nice about the Wiz as we get ready for Wiz season.
I mean, look, I'm not going to look. Don't pretend like they're trying to win this year. Okay, that's not what they're trying to do. And when I say that, people. I know people don't like that. Some people don't like that because you're saying they're trying to lose. The players aren't trying to lose. The coaches aren't trying to lose. But it's the NBA. You don't win with young players. It's impossible, right? It's impossible.
Not consistently.
No. You win about 1 out of every 5 games, which is about what they're going to do this year. So what I would look at is, to me, the standard for this season, which you can judge them on, is are their young players getting better? Right? So that's why when on media day, I asked all of the young players, what is it that you needed to work on this summer, and how did you work on it, and where do you think you are? And Bub Carrington said, hey, I was terrible at the rim last year. I got to be better finishing at the rim. Great. That's something we can look at. It's something we can monitor this year. Is Bub Carrington better this year finishing at the rim and drawing more fouls, right? For Coulibaly, is his jumper better? Like you got to shoot in this league now. Yeah. You can't be a non-shooter and play in the NBA. You've got to be able to knock down shots. For Keyshawn George, he's got to be a better playmaker. He's got to be better with the ball in the paint. For Sarr, it's shooting, but it's also rebounding. Is he rebounding at a higher clip? For Cam Whitmore, who's got all the offensive talent in the world, and he's going to put up a couple of 30 buckets. He might have a 40-piece here at some point this season. He's really good offensively, right? Now, he's really talented. But you got to guard people at the other end. Is he giving you consistent effort at the defensive end? So those are the things I'll be looking at for the young guys, especially because they're the future, right?
Yeah.
C.J. McCollum's here. He's not going to be here next year. We all know that. No, Chris Middleton's here. He's not going to be here next year. We all know that, right? So if they're going to be professionals. They're going to be good in the locker room. They're going to set a great example for the young guys about being a pro and prepping and doing the work necessary while they're here. But this is about their young guys, and it's about Trey Johnson, right? Like, he can shoot the cotton out the ball. He is an elite shooter. And that's something the Wizards haven't had in a great long while, is an elite shooter, right? He's got an NBA skill tonight.
Right.
You know, but he's got to show that he can be consistent at the defensive end. He's got to get stronger and all those things. So those are the things I'll be looking at with the Wizards this year is, are their young guys getting better at the things they needed to work on this offseason?
See, I thank you for that, man, because, like, I kind of had turned it off. Because I'm with you. Like, I understand what their concept is. And I was at a game last year, and I'm watching Bub cook. All of a sudden, he sat the whole fourth quarter.
Yeah,
So, I understand what's happening, but, you know, I'll be watching for the improvements as well.
Thank you,
That's what
DA.
you got to look at. That's what you got to look at. All right, guys. Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Everybody give him a follow at David Aldridge, DC. You know who else you got to follow? My folks at Metropolitan Moving and Storage, the unofficial and official moving and storage company of 106.7 The Fan. They've moved everybody here. They've been helping me out as I go through this water damage at the house, trying to move stuff out, move stuff in. I got to get all the furniture out of my first floor to redo my floors. It's a show at my house. But the good folks at Metropolitan Moving and Storage have been super helpful for me. They can do the same thing for you. Whether you're looking for long distance or if it's local, whether it's residential or commercial, whatever it is you need, they can send a moving consultant over and give you a free on-site estimate before you make any decisions. And they do not share truck space. That is a huge issue that, one, takes care of your belongings, and two, guarantees an on-time pinpoint delivery date and time of your choosing. These guys are the real deal. I've known Justin for 25 years. Give them a call, 301-279-0090. Seriously, great people. My wife used to work there when she graduated from college. This is a serious relationship. They've taken care of my family. They'll take care of yours. Check them out, dcmetropolitanmoving.com. That's dcmetropolitanmoving.com. B. Mitch and Finley. If you missed any of our interview with David Aldridge, get on the Odyssey app, hit rewind, wherever you get your podcast. DA was great. Cornerback is not
Always
a position.
is.
Cornerback is not a position where you're paid to be close. I thought that was a great line. I tweeted that out. Time now for the B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll question of the day. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/commanders. Question simple, B. How do you feel about Monday night doubleheaders?
I have no problem with it. I'm cool with it.
We know Rooster hates it.
Rooster hates everything.
Correct.
Rooster would decide on something and then hate it later and forget that he decided it.
I'm cool with it. Last night, I didn't have it in me to stay up for the second half of Seahawks Texans. I went to bed. But I kind of like it. Like, I'm guessing like ESPN, Disney has requested those Monday night doubleheaders. So they clearly think there's
the
value
money
in
that
it.
they're spending, hell, they got value, believe me.
Right. I do prefer last night's structure to the Monday night doubleheaders where you get a game at 7 and a game at 10 rather than when they have one at 8:15 and one at 8:30 and they're kind of just competing games.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like it makes Monday night any less special, frankly, because last week Washington took part in a Monday night doubleheader.
Yep.
And I was at the stadium, and that place felt every inch of the juice of a primetime game.
Totally.
And
totally.
If you watched Detroit last night, the juice was completely there for Monday Night Football. And Seattle.
And that second game, it was there.
Yeah, like Seattle, I think some of the juice left when the Mariners lost. But like that, you can't control that. There's nothing you can do there. I don't think it diminishes Monday Night Football.
Nah, not at all. Not at all. Because let's be real. They're doing it because people were asking for it. People want more football.
My gut is if you're Disney and you own ESPN and ABC, and you can then put a game on ESPN and a game on ABC. And one thing we know about the NFL is when whatever window they're in, they're going to win that window by a huge mile. Yeah. So it lets Disney, ESPN, ABC win the night on broadcast and on cable.
Yeah.
And
you had Detroit, Tampa, and then you had another game that's on the other side. So those people that probably wouldn't ordinarily be able to get this game over here or don't want to check it out, they could check out both of them for the most part.
Right.
You know? So.
Correct, sir. Real quick, I got a stat for you as we look to the World Series starting Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
You ready for this one?
I'm ready.
The Dodgers are the prohibitive favorite to win the World Series.
Okay.
The Nats played them dead even on the season. 3-3 against the Dodgers this year, B.
All right. Is that because the Nats were up and coming or the Dodgers were taking them for granted?
I don't know. Stat provided via shadow producer Luke Tomlinson. I'm just saying, the Nats played the NL champs dead even.
You know what that sounds like, Jay? When we used to beat a team and then they go and win the Super Bowl, or we beat a team, almost beat a team, and then they won the Super Bowl, we try to take credit for it. That's what that sounds like.
I'll never forget, I was very frustrated by the discourse. The night the Bucks won the Super Bowl, and the discourse among fans was like, yeah, but we played them tight. And I wrote a story about that.
We never led. We lost by 7.
I wrote
8.
I wrote a story. That was back probably in the NBC Sports Washington days. And my story went up the next morning about, if you're celebrating losing to the Super Bowl champ, you're a loser. And I got a call from Ashburn. People were not happy with my thought.
But let's be real. The people in Ashburn right now would not be celebrating that. I promise you.
I agree.
So the people that were celebrating it were idiots at that point.
Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Everything that went right last season seems to be going wrong this season for the Commanders, and they've got a tough one ahead. Monday Night Football next week in Kansas City. Maybe without their quarterback again. They lost another key player on defense. Dan Quinn knows they're in a tough spot.
When I talk to the team, I'm, brutally honest about where we're at and saying even today, like, we're off course. And we have to get back on, and this is how we're going to go about doing it.
That loss on defense, defensive end Dorrance Armstrong, team sacks leader, torn ACL, suffered Sunday in Dallas, so his year is done. The good news, at least if there was some Monday, the MRI showed not a significant injury for Jaden Daniels' hamstring, so we're not still sure yet, not a long-term issue. They still are uncertain about his status, though, Monday night in Kansas City. 2 games last night. P. Mitch and J.P. Finley talking about it. Lions beat the Bucs in Detroit 24-9. Late game, Seattle over Houston 27-19. In the Tampa game, though, Bucs receiver Mike Evans suffered a broken collarbone. He's going to miss most of the remaining season. Baseball last night, Blue Jays knock off the M's 4-3 to win Game 7 of the ALCS. So World Series now on tap. Blue Jays and Dodgers, Game 1 Friday night north of the border in Toronto. This October, only score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Shout out to Aerosmith. Shout out to Days Confused. Awesome scene when they play this song. Brian, it's 11 a.m. on Tuesday, October 21st. I had to pay a bunch of bills last night. Most of my bills come due at the end of the month, unlike Bone Thugs, first of the month. Shout out to American Express. Damn, that bill seems stupid high all the time. It is specifically 11:05 a.m. on October 21st. And I have a relatively simple question for you.
What's that?
The Commanders are now 3-4. First time they've been under 500 in the Dan Quinn era since week 2, 2024. So that's what? 16 plus 6? That's 22 games since they've been 500. Under 500. The fact that they were able to sustain a 3-game losing streak last year and still not go under 500 speaks to how different these seasons have gone. They're on a 2-game losing streak right now and are under 500. The question is relatively simple. I fear the answer is not, but the question is simple. What has happened here?
What has happened? Injuries has happened. I think stubbornness has happened. I think the balls that bounced last year aren't bouncing their way. It's simple things. I also believe that a bunch of people are waiting for somebody else to do the job. When last year, guys were stepping up to do the job. When people talk about things, they say, failure normally shows people's true character. I think success shows people true character. If you're failing and you're a competitor, you're going to work your way to get out of that. When you have success, do you keep working hard? Most times, most people don't, right? I would say this. I'm not speaking 100%, but there are some people who probably are resting on the laurels of what they did last year. They're happy about what happened last year. And you know my little saying, that damn rearview mirror is smaller than that damn windshield, right?
Yeah.
So what I would suggest is that most people get back to putting in work and go meet the great possibilities of what's in front and don't give a damn about that one successful year that happened last year. And there are guys that are trying to lead the way, but they can't do it by themselves. They need other people to come along. But as much as we will speak on, and this no players would say this, and that's not for them to say. When you lose particular people, it affects your game. So you have to adjust. Coaching, players, you have to adjust to trying to get some level of results. You can't sit there and try to do what you thought you were going to do when you had everybody in place. Everybody's not in place anymore. So now you got to step up. And how do you step up? You put more work into it. You put more study into it. You dedicate yourself. You sacrifice some other stuff you want to do to make sure you are at your absolute best to get back to where you want to be. From what I'm watching on the field, that obviously is not happening off the field. And like I said yesterday, every guy, this team, I'm pulling for them. I love them because I want to see them do well. But damn it, you got to hear the truth sometimes. This does not seem like last year. The energy doesn't seem like last year. The drive doesn't seem like last year. Were they happy and content with what happened last year? Or do you want to make this thing into a long-lasting thing? See, I've always didn't mind becoming like the seed of something. But a seed is not just planted, it has to be nurtured, which means you got to do that for some years. Then as the roots begin to, fit, that you have a great foundation, this thing will last for a long time. We need a little bit more from every person on the team, coaches included, to get to where we got to go. Accountability is the number one thing in the world. And if you are holding yourself accountable, you have a right to hold other people accountable. But if you're not holding yourself accountable, you got to shut the hell up.
I mean, that was really well said. That was really well said. I mean, if you want to go to the empirical data, right? Third down offense has been really bad. They're 24th in the NFL on converting third downs, about 35%. Last year, that was 10 percentage points higher. They're sixth in the NFL. They had so many good long drives that allowed them to get into their tempo and kind of dictate things to the defense.
But they had themselves in great, manageable third downs a lot.
Down in distance, totally.
This year, it's not. And a lot of that, I call it laziness. False start penalties, those type of things, lining up in a illegal formation, those things are laziness.
Holds.
Okay? When you hold, sometimes your feet not moving right. You're not having your feet in the right position.
Yep.
You're taught that. So you can't beat yourself and expect to be the team. We had 8 penalties or 10 penalties for over 100 yards. 11 for over 100 yards. It's not going to win a lot of games. You didn't have a ton of that last year. You had a ton of that this year, though.
There is, just looking at data, right? Now, he's only played 5 games so far, but Jaden Daniels is completing 61% of his passes. Mm-hmm. Last year, that was 69% of his passes. Mm-hmm. With Jaden, it's hard to, how much does the receiver injuries impact that? How much does losing Eckler impact that?
Yep, it impacts him. He's missed some passes. Some guys are stuck in their route, coming out of their route. Some guys are dropping balls. It's a combination of things happening. But there's no way possible no one would believe your top 3 receivers are missing games. And it wouldn't affect you.
Right.
So
even more so. Now, granted, Mariota last year roughly played a game. He played like 3/4 of the Panthers game, half of the Cowboys game, a game and a half, whatever you want to call that. Mariota last year completed 77% of his passes. No interceptions. Mariota has started 2 games and maybe starting another one. That completion percentage is down to 60% with 2 picks in 3 games.
But see, and that's why I despise people just the numbers, because the numbers aren't telling you that he's not throwing to Terry.
Right.
The Debo that was starting is not. Well, he's thrown a D. Brown is not there. You know, I think Eckler is not there. I think Zach was much better last year than he's shown thus far this year. And I think he can still get it back. But all those extra things can cost this. But people could just throw numbers out there.
I think you got to provide context.
Pat Mahomes at one point was completing high levels. I guarantee you, earlier this year he was closer to 60%, maybe coming back up now. And we still consider him the best in football.
Did you see? I dropped this in the text thread last night. Did you see the PFF grades? We talked about this last week.
That's why I stopped talking about them. I think I suggest you if a guy.
I like to point out how
if a guy can be, what was he, 7 of 10 or 8? What was it?
I'll provide the numbers.
Okay.
So, Pro Football Focus grades from Sunday's Raiders-Chiefs game.
Yeah.
Which is one of the most lopsided box scores truly in NFL history.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs won the game 31-0.
Yep.
The Raiders generated 3 first downs in the game and 95 total yards of offense.
All right.
Geno Smith in that game was 10 of 16 for 67 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. Pat Mahomes was 26 of 35 for 286 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 0 picks. PFF had Geno with a higher grade. Geno had a 67.2 passing grade. Mahomes had a 62.2 passing grade.
Geno was 62.5% completions, no touchdowns, 60-something yards.
67 yards.
Pat had how much for real?
26 of 35 for 286 and 3 touchdowns and no picks. Now, he did have...
Pat was 74% completion. He had quadruple the yards, 3 touchdowns, and his team won. And you tell me, and I saw my man Collinsworth going at people saying, well, we put the numbers in. And I've asked people to buy into... Yeah, you ask them to buy into your program because they make you richer. But let's be real. You go 10 of 16 at 62% and you don't throw a damn touchdown. Your whole total offense is 95%. 95 yards. The other guy goes 74% completion. He throws 3 touchdowns. His team wins. They got well over 300 and some yards. The object of the game is to win. And you tell me that quarterback score higher than the other quarterback? If that's not the most subjective BS I've ever heard in my life, then something's wrong. Why? I will never come on these airways and try to tell you about a grade up from that place because it makes no damn sense. There's no way you could tell me 10 of 16 for 61 is better than 20-something of 30-something for 2-something and 3 touchdowns. I can't see it. You'll never be able to prove that to anybody, to be honest with you, unless they're getting paid by it.
We are lucky that we have a professor on staff here, a true academia, Professor Landini, Jim Andrew Mullins VII, a.k.a. Landfill. Professor Landini, what do you make of the PFF grading structure that gave Geno Smith a better grade, 10 of 16 for 67, than Patrick Mahomes, who threw for 270 and 3 touchdowns?
Seems not great.
Seems flawed, I would say. I think there's a flaw there.
How would they explain that? I mean, to be honest with you, how would you explain 12 percentage points lower in completion ratio, 100%
200 yards
touchdowns, 200 yards lower? They both didn't throw an interception. How can you say that the other guy grade was higher?
Trevor Sikkema is a friend of the program. He's been on with us a ton. Tampa Bay Trey. They keep putting him. He works for PFF. They keep putting him in these situations where he has to go explain why these grades are out there. I don't envy him for having to explain that. I like PFF. A lot of the data they provide has a lot of strength. Snap counts, formations. The subjective stuff, though, I continue to struggle with.
Listen, man. If you follow a game and you write down how many times they're in this position, then you can come up with that relatively easily. But when you look at a game and the guy completed less percentage of passes, at the end of the game, one team had 31 points. The other one had 0 points. And we all talk about the importance of quarterbacks in this day and age. If your quarterback completed 62%, the other dude did 74%. Your quarterback threw no touchdowns, he threw 3. There is no way possible you're going to make somebody believe that the other guy should have a higher grade unless you're benefiting from it. That's the only way they'll be pleased with that.
Yeah.
Only way.
That's something. I think, circling back to what has changed with the Commanders, what, if any, credence do you give to the league got a year of tape on Jaden?
I don't give much credence to that. The league got not a lot of tape on Josh Allen. The league got a lot of tape on Lamar. The league got a lot of tape on Pat Mahomes. They still perform. But you know what has to happen? You have to adjust. You have to reassess. You have to move forward. I think that can happen. I believe we go into games and we know the team is not good against the run. And yeah, they put 8 people in the box. Don't mean you can't run. Don't mean you shouldn't be able to run. And it damn sure don't mean that you shouldn't be able to use something off of the run. Since they got 8 people up tight, they only have 3 people deep. There's a lot of space behind those other 8.
Well, and I can't.
You should be able to capitalize off of that.
Stress enough that in these scenarios, Brian Schottenheimer, Cowboys head coach, after the game said, "Yeah, our film study and our analytics showed this was a good opportunity for us to play man, not zone like they had been playing the majority in Dallas."
There are people where you run an offense and you hear that they have a lot of zone breaking routes in there. And you got the man buster. Man, when you run man, you know what you do? Run crossing routes. When you run man, you run crossing routes against them, and they got to go over the top, underneath, and they lose the guy that's running. The crossing route. When you want to run zone, you got to cross some face and bring somebody over the top of them. That's all you do.
I can't stress enough that when Brian Schottenheimer says, all right, we ran a lot of man in this game because it was our film study and our analytics. It also might have been that they had 4 active wide receivers on the roster, and the one that performed the best in that game was 32-year-old Robbie Chosen, who was out of the league a month prior. Yeah. Like, it's easy to stack the box when you don't consider the guys on the outside a real threat, and that's what Jaden's been dealing with.
Yeah.
Like, that is a real part to this thing.
When people say they got more film on them, the league has more film on the people that he's working with, too. If like this is what I mean. When I was talking to Dave earlier, a lot of what I'm trying to say is some people got to step up and grow up. Yeah, the other team is looking at you saying, you guys can't do it. You got to show them that you can. Because if you keep falling under that can't do it, the man calling your plays is not going to have confidence to call the plays. It happens like that. Like I know I heard people say, well, he was off on some passes. But I watched guys get stuck in a route instead of bang coming out of the route. If you bang come out the route, you run right into the football. But when you have to do that roll and you go upfield a little farther, you're 2 yards short. And it's growth. But the ultimate thing is, right now, you're going to lose a little something when you don't have the people that you built this offense around.
When we return, John Bates, Commanders tight end, joins the program. Excited to talk to John. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. So the Commanders with an extra day, that's good news for specifically the quarterback, Jaden Daniels. An MRI showed not a significant injury to his right hamstring, not a long-term issue, but his status still uncertain for Monday Night Football coming up in a week in Kansas City. The Chiefs are a 10.5-point favorite. 2 games last night. Lions beat the Buccaneers in Detroit 24-9. The late one, Seattle over Houston 27-9. Baseball playoffs, Blue Jays beat the Mariners 4-3 to win the ALCS. Toronto and the Dodgers now in the World Series starting on Friday night. Hockey, the Caps are back on the ice tonight. Home against the Seattle Kraken, 7 p.m. here on The Fan. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Wow. Talking about she can make it right. Yeah.
B. Mitch and Finley,
Sometimes.
106.7 The Fan. I'll let you sing, B.
Now go ahead. I'm ready.
In moments, we're going to be joined by Mr. John Bates, Commanders tight end. Excited to talk to John and kind of get the pulse of where the team's at now through, a tough stretch. What's it like being a player, B, this week where you have the extra day to kind of sit in a bad loss?
You just can't wait to get back on the practice field and get back on the game field to play. When you have nothing going on, you sit there and that's all you think about. But once you get that game plan for the next week, things begin to get all focused on the next week. Many people will tell you after the game, enjoy one day and then move. That's if you got a practice coming real soon, you could do that. But if you don't have a practice coming like that next day or the day following, you start to look back into it. And I believe the good ones focus on it and look at what they did wrong and how they can correct their thing, and then they go in and attack it. There's others who look back on what they did wrong, and they find excuses as to why they did it wrong, and they blame others. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I think the best way to do anything, look at it, deal with it, address it, and keep going. And if you sit there and you try to not deal with it, make excuses about it, it stays. Just like, there are people who like to clean their house, but they take shortcuts. Somebody rushing over, they lift the rug up, they sweep the dust under the rug. In all essence, that damn dust is still in your house, right?
Right.
And somebody gonna come in there, maybe a little thicker dude or somebody might step on that carpet and that dust come from under the carpet. You didn't solve the problem just by sweeping it into a dustpan and throwing it out the damn house. Guys have to approach football the same damn way. Get rid of it. So you get rid of it by addressing, dealing with, and just dispose it.
I thought, of all people, Chris Paul had an awesome answer in the postgame locker room. It was just like, look, man, we got to watch this tape, and it's going to suck for a lot of us. But we've got to watch it and learn and get better.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine those film sessions were much fun.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's that defensive room like watching that
Man, listen, you have already gone through it before you see the film. You know what the hell you did, what you didn't do. When guys finish a game, you know, the one thing I laugh at every time, like, gotta look at the film. You know what you did. When a guy has a great game, does he say you have to look at the film? Or did he tell you? When guys have great games, let me see. When we have great games, put myself in it, we could tell you every damn thing that happened, what we were thinking, why we did it, what we saw. When we have a bad game, we got to watch the film. You know what? We could tell you all that stuff too.
All right, excited to jump on the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. And welcome in our friend, Mr. John Bates, tight end for the Commanders. John, what's up, man? How are you?
Jay?
Guys, how we doing?
We're
Good
good,
to be back
dude.
on.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, man. What do you do this week having an extra day? Like, do you take a true recovery day and not go just chill with the family? Or are you still going in to the facility? What do you do with kind of knowing it's Monday night and you got a little bit of time on your hands?
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely enjoy a little bit more time at home and just being able to just be at home a little bit longer and hang out with the kids and stuff. But also go in right now. I just got out of the sauna at the facility, so coming for a little bit today, go home, spend the rest of the day at home, and then probably go in for a little bit tomorrow. And so that extra day just kind of gives you some time to space out some recovery stuff, and it also allows you to hang out with the kids a little bit more and stuff at home, so it makes it nice.
John, how much more a day like this, after a game like that, of course you have to go get your rehab and things like that, but when you start dealing with a week like that, is it more mental or physical for you?
Just having the extra day, I think I think it's a little bit of both, to be honest with you. The fact that you just get an extra day to recover and just get your body feeling back to normal before you get back to practice, I think is a huge thing. And then I think mentally too, just kind of allows you a little bit more time to, process what happened in the last game and whatever corrections need to be made, and kind of just flush that, and gives an extra day and to just really move on and get ready for that, next game coming up.
I was the type of guy where I would hear people always say, you got to forget about it. And when I was young, I couldn't. But then after I hit about year 3 or 4, I understood more what they were talking about. Look at it, be done with it, throw it away. How do you handle those type of things? Do you try to look at it, whether it's good or bad? And then I want people to understand, it's not just after a bad game where you got to forget it. You got to forget the good games too, because if you don't, you don't put in the work you need to do the next week.
Right. No, exactly. I think it's one of those things where it's a healthy balance of, obviously you want to be able to wash whatever you did the last game. You don't want to never want to be too high or too low, I guess was what I should say. Just want to be able to put your next foot forward, because you're only as good as your last game. And so whether that's good or bad, you still have to show up for the next game and perform at a high level. And so, now it's kind of whatever happened on Sunday, Monday, whatever day it is. I mean, for me, it's just kind of got to move past it fast and get ready for the next game, because at this point, there's nothing that you can do about previous performance. It's only about what you can control moving forward.
John, for you, when you're a player and you understand how important Jaden is to the offense, and when you see him go down like that in Dallas, what's your reaction in real time?
Yeah, I mean, you never want to see your starting quarterback go down, especially, kind of as good as Jaden is and what he does for our offense. But it is what it is. I mean, hopefully we hope we get him back as soon as possible and get him back healthy. But, as of right now, we just got to be ready for whoever's, going to play for us this week, whether that's Marcus, whether it's Jaden, and we have trust in either of those guys to go out and perform at a high level. And so Marcus he came in and did a great job. I think the other day he had obviously the one throw, but he came in and did a great job for us. And so I think we have trust in whoever's going to be playing for us in that quarterback room.
Yeah, I know you've got to be excited about it. What, for you, I'm trying to think, have you ever played in Arrowhead? Have you ever played out in Kansas City?
No, first time. So
Wow.
it'll be a fun atmosphere. I've heard nothing but good things about how fun of a place it is to play and how loud it'll be.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to it, especially on a Monday night game. I'm sure that crowd's going to be going.
So Kansas City's kind of known for the Chiefs and Arrowhead Stadium, and then for barbecue. Are you a big barbecue guy?
I do like barbecue.
What's your-
hopefully when we get there? What's my go-to?
Yeah.
Chicken, brisket, ribs.
I'm like I like the smoked chicken and the brisket a lot. Also too, like, it's harder to come by, but like beef ribs. I love me some good beef ribs.
Dinosaur
Hard
joints,
to,
the big ones.
They are huge.
Yeah. Hard to go wrong with, man.
No, yeah, they are very, very good.
You gotta get somebody that cook them properly, though. 'Cause, some people try to rush them and they're still a little tough.
Yeah. Got to let it do its full course of smoking. That's for sure.
There you go.
John, for you and what you do so well is blocking the run game. What level of frustration have you had over the last couple weeks with the run game kind of being in neutral?
Obviously, it's one thing that I think every team wants to get going, because obviously I think it helps open up everything else. And so, while it may be frustrating, it's kind of one of those things that you have to just really evaluate going forward and see where you can, make improvements at, and just going forward, try to, execute at a high level. And so whether that means, what are you sacrificing to know more about the defense, or to know like what the defense is going to do in certain looks, how they're going to move, stuff like that. And so, while it's frustrating, you also have to, do some reflection of yourself and see what maybe you're doing, not as good, or what you could do better, and try to challenge yourself for the next week to see what you can do to improve your game so that others can improve too.
I'd say that basically the exact same thing, John. Like, everybody has to go out there and rethink things and look in the mirror and understand, while watching film, be hard on yourself. Hold yourself accountable. Like when I would be watching film and I see something I did wrong, I might pick up something that, well, maybe if I work better with my partner next to me, we can do something better. And then I'll talk to them. But that person has to be receptive. Do you have guys on the team that are very receptive of you and talking to them about how you all can get better?
Yeah, I think so. And I think at this point in the, where we're at, I think everyone has to do self-reflection, and I think to make our, a great team, and for everyone to be great teammates, we all have to be able to hold each other accountable and take accountability for ourselves and what we're doing, regardless of whether you think your performance is good or not, or whatever the case is. I think like I said, just self-reflection during this time is a huge part, and really just looking and see, doing what you can do to control what you do going forward, and just, take a deep look at that and see what you can do going forward.
Now, John, one thing that's going to be a pretty big deal in your house with young kids is Halloween.
Yeah.
I mean, my girls are older, so they're really into it right now. You got young kids, but do you guys do a family costume? Like, is everybody going to dress up for Halloween?
Yeah, so we actually are.
Who are you?
Last year we didn't go out for Halloween. We just did we have like a little trick or treat thing in the facility that we did.
Oh,
and
that's fun.
Last year we were Buddy the Elf's wife, and then my daughter was like the narwhal, the one that's like, bye buddy, hope you find your dad. So we did that last year, which was really fun, and I think Mama killed the looks with all of it. And then this year we're going to be, my daughter's into Winnie the Pooh, and so she'll be Pooh, son will be Tigger, and then I'll be Eeyore, my wife will be Piglet. So it'll be fun. Yeah, and we have some friends coming into town with some other little ones too, so we'll have a whole little Halloween crew going around the neighborhood, which will be fun.
That's great, man. You're going to have to send us a photo, I think. You got to post that, all right?
Oh, yeah. There'll be something out there, I'm sure.
All right. Good to hear. Well, John, thank you for the time as always, dude. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you guys. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, man. Cool. Good luck.
That's our guy.
All right, thanks.
Commanders tight end John Bates, good dude, hard worker.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he nailed it. B on how you try to turn this thing around with understanding. You got to figure out what you got to be honest in the approach.
You know what? It doesn't change from era to era. Same stuff.
If you had to dress as a Winnie the Pooh character, B, who would it be?
I'm not going to dress as a character.
When's the last time you dressed up for Halloween?
When I was a kid.
What was your favorite Halloween costume?
I was a football player. I was Tony Dorsett. With that little plastic helmet with the little one bar.
Like the Theismann helmet.
That's what I was, yeah.
All right.
I look just like Joe with that skinny visor, yeah.
Man, I'd love to get a photo of that.
You will not ever get one of that. I destroyed all of that stuff.
I believe you, frankly. I also believe in Door Pro America. Listen, man, everybody's hoping the burgundy and gold can get this thing on the right track. But if your garage door is on the wrong track, that's where Door Pro America comes in. Whether it's a busted spring, it's just making way too much noise, or it doesn't move, call up Door Pro America. At my house, it's one of the few things working correctly is my garage door. Because the stairs down to our basement are kind of inoperable, we have to go in and out of the garage all the time right now. And I use the app every morning to go down there and grab a bottle of water and a Celsius. It is a huge upgrade for me and my family. You can hit them up, 877-DOOR-PRO. And they've got really good options. They've been doing this for over 50 years. They know what to do. You can get an annual maintenance contract membership to keep everything on track. And if you call right now, you get $60 off any repair or a full tune-up for just $89. Call them, 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Or you can visit doorproamerica.com. And be sure to tell them JP Finley sent you. When I got high. Da, da, da. And I know why. Why, man? Da, 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 da. Hey, Jeff, in your quest for physical fitness, you've lost a bunch of weight. You look good. I've been highly complimentary of you. I don't believe you're taking Ozempic, even if Fred Smoot does. Have you smoked less weed?
What, man?
No, that gives you the munchies.
I'm just saying.
So he may have stopped. I don't know.
When you burn a lot, you tend to not go to the gym as much and eat a bunch.
Now, crazy thing is, I have found myself smoking less, but it's not even because it is. I just don't really have that urge that much anymore. So
Okay.
yeah,
Good for you, man. We got too strong. I'm old. Weed nowadays, you take a gummy and you're tripping. Like I'm out on that.
yeah.
Bring
JP,
back the mids.
You're crazy
DFT commenter
without.
always says that.
You're crazy without. I can only imagine.
I would love. I don't know who the right person would be. Maybe CK because he knows us all. If we did crazy rankings of the five of us, me, B, Jeff, Landfill, and even White Brian, he might be quiet, but
I
he's
think
crazy.
Brian might be the craziest dude in the building.
Yeah, I don't think anyone on this show is swimming in the hurricane waters except Brian. That's it.
I tried that when I was younger.
Well, JP, I think it'd go White Brian, JP, Jeff, Landfill, me.
B.
I'm far from crazy than y'all.
B,
No.
you were driving at like 6.
No.
11.
That's not crazy. I was told to follow him in the car, but hey, what you gonna tell your daddy? No, I'm not gonna follow you. I was happy to follow him, but I'm not crazy. I'm just if I have to go there, I could go there. But
You used to get in fights with defensive linemen. That's crazy.
no, he threatened me, so I had to get him.
You
You fought a horse.
You did fight a
I
horse.
just punched the horse because the police officer was in the ass.
You had a stick with nails sticking out of it in the back of your car in the
That's
in
to
the chance
that's
you
to,
might
that's
need it.
to even up the fight.
Yeah, you crazy, bruh.
Landfill-
A weapon with nails sticking out.
That's some like medieval S. Like
I saw the movie, so I tried to make it.
Landfill, what would your crazy rankings be for the show?
I mean, B Mitch is number 1.
I'm far from crazy.
B-Mitch is definitely not fifth.
No, he's
I am probably the sanest person on this
either
damn
1
show.
or 2.
I'm the sanest person on this show.
You'll argue with anybody for any reason, even when you agree with them.
You might.
That doesn't mean I'm not crazy. I mean I'm crazy. That just means that if you're wrong, you're wrong, and if I'm right, I'm right.
I do think it's possible. I think it's possible you might be the least crazy person on this show, but only because we are a collection of lunatics.
Yeah, I
Like,
know.
This is the literal circus. These 4
That's
hours.
what I'm saying. Like, listen, bro. I get places with you sometimes, and I have to sit back and watch because I don't know what's gonna pop off. Because you're different, and everybody around here can think what you wish. He's different. I already know this dude right here is a psychopath, the crazy fool. Right
He's
here.
pointing to Jeff.
How?
Jeff's
No, White
crazy.
Brian,
White Brian
he
did
might
fight a
sit over
hurricane.
there and don't do anything, but every time he leave and come back, it's something up with him.
Something
He
hurt or
left the
something
first
missing.
time he came back, he had concussion. Come back this time, he came talk. I'm not talking about like the next morning. It's 2-3 days later, and he still can't talk.
White
So he did more than just yell. That's the lie he want us to know. He was doing way more than just yelling. And in Landfill, a dude that just sleep and get go to the moon and sleep and go to the moon, that's a crazy person.
Landfill is nocturnal and gets delivery movie theater popcorn. Landfill is crazy.
I mean, I did that. Yeah, I do that pretty regularly.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But I'm telling you, Looney Bin, right there.
White Brian has a cup that says dog mom and doesn't have a cup. It doesn't
Jeff,
have a
They have a
dog.
dog.
Jeff had a guy that stabbed his tire like pretty much every 3 weeks for a year.
That's not my craziness though. That's somebody else's.
That's just Jeff is around a lot of craziness.
Jeff courts craziness.
I'm telling you, the more I pay attention to Brian, Brian's the craziest dude in this building.
White Brian, what are your crazy rankings?
I think B-Mitch, you have to be crazy to play professional football.
That's a good point.
They pay you to play professional football. Not crazy.
Jeff,
Yeah.
2.
Jeff's crazy.
JP, you're 3. I'll go me 4, Landfill 5.
Hold on.
I think I'm firmly in the middle.
I don't know how you put your. First of all, I have never swam in anything with a hurricane.
I'm just a little injury prone.
No,
What
you're
do
just
you
a
call
little
your
damn
voice?
crazy. If you don't do anything crazy, then you won't be injured. I grew
That's
up in
also
Louisiana. There were a million hurricanes. Never got in the water.
We can't let him go to Louisiana.
He does specifically go to North Carolina during hurricane season, and then he goes swimming in hurricanes and hurts himself. I mean, that's crazy.
He'll be swimming
The
with the
man that
crocodiles.
says, "Hey, let's go swim in the water." I know it's very rough. It's a hurricane out there. That's a psychopath.
Our guy Tay just tweeted me crazy rankings. Number 1, White Brian gobbling up all those glizzies. Number 2, Missionary JP. Number 3, Jeff. Number 4, B Mitch. He's not crazy. That's just who he is. That leaves Landfill as the fifth most crazy.
Missionary JP. What do he mean by that?
Steak and potatoes. Keep it simple, baby. When we come back, we're having a discussion. Is AMAC here? Have we located him?
No.
That's who I know. Amac. I don't know Anthony.
I think he's scared.
Get him, Jeff. Produce. AMAC was screaming at Jeff yesterday
During our show
about who had the worst loss on Sunday. The Commanders get blown out to Dallas, or the Giants give up a huge fourth quarter lead to blow a game. Which loss was worse? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. This is a big week for the Commanders, a long week. They have an extra day to prepare for Monday Night Football in Kansas City, but the way things are going, the injuries mounting, a team they've only beaten once ever in their history, it's a tough task for Dan Quinn, his team on the road, and they are reeling.
The only thing consistent right now has been our inconsistency. Doing hard with good people isn't a slogan, but absolutely how we live. And so told them we're in hard right now, and we'll find out a lot about our team in these weeks ahead.
Yeah, the slogans are cute and all when you're winning, when you're 3-4 and under 500 and maybe headed for a tough night in KC. We'll see about that. Here's another slogan. It's getting late early for this team. How are the folks feeling that keep saying it's plenty of season left? At 3-4, Commanders playoff odds right now, 18%, according to playoffstatus.com. How about 11%, according to NFL.com? And we'll see if they have their quarterback this week. Jaden Daniels, the MRI showed not a significant injury to the right hamstring, but still something that puts his status in doubt for Monday Night Football. Hockey, the Caps are back on the ice tonight, looking to get back on track. They're home against the Seattle Kraken. 7 p.m. face-off here on the Fan. Opening night in the NBA. A pair of games to start the new season. Tonight, Rockets and Thunder, Warriors and L.A. Lakers. Then tomorrow, the Wiz Kids, the Wizards, tip things off in Milwaukee. 8 p.m. for Wizards basketball tonight. The play-by-play this season starting tomorrow night here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Gotta be honest, I don't know this song, B. You know this one?
Nah.
This Burt Bacharach?
Nah, it's Air Supply, baby.
I've told you this era of what I imagine people call rock and roll is a hole in my resume. Air Supply, Boston, REO Speedwagon. It's terrible. Jeff, you like this song? You're a musician.
Those are real. I mean, the song not bad, but those are real bands. I've never even heard of any of them. Well, Boston, I've heard of.
Boston's a city too.
Yeah,
yeah.
I know about the band though.
Styx, they got a song about a robot.
Nope.
They got a song in Japanese, I think.
Nope.
Let it play, Landfill. Let me at least hear the crescendo. What you got on this, B? Feeling it? Just feeling it. Bobbing his head in there.
It's not bad.
I just want to hear the chorus.
It's coming.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, eventually.
It sounds like Meatloaf, but higher pitched.
It's not Meatloaf.
Jeff, you know there's a dude called Meatloaf?
Yeah, I know that.
Nah.
Yo,
Meatloaf?
Facts.
Yeah.
This song sucks.
Nah, I've heard this song. I've heard it before, but I thought the same thing you said. I mean, it's put me to sleep right here.
Yeah, this song sucks.
It sounds
arguably, it's a great song.
You say what?
Arguably.
I said arguably, it's a great song.
Landfill's
Arguably
bolting
for
up
who?
the crazy rankings.
That's what I told y'all. He's crazy. Number one.
Can you play some Meatloaf for us, Landfill? Jeff's never heard. He has.
I'll play Meatloaf.
He's got the one song, I would do anything for love, but I can't do that.
I know that song. I would do anything.
Yeah. He's got that. And
Jeff, don't sing.
That's
bro,
that
please.
whole era. What's that? Baby, come back. You could blame it all on me.
I don't think that's Meatloaf.
No, I'm talking about that's that same type of music though, right? That's all the same era, correct?
Yeah.
I don't.
Whatever
sure.
you trying to do, you call that singing. Don't do that, Jeff.
Hey,
Please.
everybody can sing. I just fall on the people that don't sound good side.
Who's this? Is this Meatloaf?
This is Meatloaf.
Is this the Dashboard Light song?
Yeah, it is.
So this song is all right. Like it's just a bluesy riff. You know what I mean? And I think he's just talking about getting laid in a car, right? Isn't that what this is about?
Yep.
I ain't mad at it. Why, Brian, you mad?
Yeah, I like this song.
All right, let it play, Landfill. It's your high noon power hour.
Sound like a banjo.
Yeah, I mean, he's about to. The line is like the glory of the dashboard light. Here it comes.
Paradise.
Yeah, paradise by the dashboard light. You're only talking about one thing. That 73 Chevy you're driving ain't that cool.
Oh, that 1975 Impala.
Yeah. Shout out to Paradise by the Dashboard Light.
Mm-hmm.
I do love like the subtlety and the creativity of writing a song about what is clearly a physical act, but
he said I can
describe
see
it,
paradise by the dashboard lights.
Depends where one is sitting, I suppose.
Why wouldn't it be experience paradise?
I don't know, Brian. You'll have to ask Meatloaf.
He could have been sitting there just looking.
Real question, is Meatloaf still alive? He was a bigger fella. Probably older.
He's not here.
All right. Hey, Mac, get in here. It's game time. All right. Yesterday, Landfill, honestly, you had to be shocked that I did not get. I'm very easily distracted. And yesterday, we really needed to discuss.
You were distracted, dog.
The Cowboys-Commanders game, because it was a disaster. But Jeff and AMAC, come in here. I'm going to try to control you two. All right. Jeff and AMAC started having this huge fight about what was the worst loss, the Giants' loss to the Broncos or the Commanders' loss to the Cowboys. Both were terrible losses. Let's not try to dress it up, right? Yeah. Now, for those like B. Mitch who are unaware of AMAC, his first name is Anthony. I assume your last name.
I found that out yesterday.
Yes, I assume your last name starts with Mac. What's your last name, Anthony?
McBarnett.
McBarnett?
Yes.
All right.
I would have never got that.
I would not have gotten
I would have got McDonald or something like that.
All right. AMAC is the producer of the Chris Russell Show. You can listen to that every day on Team 980 starting at 2 o'clock. Is that correct?
Well, yeah.
All right. Tell the people your Twitter
Starts
handle.
at 1.
Does it? All these years?
No, because we're on at 1.
We're on at 1.
Yeah.
No, you just try to get him to talk past 1.
Yeah,
and he's fallen for it many a time.
I've heard this bit before, so I decided
It's
to
not a
agree
bit
there.
because he'll be on the show at 102.
He blames shit. He says Kevin goes till 102 anyway, so he's got time. Tell everybody your Twitter handle. Let's pump you up a little here.
It's @ANT_Major MAJOR.
You know how I feel about underscores, correct?
No, I don't.
They're stupid.
Okay.
Also, I don't know why. I hope everything's okay. You have a big Band-Aid on your head.
Yes.
Are you good?
I'm fine.
You bumped the head?
Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Or is it just like a zit?
No, somebody tried to rob me with a piece of paper, actually.
Wait, what?
Really?
Yeah, and gave me a paper cut.
Hold on.
Wait. What? Explain that.
I'm joking.
Okay.
All right.
That was completely a joke.
Okay.
We were going to get to the bottom of that.
We're off and running with AMAC here. So, AMAC, you and here.
Hold on, JP. AMAC is not going first. I'm on this show every day.
Okay.
Go
But
ahead.
this is
man.
not happening.
Hang on. Let me just
okay.
set everything up. Okay.
Cool.
Commanders had a terrible loss on Sunday. They got doubled up. They got blown out by their division rival, arch rival, the Dallas Cowboys. It was a very one-sided affair. Their defense was terrible. The New York Football Giants went out to Denver. Cost me a bunch of money because I like the Broncos laying the points here. The Giants looked like they had a win locked up.
In hand, in bag.
The Giants were up 26-8 in the fourth quarter and proceeded to lose that game in regulation.
With 5 minutes to go. 26-8.
26-8 with 5 minutes to play.
It was 26-8 with 5 minutes?
Yeah, just over 5 minutes.
How the hell they scored that many points?
Lost
in
the
5
game
minutes?
in regulation and had the opportunity. They took the lead back when they gave the lead up. They all of a sudden they were up 26-8. It went 30-26 Broncos. The Giants scored to make it 32-30, and the kicker missed the extra point. All right, that would have given me a win in the 33 pool, by the way. Missed the extra point, which allows Denver to go down the field and make a field goal, not to tie, but to win the game. These are both terrible losses in different fashions.
Yeah.
Jeff Walker, who's on our show every day, a beloved member of J-Dogs Forever, At Jeff Too Funny, no underscores, I'll point out. Jeff contends the Giants had the worst loss on the day.
Yes, JP. And A-Mac over here, Mr. McBarnett, keeps saying, were we supposed to win that game? It's not what you were supposed to do. It's what was going on during the game between quarter 1 and quarter 4. You guys shut them out. I think I sent you the screenshot. 0, 3 quarters, 33. That is horrible. And he's over here lying, talking about he got a paper cut. No, he got that Band-Aid on his head because he was banging his head on the wall because he couldn't believe what was going on. And talk about, look, one thing about ours, we got it handed to us over 4 quarters, and it was just like an influx of bad things that just happened one short period of time. Y'all literally had the game in hand. All you had to do was just control the ball. 5 minutes, 30 points, 33 points. Horrible. Y'all had a worse loss than we did.
Is it my go now?
It's your turn. Anthony McFarland.
Mick Barnett.
Mick Barnett.
Here we go. Here we go. I knew this was coming.
I got you right, didn't I?
Yeah. You got me.
So, I would have never thought that name, but I got you.
So this is my whole thing, right? The question was, which was the worst loss? I think that for me, I guess as a Giants fan, coming into the season and then going into that game, there was no thought of playoffs. There was no thought of us being able to contend with probably arguably one of the best defenses in the NFL with a rookie quarterback, without our top receiver, and with a lot of questions on this team. Now, we have talent, but throughout the season, we just haven't put it together as a team. For the Commanders, coming into the season, there was a lot of talk within this office about Super Bowls, NFC championships, and to get not just lose, but to lose terribly to a team that no one has in that echelon of like top teams in the NFL. You get whooped by the Dallas Cowboys.
They're the number 1 scoring offense.
Walking away with, but no one's looking them as a good team. Like, no one's saying Dallas is going to win a Super Bowl. And they look like they could have against you.
They have the number 1 scoring offense.
My whole point is, as a Giants fan, with my expectations entering the season and entering that game, I can walk away hopeful. I have a quarterback who looked decent, who was able to put up 26 points on one of the better defenses in the NFL. We were able to compete and, push a team who was 4-2, just coming off a win against the Eagles. And we just came off a win against the Eagles. We were able to compete with this team, a better defense in Denver. I understand it was a bad loss. I'm not going to sit here. Hold on. I didn't interject with you. I'm not going to sit here and
hit you with the hold on.
I didn't. Don't say
he just been rapping for like 30
let
minutes.
him finish his point. Let him finish his point.
I'm going into that. Like, after that game, there's reason for me to be hopeful as a Giants fan. I think with the Commanders, there's no way you can say that going into that game, after this game, you still have NFC championships thoughts in your head. You still have a good playoff contending team in your head. Everything that I thought about the Giants before that game is still on the line, if not more, depending based on how we played in that game.
All right, before you use the entire segment, you were just happy when y'all came in here and y'all beat the Eagles. Yeah. You was looking up. Yeah. So for you to say we're going into here with this 4-2 team, it doesn't count. You just beat the defending Super Bowl champs a week before. And for y'all defense to give up that many points in 1 quarter, how can you have hope? Yeah, you got it for the offensive side of the ball. And when you talk about us not being able to score, dude, we didn't have none of our first starting wide receivers, bro. We had a guy that we drafted. I mean, not drafted, we picked up this week. And we got him out there. Y'all defense has not been that bad or that horrible over the past couple of years. Y'all have pass rush.
And that's
that's a lot.
Yeah.
But when we played y'all gave us bump. But to give up 33 points in 1 quarter,
it's backwards.
To give up 33 points in 1 quarter is bad.
I mean, I'm not saying that it's not bad.
It's worse than what we did.
It's a historic loss. Like, I think everyone's going to be talking about our loss a
and
lot
nobody
more.
not going to talk about ours.
But I think you have to put on the line the context of the teams.
Well, from this show, we understand how last season went. I know everyone in here, we're not expecting to go back to the NFC Championship, but we had hope this season if they could have gotten better.
Did you think that you guys were going to beat the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Did you think the Giants were going to beat the Broncos?
Bro, it's week to week.
Answer the question. Did you think the Giants were going to beat the Broncos?
Did I think? No. Do I know it was possible? Yes. It's football. Any dog can have his day.
And it was possible for 3 quarters. It was never possible for you guys.
So what is the difference between y'all beating the Eagles and y'all playing the Broncos? Are the Broncos a significantly better team than the Eagles?
I think you're trying to move the goalposts here. I'm not trying to say that.
All right. I think we've given you both ample opportunity.
No, we need more.
All right. So Amac's a Giants fan. White Brian's also a Giants fan.
Yes.
Clearly, Amac thinks the Skins' loss is worse. Jeff thinks the Giants' loss is worse. White Brian, where do you land?
In a vacuum, the Giants' loss was worse on Sunday, but in the grand scheme of things, yeah, the Commanders are expected
We're in a
to
damn vacuum.
compete for a Super Bowl. This was the best case scenario for the Giants. You want Jackson Dart to look great, and you want to lose.
Quick question. Aren't all teams competing for a Super Bowl when they come into the regular season? What team?
Ideally, yes.
Yeah, so if y'all are not competing, and we picked second last year too, so you got to keep those things in mind too. We know it's
the year before this recent one.
Yeah, and we were not even projected last year. We were not supposed to do what we did last year. It was nobody had us going 12 wins. Everyone had us picking top 5 last year.
Hey, we just let these dudes yap.
My bad.
Man,
my bad.
I ain't got no problem with that.
Go ahead, White Brian. You wanted
The Commanders around the industry were expected to be there at the end. The Giants were expected to fire their head coach by the 6th week of the season.
Y'all should still fire him.
Today.
I think he's garbage.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Who had the worst loss on Sunday? Commanders get blown out by the Cowboys, or the Giants give up a major lead on the road to the Broncos? I mean, there was some
I didn't know they
historical
scored that many
stuff.
points in 5 minutes, though.
Yeah.
That is atrocious.
So I'm going to let people weigh in.
Mm-hmm.
I want B to answer who he thinks had the worst loss. We're going to do that when we return.
You can answer this one. I ain't answering this one. I don't really care. They both lost. They both are terrible.
I mean,
I looked at the scores and I said, Tanner, the Giants are going to beat the damn Broncos.
Yeah.
And then I walk downstairs and say, man, the Broncos won. I'm like, it wasn't much time on the clock. They were up by like 19 points. I don't know. That's just tough. You got to get the ball back. That's what I'm saying. They scored, got it back, scored. That's your offense had to be bad too down the stretch.
Yeah, interception by Jackson Dart, followed by a 3-and-out.
Yeah,
I mean,
but I felt the Commanders lost more than anybody.
800-636-1067. Who had the worst loss, Commanders or Giants? They're both awful. They're just different types of awful. Like some of those girls you dated in college. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you miss the start of the game or want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. Because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Commanders have a tall task ahead. Reeling after the embarrassing loss Sunday in Dallas, they have Monday Night Football coming up in Kansas City. Chiefs are a 10.5-point favorite. Washington has only beaten the Chiefs once, ever, all time. That was 42 years ago as defending Super Bowl champs early in the season, September 1983. And we'll see about Jaden Daniels. If he can play or not due to the hamstring injury, Dan Quinn said yesterday they won't know more until later in the week. Right now, his status is uncertain. Baseball playoffs, Blue Jays beat the M's to win the ALCS, so it'll be the Dodgers who are the heavy favorite against the Blue Jays in the Fall Classic. Game 1 is Friday night in Toronto. Capitals are back on the ice tonight against Seattle. Home game for the Caps, 7 p.m. here in the Fan. NBA season starts with a pair of games tonight. Wizards tip off the 2025-26 season tomorrow in Milwaukee. Play-by-play for the season opener against the Bucks tomorrow night, 8 p.m. here on The Fan. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
All right, Landfill. This is Styx. I believe this is Styx singing about robots. Shout out to Styx. Also, my boy Mathers says, to be fair to Meatloaf, we should play Bat Out of Hell. I don't know if we got that, but we'll give Jeff a... Where the hell is Jeff?
Jeff gone.
Jeff and AMAC, this is their segment. Now they're just gone. Is White Brian still over there? I can't see him in this studio now. He's still there. Thanks for the wave, bud. Phone lines are lit. The Commanders got blown out on Sunday. They got doubled up by the Dallas Cowboys. Disaster. The Giants, however, had a 28-6 lead with 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter and ended up losing 33-32.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, the answer to this is the Giants, especially because if the kid just makes the extra point, you're at least going to overtime. But getting blown out sucks too.
No. We keep saying if the kid makes the extra point. How about you don't let people score 30-something points in 5 minutes?
Yeah.
I mean, like this is where like the head coach, he goes off on the kid. Get out of my face. I don't want to see you. You make me sick. Your offense didn't do much. You didn't run time off the damn clock. And your defense on the flip side, you let people go down the field like a hot knife through butter on you. So it's easy to blame that one little play. He should have never had to come down to that.
So I tweeted out very simply, who had the worst loss Sunday? Commanders get blown out. The Giants choke one away. In, I don't know how long has this been up? About 10 minutes. We got over 500 votes. 65% say Commanders blown out. 35% say Giants choke. I texted my boys, my neighborhood guys, text thread, because it's mostly Skins fan, but there's a Giants fan in there. Mm-hmm. Greg Papa, you know Pop, said the Giants, that was an epic collapse. Their loss is different. My boy KB said they're both the same but different. The Giants were already irrelevant. Now Washington is. It's more dramatic in the moment for them, but more depressing, meaningful for Washington for the year.
The year's not over.
Year's not over, KB. Let's hit these phones. Derek is in Lynchburg. Derek, which loss was worse?
Hey, fellas. Well, I do think both are pretty bad. I would definitely say that if any team in the NFL gives up 30-some points in 5 minutes of play, that's the worst loss possible. And in the grand scheme of things, it does mean more to Washington to lose that game. But if we're talking about what we're expecting out of any given team in the National Football League, giving up 30 points in 5 minutes is definitely more embarrassing.
Yeah. Thanks, bud. Appreciate the call. That's one vote Giants as White Brian and Amax stare at each other longingly. David is in Centerville. Dave, which loss was worse?
Hey, guys. So, yeah, our loss was bad. We got blown out by the Cowboys of all people. But number one, offense. First, a bad defense that we had. Injuries all around the offense. The writing was kind of on the wall. Obviously, it doesn't make it better. But the Giants were up 19-0 going into that fourth quarter. And AMAC said a historic loss. So those are his words. That's a worse loss to me. Now, obviously, I don't care about the worst loss. I hate losing to Dallas. But it's easily the Giants for me to go out like that. And like B-Mitch said, you can blame the kicker, but no one's talking about, obviously, the defense giving up 33 points and Dart throwing an awful pick right to the linebacker with 5 minutes left. He doesn't throw that never happens. So, Giants, without a doubt. Thanks, guys.
Two votes, Giants.
He did say historical.
He said historic. Listen, sadly, I've covered Washington getting their ass kicked in Dallas a bunch. Nothing historic about that. Zach is in Stafford. Zach, what's the worst loss?
Hey, guys. I would say the Commanders, mainly because the results of that game, while it was a bad loss, those injuries are going to come to bite us in the butt later down the line, including next week, because best player on a shoddy defense is now gone. So, and Jaden, who's already banged up, is now more banged up. So I feel like it's just going to affect us for the rest of the season.
Okay.
Thank you for the call. I mean, also not wrong. Sadly, there's no real wrong answer because both these losses sucked. Landfill's best friend, Charlie, in College Park. Charlie, who had the worst loss?
No, not even the contest, not even the discussion. The Giants. I've watched a lot of football, played a lot of football. At the professional level, to give up that many points in one quarter and lose a game like that, I'm sorry. Washington was a bad loss. Okay, forget that, man. Giants, are you pros or not? For me, it's not even an argument. Thanks, you guys.
All right,
thanks, Chuck. Landfill, did you vote? Giants or Commanders? Who had the worst loss?
Yeah, I think it was the Giants.
I do too. Let's go to our guy Jupe is on the line in the DMWV. What up, Jupe?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, JP, it is a wrong answer because if you don't choose the Giants in this one, do you not understand what the Broncos said? They said out of 48 minutes, I only need 5 at the end of the game to whoop your tail. BTA. And for that to happen, that means
at 60 minutes, Jupe. 60 minutes.
Huh?
It's 60 minutes.
50 minutes. My bad. 50 minutes.
60.
60. My bad. But yeah, you get what I'm saying? Like, they scored. The offense got the ball. They stopped them 3 and out, 4 and out, whatever. Scored again. Like, yeah, that's the worst. That's worse. Our loss hurt, too, because we got injuries. Hemingway got hurt. But, man, 5 minutes to give him 33, that's crazy. That's all I got for you.
Hey, Jupe, can I ask you a quick question while we have you?
Sure.
Since you have moved to West Virginia, do you still listen to us on the radio, or do you now have to use the app? Like, does the radio work out there?
No, the radio don't work. And once you get up, like, when you're going up 270, once you get to about Clarksburg, it starts going out. So I got to switch to the app or YouTube.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you, bud.
I said not in the DMV.
You got plenty of options to watch, listen, whatever you want. Thank you. And B. Mitch does claim that West Virginia is not in the DMV.
If you can't listen to the damn regular radio, you're not in the DMV.
Despite the popular acronym DMWV.
You're the only person that has that. Nothing else does.
Franco's in D.C. Frank, who had the worst loss, New York or Washington?
New York, you know why, man? Listen, we knew we was losing the game. We knew we was on the down struggle. But I looked at the Giants. They was over there eating popcorn, talking to each other, talking about what they going to do tonight with 5 minutes left. They thought they had it. That's horrible. When you're up by 18 points, it's the fourth quarter. You over there talking. I was watching. They was talking, laughing, getting high fives, wearing big gold chains, and look what they left with.
There you go.
There they are.
Thank you, Franco.
That's what all right.
Appreciate you, man. Jeff is in D.C. Jeff, who had the worst loss on Sunday?
I think this is a no-brainer. It's the Commanders. You look at expectations coming into the year. The Commanders were at least a playoff team. The Giants, I mean, I would be more optimistic if I was a Giants fan, not defensively, obviously. But they fired the defensive coordinator. I think he should have been gone a while ago after that Dallas game. And their quarterback looks great. So which team is really in the worst position right now going forward this year? The Giants or Washington? I mean, Washington, the injuries, Jaden Daniels, all the injuries at receiver. They just came out of that game feeling horrible, what much worse than going into that game. So it was just a bad loss. I get it, but the injuries, like the Jaden injuries to be exact. So I go with Washington on that one.
All right, man. Appreciate the call.
Listen, I know people are saying what looks good. Who threw the damn interception late in the game for them to go down and score?
Dart.
Okay, so let's stop like just glossing over that. And they have 5 pass rushes or 4 on that team, right? They're supposed to be a good defensive team.
Do you know how mad Brian Burns was that they were dropping 8 and not rushing the passer late in that game? He cursed out the. Yeah. I mean, hold on, White Brian. How mad are Giants fans right now at their defensive coordinator? Don't they want Shane Bowen run out of town on a rail?
Yeah, it's insane. He hasn't been fired yet.
Burns, Thibodeau. What's the new guy? The guy from Penn State. Carter.
Abdul Carter. And Dexter Lawrence.
Dexter Lawrence. You basically have a this is supposed to be a top-notch defense. And I understand Washington was horrible. But you go into those games where you basically know this ain't our day. You were 5 minutes away. And all of a sudden they made that pass rush group look like chopped liver. That's bad too. And then the great one, Jackson Dart, threw the damn interception late in the game. And I understand what it may look like for Washington at this point. This season isn't over. It still could look good. They still got Jaden Daniels going forward. Still looks good for them. But last year made a lot of people completely forget about the fact that they just built that. That fell together for them real good. They were no different than the other ones.
B. Mitch and Finley.
What was the fine? The fine come out yet? I haven't heard that. That's what I want to know.
The fine for what?
For the coach going into the blue tent.
I don't think they got fined for it, which I think is crazy, but I don't think they got fined.
If they didn't get fined for that, then the league is full of stuff.
The league office is in New York. If you're on hold, stay there. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Got Barstool Nate joining us at 1 o'clock.
Ugh.
This song is so good. Unlike Meatloaf. B. Mitch and Finley.
Wow!
1067 The Fan. It's a simple question. And let's be clear, this is loser talk to debate who had the worst loss.
Very much
because
so.
both teams lost.
Yeah.
Washington got their ass kicked, and New York gave one away in historic fashion.
Yeah.
But it is kind of interesting because they're division opponents, and because Jeff and Amac started screaming about it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, the people that follow me on Twitter, there's probably a lot of Burgundy and Gold fans.
True.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
But we've got 1,000 votes in, and 66% say Washington getting blown out was worse than the Giants choking. We got a couple more callers here before we get to Nate Dogg. Let's go to Big G in Sterling. What's up, Big G?
Hey, how y'all gentlemen doing?
We good, man.
We're good, dude.
I want to say one thing. We got punched in our mouth. Punched in our mouth. These guys was winning, and they dropped the ball. So what's the worst loss? Them or us? Left hand up. I love y'all guys.
Hi, bro.
Hey, Big G, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Yo, what's up at the Buffalo Wing Factory in Sterling? I love that place.
Oh, that joint is amazing.
Yeah. Can you tell them I say hi?
Their whole voice changed right there. That joint is amazing.
I love that place. Tell them I say hello.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Big G.
Yes, sir, I will.
Thanks,
All right,
dude.
brother. Take care, man.
Ed is in Potomac. Ed, who's got the worst loss this Sunday? The Giants or the Commander?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Thanks for taking my call
What up, brother?
again on this beautiful Tuesday evening. Nothing much. I'm going to tell you why the Giants had the worst loss. The question was who had the worst loss on Sunday. It wasn't who came into the season with expectation that had the worst loss. So Giants fans, when they beat the Eagles, correct me if I'm wrong, y'all, they didn't poke their head. They looked like a daggone groundhog. Okay, they poked their head out a little bit and was like, yeah, we going to the playoffs. We can go to the playoffs. And then you go up. It really was at, 26-6 or something like that against the Broncos?
Mm-hmm.
And then they vomited. They vomited the game away. I'm going to tell you the example I'm going to give. You remember the year Kirk Cousins and the Redskins? I think they were down by 3 or 4 touchdowns coming into the second half. And then all you heard was, whoop, whoop, just touchdown after touchdown after touchdown drive. Now, I can't remember if that was against the Bucs or Vikings or whoever it was. You don't think that team thinks the same thing the Giants fans are saying right now? Right. Exactly. That's when you like that happen. So what I'm trying to say is the Giants loss was the worst. I don't care what anybody says. You can't be winning the game and vomit on yourself. Because I'm not cleaning you up now. I'm not. You're going to lay in it. Thanks for taking my call. Give me my beer.
Hey, you got a point. Like this is how it seems. The Giants seem like they had won the girl. They were about to walk out the house with her to go to the prom. And the dude met her at the door. She changed her mind and went with him. That's how that seems. You all dressed up to got your little boutonniere on. Gave her a little corsage, and she said, "Oh, I'm going with him." She walks out with him. How that feel?
It's tough. It's tough.
The other one, dude, beginning of the year, he say, like the Commander, she gonna be with me. I'm going with her, and she already with him. Nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, man. It's both losses suck. The Giants
They do.
Like when on a national level, Washington gets boat raced. The story is Jaden got hurt. The highlights make Football Night in America that night, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's like, damn, Washington, all these injuries are getting to him. You hope Jaden's okay. When the highlights hit from the Giants-Broncos game, everybody's like, oh, my God.
They lost that game?
How'd they lose?
Yeah.
It's just, it's a loss of epic proportions.
Historical.
Honestly, not that it's the exact same because of it was never really one-sided one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
But, to me, the Commanders' loss to the Bears is worse because they had it and then they gave it away.
There you go. That game was very similar.
Like the Commanders' loss to the Bears, to me, is worse than the loss to the Cowboys. But if you're looking big picture, the Cowboys' loss exposes much bigger problems.
Yeah. But we just asked a question about the particular game. And this is what proves the point. All the Giants fans started talking about what was the overall look and looking forward. They forgot about the game. You know what I'm saying?
Totally. I think Giants fans are really excited about the possibilities going forward, right? But that's a brutal loss. Also, we've talked at length about Washington's upcoming schedule. For the Giants, their next 6 games be at Philly, home against the Niners, at the Bears, home against the Packers, at the Lions, at the Patriots.
That's just as bad.
About to get real interesting for Jackson
Yes.
Dart. Although Dart was really good in Denver. That was his best game by far. Now he had the pick.
Yeah, you better stop running around crazy, though. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
There's going to be a coach say he wants to run around. Let's see if he really wants to do that.
Right.
And it's not anything illegal. Because, he runs around. He's very reckless. Somebody going to catch him.
Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. When we return, Barstool Nate's going to join the program. Barstool Nate is a good friend of mine, and I fear he's going to drive Brian and I absolutely crazy.
I may not be here this segment.
Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Well, last season was fun, wasn't it? This year, not so much. For the Commanders trying to pick up the pieces, getting set for Monday Night Football at 3-4 now. Playoff hopes fading fast. Dan Quinn knows his team's in a tough spot heading to Monday night next week against Kansas City.
When I talk to the team, I'm, brutally honest about where we're at and saying even today, like, we're off course and we have to get back on, and this is how we're going to go about doing it.
They're off course. The SS Minnow was off course. How'd that work out, Gilligan? That's a Titanic being off course. What happened to them in Dallas this week? The 44-22 embarrassment against the Cowboys. They lose another defensive player, defensive end Dorrance Armstrong, torn ACL. He's done for the year. Who knows about Jaden Daniels? MRI shows it's not a serious hamstring injury, but his status obviously still uncertain for Monday Night Football against the Chiefs. And oh, by the way, they are 1-10 all time against Kansas City. They haven't won one against KC in 42 years. And the Commanders are a 10.5-point underdog for Monday Night Football as well. Other than that, hockey, the Capitals back on the ice tonight. They're trying to get back on track home against Seattle. 7 p.m. here in the Fan. NBA season tips off with a couple of games opening night tonight. The Wizards start things off tomorrow in Milwaukee, 8 p.m. against the Bucks. The play-by-play here on the Fan. Buy one, get one 40% off and get 0% APR for a full year. You get both from thewindowman.com. Ultrex Windows, Man Ray, Storm Windows, Provia Doors, all apply. Thewindowman.com. Select products only. Minimums and installation apply. Prior sales already quoted. Projects excluded. See consultant for details. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
You were the one. Now I'm stuck inside of Marie. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Right now, time to go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And join the DMV's own Mr. Barstool Nate. What up, Nate Dogg? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, man. What's up with you?
We're good, dude. We're good. We're settling in the fall here. Trying to figure out where this Commanders thing is. Where are you, bud?
Look, I've said it once. I've said it a million times. With a healthy Jaden, this team can beat anybody on any given Sunday. With an unhealthy Jaden, with Jaden on the bench, this team is a bottom 5 roster in the league who needs a lot of help. Right now, we have an injured Jaden, and this team stinks. There is a lot of holes on this depth chart. There is a lot of bad schemes on the defense. There is a lot of bad going on with this football team right now that a great quarterback can sometimes mask, and Jaden is that great quarterback. But if he doesn't have any legs, this team's not going anywhere.
I think you're that theory is starting to show some validity. Frankly, the loss in Dallas was incredibly one-sided and incredibly disappointing.
I still think it's more than just a unhealthy Jaden. You need some more stuff to help Jaden out too.
Of course, I'm saying he's so good. It's he can mask all the faults across every other position. But when Marcus Mariota is, doing circ sacks out there and the defense is trying to cover CeeDee Lamb one-on-one with Bobby Wagner, a lot of bad things are going to happen. And I could talk about how bad this defense is for hours on end. I am so disappointed in not just the defense and Joe Witt Jr., but the lack of changes being made. I can't watch this team sit in a soft zone one more time without wanting to jump off the third-floor roof. It's just insane how bad and soft and pathetic this defense is playing. 3 takeaways so far this season. Let me list some teams with more takeaways. Every team besides the Jets
has more takeaways. The Jacksonville Jaguars have 14. It's just Mikey has regressed so much. Lattimore, all he does is cardio until it's time to get a pass interference flag. Quan Martin, who you guys told me last week is good, is absolutely terrible. There is very, 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 very little good going on with this defense, and changes aren't being made, which says to me, Dan Quinn is saying, hey, Joe Witt Jr. is the best person in the world for this position, and I would argue that can't possibly be true.
I don't know that you can. I know they're not going to make changes like firing anybody right now. Period.
It makes no sense to me, JP.
Okay, just you can feel like I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm just telling you it's not going to happen.
Right.
What B. Mitch has said, and I'm curious your thoughts. Quan had a bad game in Dallas. Period. Not pretending he didn't. Quan has shown a lot over 3 seasons in Washington that I don't agree with you that he's not a good player. Lattimore, since he's arrived, last year was subpar. That was blamed on the injuries. This year, it's been largely subpar. There have been some good plays. Dak, the one throw to Pickens before they scored right before halftime, he was in coverage, just perfect ball, great catch. Sometimes that happens. But overall, Lattimore has been subpar. The explosive plays in the secondary continue to happen.
Too many.
Brian's contention, which we now have some empirical data to back up, if you're giving up the explosives, playing it largely conservatively, they are generally just sending 4 rushers on about 70% of the pass plays they've faced.
Yep.
Start blitzing. Try to do something differently.
Heat them up a little bit. Make them have to do things a lot quicker.
Where do you land on that? Because they're not going to fire Witt. I don't see DQ. I don't see DQ taking over calling the defense. I'm also not entirely sure how much of a difference that makes. He and Witt are basically in concert on how things are being called. I think you have to change up personnel or you got to change up strategy. Where do you land there?
Yeah, so if we're saying, I'm with you. If we're saying we're content with being 29th in yards allowed, 27th in pass defense, 23rd in total points allowed, and only 3 takeaways, and we're not getting rid of Joe Witt Jr., fine. I'm with you. It's ridiculous that we just don't even blitz. We don't get to the quarterback whatsoever. We don't even give these trash bag corners a chance to do anything because we're not getting in the quarterback's face. The only time we did was against Justin Herbert, and it worked. And then we come out against Dallas, and it's like they're playing 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi until they can even try to get at the quarterback. It is the most boring, vanilla, nothing defense we have ever seen. And we have seen some bad defenses. We have gone through it with our defenses, and this might be even more vanilla and wallpaper than the Jack Del Rio defenses and the ones before him. I cannot figure out for the life of me how they're not even trying to get to the quarterback. I know it's a personnel issue. I know that. We know that we didn't go out and get any sort of edge rusher in the offseason, and that was a big mistake. Bring the safety down. Try to just rush 5 instead of 4. Do anything different, and they're not. And I think I speak for everybody listening that it has to change because doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again and being 29th in total yards allowed at this point in the season is so wildly unacceptable that you're right. If they're just going to be kumbaya and hold hands and walk into the sunset and say, we're not making any changes, you got to make something on the field happen.
Yeah, I agree with you totally, but it doesn't seem like nothing is going to change on the field in a drastic way. And where are you going to go with it? I mean, the personnel right now is basically what you have. The best thing you do is wish and hope and pray for some help to start coming here again.
Yeah, and it's tough because, everybody goes, you're the oldest team in the league. Yeah, like Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu, Von Miller is 100 years old. They're running 5.4 40s out there. They can only do so much. So if our current defensive coordinator cannot scheme something up, I don't know, get in the lab and figure it out. If he can't do that, somebody else has to come in and do that because the status quo is not working.
Agreed on that. The status quo is not working. Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can follow Barstool Nate at Barstool Nate. Check out all his work at Barstool Sports. Defensively, the concern is on all three levels, especially with these injuries. Dorrance Armstrong was their best defensive player. Now he's gone for the year. Offensively, what are your concerns? Because they are moving the ball well, but what stands out to me is their inability to run the football.
Which was their best thing to do early on in the season.
Right.
And I don't necessarily agree that we can't run the football. I think every time Bill has the ball in his hands, if he's not fumbling, he's showing pop. Is, going down immediately to Dallas and having to throw the ball, having a Jaden, not 100% healthy, isn't gonna, spark inspiration into the offense, and Clifton has to change his game plan. And you know what? We're not making excuses. Let's just call it what it is. It's really hard to win games without your three starting wide receivers, and we can't gloss over that. We can't turn Chris Moore, who I like, and I think he's stepping up and playing great. He's not a one, right? Like, we can't make Robbie Chosen, come off the bench, off the practice squad, and become a one. We're relying on these guys who aren't starting wide receivers in the NFL to be starting wide receivers in the NFL. It's the offense on paper, with Debo and Terry, that's a pretty good 1-2 punch. Unfortunately, as they say, the game's not played on paper, and the guys didn't even show up to Dallas because they're hurt. Mm-hmm. So it's really hard to judge an offense when the entire wide receiver core is injured. And it's really hard to judge Jaden when he has a knee brace, that looks like NASA had to make, and he's throwing the practice squad guys. So the offense, it makes sense that, that they're not clicking. That makes sense, and we shouldn't really have expected them to come out, with fire because Chris Moore and Robbie Chosen are the starters. So I give them a pass. It's the defense that I'm 1 billion% mad at, not the offense.
I tend to agree with you. I thought Jay Gruden said it really well when people were worried about Jaden. Not the injury, but he had some misses in that game against the Cowboys, and they had 4 active receivers. And, Robbie Chosen wasn't on a roster last year. I believe Chris Moore wasn't on a roster last year, and then a 3rd and a 4th round pick. What's your level of concern with some of these draft picks from last year not producing, whether it's opportunity or not? Even like the Brandon Coleman thing. Dude's been inactive now for 5 straight games. Last year he started most of the season for you.
Yeah, so not great. Obviously, Brandon Coleman has to be on the field. We don't know exactly the reason why that he's inactive. And
stop. Why he has to be on the field?
What do you mean, why does he have to be on the field?
You say he has to be on the field. Why? Why you say that?
Well, I'm saying, you would hope that your starter from last year would get on the field in year 2. I'm saying,
they move him to another position, and it doesn't seem like they have more confidence in the other guys than they do him.
Paul has been playing well too.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
so
let me rephrase that, B. Mitch. I would like for him to be on the field. I would like to see him play. I'm saying I would prefer him be on the field and play, and I prefer our draft picks pan out. I want to see our guys get out there and show why they were drafted. You don't want your best player to be a 7th-round running back to come out of the draft. I think Trey Amos is playing admirably for a 2nd-round rookie. And then, Bill is doing Bill things. Jalen Lane, I think, can get there. I really like what he shows in flashes. He has to learn the NFL wide receiver position, which we know is tough to do we know it's tough for wide receivers to hop into the league and become great immediately. I think he has a lot of potential, though. Yeah. But yeah, it'll take more than 2 drafts to rebuild this team. We know that this roster had a lot of holes, and that Adam Peters traded some draft capital to plug those holes with veterans, and it'll take more than a couple draft classes to completely revamp this team. I'm choosing patience. I'm not, yelling at the clouds, why aren't we back in the NFC Championship game this season? I think at the beginning of the season, we had this conversation, and we all kind of agreed we shouldn't expect, 13 wins every season. Things are going to happen. We're not going to get every bounce and avoid the injury bug every single season, and we're seeing it now, and I'm not overly worried. It'll take time. Dynasties aren't built in a day. I think that is a mature, 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 I think that is
kind of viewpoint.
Damn, about time he do something with you.
Out of here, Beeman.
What do you think happens over these next 3 games? These are difficult games at KC, then Seattle and Detroit at home.
It's really mean that they're making us go into Arrowhead on Monday Night Football. That's just a mean thing the NFL is making us do. They got to anti-flex that game so we can kind of just like get in, get out. You know, you expect Mahomes to drop a 40-burger on us. You can't really expect anything different. Our defense is bad. The Chiefs are clicking. We're probably gonna have Mariota as our quarterback. It's the worst possible scenario. There's no reason to even stress about it. It's maybe this can be like that Colt McCoy Monday night game down in Dallas about a decade ago when we were terrible and we won that road game in Dallas and it was very, very, very fun. I don't really see that happening again. I'm not overly optimistic about this Monday night game, to put it mildly.
I mean, I get that. I think a lot of people probably share a similar viewpoint.
Yeah. But I've seen games just like that, and the team that you didn't expect to win wins.
And then it's immediate, Sunday night versus Seattle. Maybe Jaden's back. I'll say it again. If Jaden plays, we can win any game. Without Jaden, I'm not very confident. It also doesn't help, that Terry hasn't taken a snap since the Obama administration, it feels. So if we can get healthy and get our guys back on the field, if
not
Deebo
even
can
Biden,
heal up,
Obama? That was
I can't remember the last time Terry took a snap. And Buddy Baker, this is on you. I just want to make that clear. Buddy Baker does not get a pass for the football malpractice that he pulled. So I just want to remind everybody that Buddy Baker is the reason this season has gone down the toilet.
You gotta stop. That ain't true, man.
No, it's true.
It ain't
so
true.
Seattle next
Buddy
Sunday.
Baker don't play defense, and then Terry don't play defense.
And then Detroit the Sunday after that, and then maybe we win that Madrid game on November 16th versus Miami at 9:30 a.m. It's going to be a tough upcoming schedule for sure.
Yeah, dude, it does look tough. Let's be real. That said,
it looks daunting.
There's no rules that prevent them from winning.
They can
rise
to the occasion.
With a week of preparation, we've seen Mariota play good football. It's not like we have B-Mitch going in and trying to sling the rock. We have a good backup. So
if I go in, we'll have a chance to win. You go in, there's no chance in hell.
B-Mitch, not joking. What could you run a sub 540 right now?
I could beat you.
I know that. I got 1 foot, but could you run a sub 540?
Is your foot still injured?
Yeah, definitely.
No, my foot's fine. My foot's fine. It's just an excuse I like to pull out when I lose stuff.
He has a lot of excuses.
A lot of excuses.
Like, if I lose a game of Madden, it's, I have a broken foot. How was I supposed to win? So, yeah.
You say that
my
with poker, too?
Yeah, when I'm making terrible folds at the poker table, it's like, my foot was acting up.
We just did a segment on this. I'm curious where you land. The Commanders went down to Dallas, got blown out.
Yep.
The Giants went out to Denver, had a big lead, and fell apart at the end. Who had the worst loss, do you think?
The Giants. The Giants have the worst coaching I think I've ever seen. They are Dabble is so bad, and he inspires so little confidence in his team that I just cannot believe that he is still the head coach in New York. And this is New York. Like you're under the microscope, you're under pressure so much, and he time and time and time and time again has just lost games like this, like the Denver game, and I just can't believe he keeps getting a pass. The Giants are now 2-5. They're a very exciting team to watch now that they have the rookies, firing on all cylinders. I just think they need to get a head coach. I hope they don't. I hope they keep, this coaching staff forever. But if they want to win games, they need to revamp this coaching staff. They are just losers, absolute losers.
Who are not losers are in action tonight. I know you're flying high about the Caps off to a hot start. They did have an ugly game over the weekend. Somebody was telling me apparently they lose weekend day games at an alarming rate.
Yeah, we shouldn't play before 3 p.m. We just don't wake up for those 12:30 games. It's kind of like
Ovi's out in Echo Stage the night before, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough.
How we feeling about the Caps through 6?
Yeah, no, it was a bad weekend for local sports. Starting with your beloved Maryland Terrapins, who Mike Locksley shouldn't be allowed in the state of Maryland anymore. Speaking of coaching malpractice, my heavens, he is terrible.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Yes.
Specific to locks. I'm a locks guy. I don't hide from that.
Yeah, no, they pay you under the table. I get it.
I get $0, I assure you.
I get it.
Who do you get? You want locks gone, who do you want?
This is the funniest / dumbest question that people say. Well, who are we going to replace him with? Find a guy. There are 128 D1 colleges with hungry young coaches from sea to shining sea. Good coaches come from somewhere. People want to give Locks a job for life because who else are we going to get? I don't know. Find the next guy.
Who you think? You name somebody.
Yeah, I'm asking.
See, you've been yelling. How about you name somebody?
Look,
Give me a name.
B. Mitch. I'm not a college football head coaching guru.
But you just said it's a dumb question when people ask who, then you tell me who.
My answer is go out and find him. That's what they're paid to do. You're not paid to win 3 games a season and then stand at the podium and say, oh, shucks, we'll get him next time. Locksley has proven he is not a good head coach at the D1
Is it
level.
Locksley not being a good coach, or the Maryland has not did what other teams do to give him enough talent to go out there and win with?
Oh, he's been given ample opportunity. Ample.
When?
There's a guy
The
up
last
in
3 games
Indiana
has
right
been
now.
tough losses.
There's a guy up in Indiana right now who had a job right down the street, and Indiana plucked him out, and now Indiana is the best team in the nation.
And they lead in NIL too.
Maryland can find the guy if they want to find the guy.
I do believe Maryland has a bottom 5 NIL.
If they don't spend money, they're not going to get a legitimate coach, and they won't have legitimate talent. You can think what you wish. That's facts.
My counter to the Locks stuff. Locks is a superior recruiter that gets great players into Maryland and wants to be there. I don't want to get rid of Locks for some other retread like the Randy Edsel hire. And I think if you find some young hotshot, now granted, Cignetti is kind of a unicorn in that he was old, right? Like he was in his 60s and Indiana made that move. If Maryland finds a young hotshot, it's just a stepping stone job. They just go somewhere else. Locks, listen, man, the last 3 weeks have been brutal. I hear you on that. But at the same time,
brutal.
That's not true, dude. He won 3 straight bowl games.
Oh my God,
that's true.
I forgot that you are happy with winning 7 games a season. You want to give him.
What are your expectations for Maryland football, dude? Honestly, I'm asking.
My expectations are to be better than average, to be better than the status quo. Just because there's 700 bowl games and we go 4-5 in the Big Ten, and they throw us into the Meineke Care Bowl, and we play against an Auburn team who benches every single starter, doesn't make it a successful good season.
If I may, think about some of these much larger programs, much larger spends than Maryland, like Wisconsin, Auburn. Like these schools can't figure this out, and they just churn and burn, and it does them no good. And their budgets are like 4x what Maryland's spending.
Let me say
in
this.
Locks' tenure in Maryland, they won 3 straight bowls from 21 to 23.
Let me say this.
It's been brutal. They haven't closed out any of these wins the last 3 weeks. I get you that. But they're also with a freshman quarterback.
JP, winning against Towson and, Montclair State in September and then going 17-43 in Big Ten conference play is not successful. You can make a bowl game by winning against terrible schools early, and then he loses every single, and that's not hyperbole, he loses every single important game after that. He is 17-43 in Big Ten conference play, and his head coaching for his career, his record is 39-70.
I don't care about
and you want to give him a contract for life. A 39-70 coach does not deserve a contract for life.
Nobody's suggesting a contract for life. If you come to me next week when we do this with a
list, have a name,
the guys you are interested in, I think that's a more relevant conversation.
I will have a list that will go on for 10 minutes because I will name every offensive and defensive coordinator at the D1 level.
And you better
That's
wish
absurd.
they're looking to come here.
Yo, the easiest thing to do is say fire the coach. The hardest thing to do is figure out the guy who's going to be better.
Well, it's not that hard to be better than 39-70.
Is his record at New Mexico State relevant whatsoever? I don't think so.
Okay, fine. His record at Maryland in Big Ten play is 17-43. Let's try to be better than that.
I agree with that.
Done.
Losing these last 3 weeks is brutal. I agree with that. You have opportunities for big marquee wins. You don't get it done. That is brutal. I'm agreeing with you there. We got to go.
1-8 last year, 1-3 so far this year. Bad.
Goodbye. You're such a pain in the ass. His name's Nate.
He's your friend.
Google
He ain't my
him.
friend.
He
That's your
drives me
friend.
nuts. We'll be right back.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. What's already been a tough season could get a lot more difficult for the Commanders. Monday Night Football next for the reeling Commanders next weekend in Kansas City. Monday Night Football, team they haven't beaten in 42 years, just 1-10 all-time against Kansas City. Their only win against them, 1983. And we will see. We don't know about the quarterback, Jaden Daniels. The MRI showed not a significant hamstring injury, not a long-term deal. His status, though, for Monday Night Football is uncertain. They'll know more when practice resumes. Remember, Monday night, so everything's pushed back a day. Thursday is the first full practice for the team. I will say one of the internet doctors said yesterday online on Twitter, there's no such thing as a 1-week hamstring injury. So we'll see how long he would potentially be out. Meanwhile, to baseball, the World Series is set. The Dodgers and the Blue Jays. Toronto winning Game 7 of the World Series last night against Seattle. They'll start things off Friday night in Toronto for the Fall Classic. Former National Kurt Suzuki has a new job, reportedly being hired as the new manager of the LA Angels. And hockey tonight, Capitals back on the ice, looking to get back on track. Home against the Seattle Kraken, 7 p.m. here in the Fan. If your office setup is looking like a busted play, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to you to help design a game plan that actually works. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Score big when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley. I know who sings this, Landfill. No debate. Meatloaf for Air Supply. No debate either. The ice cream at Yala, the Greek ice cream, is better for you. Protein packed. Got A2 milk, B. Apparently that's way better for you than A1. Somebody should work on the branding because you would think A1 is better than A2, but I'm not a milk expert. But shout out to Tommy and Chris from Yala. Shout out to Diane for bringing it in. That creamsicle ice cream, phenomenal, man. I hadn't had that one.
Cookies and cream and the pistachio was banging.
I might have to try the pistachio. The cherry is really good. It's like healthy Cherry Garcia ice cream. It's really, really good. They got a store in Georgetown now with a line out the door. Wow. And you can buy the pints. It's very, very good. I've enjoyed the Yala ice cream every chance I've gotten. Something for you to enjoy. Caller number 10 right now. 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to Government Mule. Friday, October 31st at the Warner Theater. Halloween with Government Mule at Warner Theater. That'll be a scene. All winners will qualify to win a VIP Ultimate Experience Package, which includes 2 reserved seats, pre-show sound check, and some cool swag. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Call number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets for Government Mule. Nate got me all heated defending locks. They went 8-5 3 straight years and went to 3 straight bowl games and won them. So
you might need to let Nate go on a little hiatus for about a week or 2. Serious.
I did want to at least check in with the rest of the league for a minute, B.
Mm-hmm.
How much longer do you think Mike McDaniel is going to last in Miami?
He say he's going to start Tua again. So I would suspect he may get through the whole year. Be honest with you.
Who's worse, the Dolphins or the Jets? The Dolphins are 1-6. The Jets are 0-7.
The Jets are worse right now. They just don't seem like they can get nothing going on either side of the ball. They got close that one game, and that was it.
You want to run through the cooked index?
At least when you look at the Dolphins, they lost Tyreek. Yeah. You look at those things like that affects them more. But have the Jets lost anybody?
They need to lose Justin Fields. He's been awful.
And that's what they gave him as quarterback.
They gave him a lot of guaranteed money, too. I also made the mistake of betting on the New York Jets last week.
And maybe I think you need you.
That's on me. You got
You need to get your head checked for doing that, and also for having Nate all the time. That's you really need to go lay down and talk to somebody on the couch.
Jets are cooked, correct?
They were cooked when they a long time ago.
Dolphins cooked?
Yeah.
Ravens?
They may get their people back.
Is Lamar practicing?
When Lamar comes back, I would say they're not cooked. But if Lamar's not there, cooked.
They had, because they were coming out.
Cooper Rush?
Yeah. And I think they went to Snoop Huntley. They had a bonus practice on Monday because they were coming off their bye, and Lamar did not practice. Thank you, Diane. Lamar did not practice in the bonus practice.
Mm-hmm.
But you still won't cook the Ravens.
I won't cook them until I know Lamar's not playing. Because I think Lamar is like that.
They're 1-5.
Still, he's like that.
You like that ice cream? You going back for more, huh?
Of course.
Titans are all the way cooked. They already fired their coach. They're 1-6.
Yeah.
Raiders 2-5, cooked.
Pete is a magician sometimes, so not completely cooked. But they are in the pot sizzling.
Texans 2-4, lost last night to Seattle.
I think the Texans got more than what their records show. They lost to a good team last night. But the thing about them is, it just seemed like they're trying like too hard, like pressing.
For me,
haven't relaxed yet.
Like when you are cooked means your season is over. There's no chance you make the playoffs. For the Texans, like the Browns are 2-5, they're cooked, right?
Yeah.
All right. The Texans are 2-4, and what I think puts them closer to cooked than people are willing to consider. What is their path to the playoffs? We may both look forward to betting against Daniel Jones in the playoffs, but the Colts are 6-1. They've got the best point differential in the NFL. Like their offense is really good. Jonathan Taylor's really good. The Colts, to me, are a playoff team. So Houston's not going to win that division. Then you look around at what a wild card spot's going to look like in the AFC. You've got the Pats and the Bills. It sure seems like both those teams are making the playoffs. You've got the Steelers, who I think are making the playoffs. I think they're going to win that division. Broncos, Chargers, Chiefs. The Chargers might be fading here, but I think the Broncos and the Chiefs are making the playoffs. Like the path to a wild card spot, even for Houston, is very difficult. I think Houston's closer to cooked than we realize.
In the pot on high.
Yeah. Giants 2-5.
Cook.
The NFC North is loaded. Packers are 4-1-1. Lions are 5-2-0. Bears are 4-2. The Vikings are in last place in the NFC North at 3-3. I'm not saying they're cooked yet.
If their offense don't get better, they cook because they have a good defense that can't really do that because they always on the
Carson
field.
Wentz off the field.
He's horrible.
Saints are cooked.
Nate used to love Carson Wentz. We got to stop listening to him when he talks about quarterbacks.
Are you aware that the Panthers are 4-3?
No, that's a shock to me.
Now, Bryce Young got a high ankle sprain, so he's going to miss some time. But they had that thing moving the right way in Carolina, man.
Mm-hmm.
Cardinals 2-5, cooked.
Yeah, I'm not sold on Kyler.
Well, Kyler's been missing time. Plus, similarly to the Texans, what's their path to the playoffs? They're 2-5. The other three teams in their division are 5-2. So let's say two of those teams make the playoffs. At least two are making it out of the NFC North. Like if I was to wager, your three wild card teams are coming out of the North and the West.
At this point, it looks like that.
Right, and there's a lot of football to be played, obviously. So did you see who was the Eagles DN that retired? Zadarius Smith, I believe.
Yeah.
And now Brandon Graham wants...
He's back.
He's back. Those checks are hard to give up.
Hard to give up. But it's also hard to get your mind back to it when you've been sitting at home, chilling.
He says that
I always tell you, you're thinking about retirement, you retired. He retired and came back.
I think about retirement daily. I guess it's different when you're a blogger versus a pro athlete.
Yeah.
All right, we gave away those government mule tickets. I hope those folks have a ton of fun. We're going to make some bets when we return.
train roll on down the line.
There's so many things Landfill does, but this is my favorite. If you're unaware, this is Tuesday's Gone by Leonard Skinner. Just a tremendous, tremendous song and tremendous use of it, Landfill. As me and B are about gone, Grant and Danny getting ready to start. I got to say, the rave reviews for the Greek yogurt ice cream, Yalas.
Yeah.
What you just say?
I got a Turkish buddy trying to take credit for it.
Nah, dog.
Like, dog, you didn't make the ice cream. They did.
If you invented Facebook, you would have invented Facebook.
Yeah. Like the people that were suing him because they took his idea.
Yeah, exactly. The boys at the aquarium are eating it. Landfill, 2 thumbs up, Landini. Landfill likes it. And I got to be honest, I'm not sure I love the principle of like trying to healthify not healthy foods. Like, have you seen they're making like protein chips now? Like, you can get protein Doritos.
They've been making that.
Right. But
when you make protein something, don't take away the taste now. They kept
the thing with the ice cream.
They kept the taste with this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like you said, it feels like
cleaner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was very good. You know what's funny is as a crew, we roll 5 deep, but somehow more often than not, we end up with just 3 of us. I'm looking right now. I see Brian and I see Landfill. I don't know where White Brian went. Oh, he's there. He waved again. I thought you walked out, buddy. White Brian, did you enjoy the ice cream?
He might not
Yeah, it
know.
was good. The pistachio.
He
tastes
might
like
not know
actual
he's here.
pistachio.
The pistachio did taste like actual pistachio.
Yeah.
Which was surprising because I love pistachios. I didn't love the pistachio on its own, but I mixed it with the chocolate a little. That was banging. I'm also a weirdo. B, you know
I was about to say that.
I don't
You
like
beat me to
tequila
it.
and I don't like coffee.
But you like coffee with tequila?
No, I like that coffee flavored tequila in my younger days.
So you like tequila?
Cafe Patron, I think.
Yeah.
Let's make some bets, Landy.
Hard to hear first. Allah. Gather around, gather around. Who won that? Who won last night, White Brian?
Wasn't here, so I don't know if he's aware. I had the Lions. I know I won.
I had the Lions and I had the Blue Jays.
You did?
Yeah.
All right, B's 2-0.
Yep.
Landfill had, I don't know what Landfill had.
I'm 2-0 too.
I do not
You did
believe
not
you.
have, you're not a parlay.
I did. It was crazy. I'm like, I love the home teams, so I took the Lions and I took the Seahawks and winner.
I don't believe you.
No, you did
I
not.
think you took the Mariners.
You did not take this, the 2 home teams.
I'm pretty sure I did.
And we're pretty sure, no, like I said earlier, you are the craziest on the show. Yeah, you crazy if you think that gonna flow.
That's crazy because you're the crazy one.
White Brian, did you go back and track down who bet on what?
No, but I will after.
He could barely talk. You know what I mean?
Jeff lost. That much I know.
Yeah, we know, and he lost today too, which is crazy.
Jeff 0-2. Damn, dog. Life comes at you fast. We probably have college football tonight. Sam
Got
Houston
NBA
State.
tonight.
We do have NBA tonight. 2 college football games tonight, B. Kennesaw State at Florida International. Can you name either of the Kennesaw State or Florida International mascots?
Owls.
Kennesaw State Owls.
Bam.
Good job, dude. You got Florida International?
Nah.
The Panthers. You also, should you choose
I'm
to,
going with the Warriors.
you could go to the boot. Western Kentucky traveling to I don't know what city to play Louisiana Tech.
Where the hell is Louisiana Tech?
They had a good ladies basketball team for a while.
Oh, yeah. The lady, when you went on the campus, the ladies had the cars. The guys were driving hoopties.
That actually, Western Kentucky, the Hilltoppers are 5-2. The Bulldogs of Louisiana Tech are 4-2.
Give me, like I said, the Warriors tonight.
Warriors for B.
They're -2.5 against the Lakers.
Ruston, Louisiana.
Yeah, Ruston.
Reston, Virginia.
Ruston
Town
Yeah.
Center.
Yeah, Reston, Virginia, and Ruston, Louisiana.
Jim Rushton. What do you like tonight, Landy?
Rockets.
White Brian?
Amen Thompson, 12 rebounds and assists.
Amen Thompson. Okay. I'm going to take the Lakers at home. Give me Luka putting on a show for the home crowd. And it's not Staples anymore. What's it called now? Crypto Arena or something?
Crypto.com.
White Bryant sounds terrible. Let's get that guy some tea or
I,
something.
I hope he don't come into the Marshall and just. I'm gonna know he did more than just yell.
It's definitely not yelling.
Yeah, that's some BS.
Yelling at 4 a.m. while shotgunning a case of Natty Light is what that sounds like. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today.
OE. He was drinking OE.
Mickey's.
OE is 800. That is brand.
Thank you to David Aldridge for joining us. Thank you to John Bates for joining us. And thank you to Barstool Nate for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called. Grant and Danny coming your way next. World Series breakdown from the boys. If you made it this far, I owe you some ice cream.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update is brought to you by the I-66 Express Lanes. Well, what a difference a year makes, huh? For the Commanders, certainly it does. It's all fun and games until you start getting your ass kicked. That's what happened to them. Demolished in Dallas over the weekend, 44-22. They are 3-4, playoff hopes fading fast, and with Monday Night Football coming up against Kansas City, the Kansas City Chiefs, Dan Quinn's looking for answers.
The only thing consistent right now has been our inconsistency. Doing hard with good people isn't a slogan, but absolutely how we live. And so told them we're in hard right now, and we'll find out a lot about our team in these weeks ahead.
Catchphrases just don't hit the same when you're 3-4, do they? Not good in the brotherhood right now for the Commanders. You had another injury to overcome. Top pass rusher, sacks leader, defensive end Dorrance Armstrong, done for the year, torn ACL. And we won't know for sure until later in the week what the status of quarterback Jaden Daniels is. Hamstring injury, MRI showed it's not significant, but his status is uncertain for Monday night in Kansas City. Commanders, by the way, a 10.5-point underdog. Baseball playoffs, Blue Jays beat the M's, Game 7 of the ALCS to advance to the World Series. Dodgers are the heavy favorites. Game 1 is Friday night. Reports today also saying former Nat Kurt Suzuki is going to be the new manager of the LA Angels. In hockey, the Capitals are back on the ice, still home against Seattle tonight, 7 p.m. face-off for the Caps here on 106.7 The Fan. What's the road to reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. 66 Express outside the Beltway is your answer that you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
What's up? Welcome in. Grant and Danny on The Fan. Just after 2 o'clock, we are live from our D.C. Navy Yard studios on Half Street. We'll take you all the way up to 6:30 in 2 hours. Your Beltway Blitz at 4. And in 3 hours, Ja'Cory Krosky Bill Krosky Merritt's on the show. Your favorite RB, the People's Back, at 5 o'clock right here on The Fan. Danny, the sport was so good last night.
My God.
You needed two TV screens to keep up.
The fall! Let it wash over you, my friends.
ALCS Game 7, the Blue Jays with a dramatic 3-run home run from George Springer take a late lead and win. They're on to the World Series to host the Dodgers in Games 1 and 2 north of the border. And meanwhile, we had a double dip in Monday Night Football. The Detroit Lions outlasting the Tampa Bay Bucks, suffocating defensive performance despite a ton of injuries on defense for them. And the Seattle Seahawks didn't play very well, I didn't think. But the Texans are just not very good, and the Seahawks beat them 27-19. So a chalky Monday night slate, but damn if that wasn't fun sports watching on a Monday.
So I found that once George Springer left Houston, I disliked him a lot less. I never really hated him specifically. It was more Bregman and some of the other guys, like Altuve I resented, and how arrogant and irritating and condescending they were, hiding behind Dusty Baker and everything about when they got caught cheating, because they cheated. And by the way, there was way more cheating than even everyone wanted to talk about. There's a great Wall Street Journal piece about it where they exposed the entire thing, and no one ever paid attention to that. Anyway, the point of the dude's story is I actually found myself not having animus towards an amazing moment last night, hitting that bomb at home. Yeah,
he's one of the most clutch playoff hitters ever. I mean, he's creeping up on 25 career postseason home runs, and he's a guy that he won't be a Hall of Famer. I don't think he's Hall of really good, yeah. But his postseason resume is Hall of Fame caliber. I mean, it's that kind of epic. And a lot of that is just bites at the apple, as you said, every year with Houston, going to Toronto, getting all the money, and now being a mainstay in the postseason, off and on with Toronto as well. But really, really good dude. I first interviewed him when he was at the University of Connecticut, and he was coming out in the draft as a fringe top 10 pick. And he, back then, Danny, had a pretty legitimate stutter. And it had improved since his childhood, as he kind of told me at the time. But it was still very noticeable when he did interviews, especially on the phone. And he would do these interviews with a stutter, and he would kind of warn you in advance, and he would talk about it.
By the way, so good for him to be able to say, I know this is what it is, and I'm still doing it anyhow.
But he has done, and the reason I even bring it up, incredible work in that, it sounds weird to say community.
Yeah.
But it's a real thing. Kids that have stutters and, their social successes or just willingness to engage and interact with other kids. And I only know this because of the awareness that George Springer has brought to this, honestly. There are a lot of other people. I know Joe Biden had a stutter at one point many, many years ago that have talked a lot about this and done a lot for young kids with these issues. But George Springer, when I first started interviewing him, had a legitimate, obvious stutter. And nowadays, you wouldn't even notice it when he's doing these interviews because he's so much more comfortable. But I bring this up to say he has long been a great ambassador for baseball. He is a Roberto Clemente Award nominee a couple times over, but he's a hell of a player in big moments like that last night. This was how it sounded with the great Dan Shulman, national broadcaster who the Blue Jays have as their game-by-game play caller on their television network last evening as Toronto, down a couple runs, reversed the scoreboard and took a late-inning lead.
And a swing and a fly ball to left field. Back goes Arozarena. She's gone!
Bedlam, electricity, euphoria. It's hard to top a Game 7, winner-take-all kind of playoff atmosphere. And whether it was Seattle, which I thought was number one in the postseason, frankly, or Toronto last night, it was a madhouse. I'm
Shades of Jose Bautista.
Yes.
Shades even of, I know it's not the World Series, but Joe Carter. Just the pandemonium. I mean, forever ago, I did a 6-week tour of Canada, doing comedy clubs in Western Canada. And has nothing to do with Toronto, except that that's on every station. Because that's Canada's baseball team. You know what I mean?
What do you mean that's on? Like the Blue Jays?
Like the Blue Jays.
Okay.
So I don't have a good analogy, but the best I can come up with, when I was in Vancouver, Toronto baseball games were on. The way like your local broadcast is on. It'd be like if you lived in San Francisco and they had Mets games. But that's the whole country gets behind that because they don't have the Expos anymore. It's the Blue Jays. And there's this, even though it's not like they have a bunch of Canadians on the team, it's not like an us versus them, and the guys from all over the world, but there's still this extra layer of pride because that's the only Canadian pro team in that space. And they went ape. Just so fun to see.
I like this Blue Jays team a lot. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is finally getting his. He's got a chance to play in a World Series. They got this kid pitcher named Trey Savage, who they drafted out of East Carolina this past year, who's made a handful of big league starts, and he's mowing through lineups in October. I think that's a fun little story. They're doing this without Bo Bichette, who's been their premium infielder for years. They overpaid, gave a bunch of money to a slugger this offseason who's not even healthy and available right now, hasn't been playing during this stretch. And so if you look at all of the adversities and who's available and who isn't and how we got here, nobody would have said, you're going to come out of a juggernaut division with the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Rays, and you're going to make this run, but they have. But it just reminded me again last night, I know I overtalk about this, how much I miss October baseball in this city. There's not a whole lot better, man. If you remember back to the wild card game and everybody throwing their beer and their water in the air, and it was like it was raining at Nats Park, just with the plastic cups full of drinks that had been tossed in the air out in the outfield. One of the great scenes in DC sports history. I don't think that's hyperbole. Take me back. Or just take me forward, Paul Taboni, and give me that one more time.
Let's do that again, please. The joy of it. And again, in the moment where you're agonizing, it's like, Brandon Woodruff in that game throws strike one. You're like, oh my God, they're going to lose. Like that pit in your stomach misery where like there's, ball one from your pitcher. And you decide, like, oh, my God, everything's over. I'll never eat again. Or what you're willing to sacrifice and give up, you make these bargains. But when it actually finally happens, that big moment finally happens. Worth hits that homer. Juan Soto hits the ball to right field, and Trent Grisham sprints, 10 feet to the left to overrun it and have it spin backwards. Just absolute joy.
As far as the football last night, the games happened hours ago, so we don't need to go back through the specifics, but just a couple of storylines that come out of them. So the Detroit Lions, they're scary in the NFC.
Yep.
Because I feel like
highest ceiling.
On the right day, Jared Goff is going to throw for 350 and they're going to score 45 or something, Yesterday, it was not him at all. It was the Jahmyr Gibbs show. It was Gibbs running for $136, including an 80-yard touchdown, 2 touchdowns. And also, he caught 2 screens for about 70 yards. Not even screens, just swing passes.
Yep.
So basically, Goff the rest of the game threw for 170, 90 of which was to Amon-Ra St. Brown, most of it in the first quarter. The Lions, I didn't think offensively played that well. They couldn't stay on the field. They coughed up the ball a couple times. Goff had a bad pick, lost a fumble. But Jahmyr Gibbs was amazing. I'm old enough to remember when people hated when Detroit traded up to get this unbelievable weapon that nobody can defend with so much speed. I mean, did anybody else envy that, watching him run down the field last night? When is the last time the Commanders have had a player with his speed, his explosiveness, his open field lethalness?
Been a long time.
I don't even remember one, honestly.
I mean, the closest would be Santana Moss, different type of player, honestly, but that kind of, instant offense, like the screen to the house, the long pass to the house, or Deshaun Jackson is in there, but it's different. You can take the simplest little play, and it's a touchdown. That's where he's different than a lot of people.
I just think you could pick your poison with the Lions.
Yep.
Like they had 4 sacks last night. They covered really, really well on the back end.
Despite having their entire secondary decimated.
Literally every one of their starters wasn't available, and you wouldn't have known it. They shoved it on the Bucs. And then Seattle didn't play like it, but you can see why they're so good. Sam Darnold had one terrible play in the pocket, which cost them, where he just backpedaled into the end zone and basically got sack fumbled. But is he not throwing the ball as well as anybody right now? Dime after dime in that offense with Kubiak, he's making moves.
So I give them a lot of credit, and here's where I'm going with this. Even, the stick with the run people, the establish the run people that love to just yell that as if it's the magic formula and every coach is stupid who doesn't do it. They actually live it. And even when Kenneth Walker's not going anywhere, even when Zach Charbonnet's not going anywhere, they are so committed to hammering you with that run game. And the passing game isn't unbelievable, but Jackson Smith and Jigba is. So it's not like, you look around at, A.J. Barner or Elijah Arroyo or some of these guys are not world beaters. JSN is a world beater, right? So they are going to go gut punch, gut punch, gut punch, gut punch, just make you defend it, make you deal with it, and then you get a nice pocket, you get a nice situation where they can have some of those intermediate, even long strikes, maybe to JSN. And it's a pretty decent formula. They play good defense. I think their ceiling is a little bit lower. If they were more prolific on offense, more often if they had like one other great offensive weapon on the outside or a really lethal tight end, they might be a Super Bowl contender. But they're building something out there. They are a pain in the butt to play.
So I was thinking about talking about what last night meant for Washington, because both results were probably the opposite of what the Commanders would have ordered last evening. Having said that, I don't think this is not a week to even care or worry about that. I mean, they are right now the number 13 team in a 16-team conference. So while you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, and you always want to root each week for the thing that helps you, because eventually if enough good things happen, it's going to benefit you, this is one of those take inventory and worry about yourself weeks. You don't get to talk about the playoffs. You don't get to talk about tiebreakers. You don't get to talk about the wild card when you're sub 500. And not only are there 7 teams currently in the playoffs, but there's another 5 teams ahead of you in the standings that are out of the playoffs that are ahead of you as well with better records than you. I mean, only right now, 3 teams in the NFC, the Cardinals, who have a quarterback injury, the Giants, who have benched a quarterback, and the Saints, who everyone thought coming into the year might pick first. Those are the only teams with a worse record right now in the NFC than Washington. So maybe we shouldn't spend a whole lot of time talking about what last night meant in terms of the playoff picture, but I guess succinctly, Washington's going to have to go on an amazing run that nobody sees coming, and they're going to need a lot of luck and a lot of help. And if you get both of those things, we're going to have a fun little December. But both are going to need to happen, probably.
Yeah. Because of that NFC record, we keep hammering this, and I know it's probably irritating to folks in October to start thinking about those kinds of scenarios and the like. But again, if you could flip their wins and losses, the teams that they've beaten versus the teams that they lost to, if you have another AFC loss this week against Kansas City, for example, you're not dead. All you've got to be is on equal footing with a lot of these NFC teams. But you're not. You are behind the 8 ball being 1-4 in the NFC. So now you're relying on other teams. And every playoff run back in the stupid Snyder, Bruce Allen, Vinny Boombots days involved this. A 3-6 start, a 2-5 start, crawling to 500, and then some kind of Todd Collins magical run or some kind of thing that didn't make any sense, to be honest with you. You need one of those now. You need to chip in a ball from the bunker to get yourself par on a couple of these next couple of games somehow to get yourself back into relevancy. If you do that, it'll A, change your playoff possibilities, but B, change the eye line. Right now, you don't get to talk about anything other than the fact that you went to a division rival, yes, beat up, but see a lot of teams that are beat up. Look at Tampa Bay, for example. They're walking wounded too. Now, they lost last night, but they're in way better shape than you are. you lost kind of the privilege of doing anything other than taking sort of self-inventory, to your point.
Yeah.
Anything other than your own reflection in the mirror, which is not handsome. Like you can't complain about members of the opposite sex when you look like a slob.
One other thing about last night. How did CJ Stroud have the rookie year that he had? What am I missing here? Last year was bad. This year's a little better than last year. He was so clueless in the pocket last night. That was as poor a pocket awareness performance as I can remember seeing. I'm sure I've seen worse. I watched John Beck get sacked 11 times in Toronto, so we'll come full circle to Toronto in this conversation. There have been worse games, but my goodness, man. Do you remember what we were saying after his rookie year?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was kind of Jaden Daniels just going into year 2 in the sense of, is this guy maybe going to be a top 5 quarterback? Is he the next great QB?
That's what we were doing. I mean, they were the ones that were going to dethrone Kansas City. They were the Buffalo of the moment, right? Where they look at where they just came from. Look at where they are now. They found the coach. They found the quarterback. They're on deck.
Chicken or egg debate to be had. I think that he's a victim of a team that has gone backwards and a bad offensive line that's the worst that it's been. Weird that your bad offensive line trades your best player, Laramie Tunsil, and gets worse. But also, it's not the eye test with him getting past anymore. I mean, he is a shell of what he was as a rookie. It just brings me back to so much of that position is confidence.
Yep.
Going into a game, do you feel good about your plan? Do you feel good about your relationship with the coordinator? Do you trust the play calling? Are you confident in what's happening? Like, that position maybe more than a lot of others. We have Joe Theismann on the show a lot, and he always says it's the most dependent position in sports. There's something to that. He also clearly is just not making enough plays as well. All right, let's tee up Commander Survivor because it is Tuesday. We got to send somebody home and kick a player off the island after another Commanders game, and somebody's going to get immunity. Who was immune last week? So unfortunately for Daron Payne, he already had immunity this week, and he can't get it a second straight week. Otherwise, it'd be the easiest immunity vote in the history of Commander Survivor because he was excellent. A week ago, Terry McLaurin got voted off. He is gone. So, Danny, update us on who's left on Commander Survivor. You guys are going to facebook.com/Grant and Danny to send somebody packing and to give somebody immunity.
On offense, Jaden Daniels, Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt, Debo Samuel, Laramie Tunsil, Josh Connerly Jr. On defense, Javon Kinlaw, Daron Payne, who is immune this week, Dorrance Armstrong, Bobby Wagner, Frankie Luvu, and Trey Amos.
There are options, my friend. I like the progression of Connerly this season, and I think over the last several weeks he'd played much better. He got hit for 3 penalties and gave up 4 pressures via PFF accounting this week. This was not a particularly strong performance. He could be in a little bit of trouble, first blush.
Wagner has now drawn the ire of fans that people are asking for him to be benched on passing downs. Dorrance Armstrong got hurt. Not his fault, obviously, but, that happened.
That's true. When you're out for the season, oftentimes
This may be the bad luck week for him.
Torch gets put out.
Yeah, I don't know. This is... You've got your pick. Debo Samuel didn't play, but his deposits in the bank have been really, really good. You'd assume he would come back sooner rather than later. I don't know, man. Nobody's are going, well, that's obvious for immunity. Nobody had a good game, right? If you played for the team, you didn't have a good game, save Tressway.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Let's do this to launch into the program, get you guys involved for the first time next. If you have a panic button, are you hitting it right now? Is it time to panic, or are you going to take a deep breath and see if this team can respond going into Monday Night Football against the Kansas City with their backs against the wall? Let's get into that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for Monday Night Football against the Chiefs. Found out yesterday from Dan Quinn that Jaden Daniels had an MRI on his hamstring and that it's not considered significant or long-term, but he didn't have an update on his status for Monday Night Football. Other news around the league, defensive end Brandon Graham is coming out of retirement and joining the Philadelphia Eagles. Injuries from last night's games, Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans fractured his collarbone. Todd Bowles said he's going to be out till toward the end of the season. Texans wide receiver Nico Collins is dealing with a concussion. In hockey, the Capitals taking on the Kraken tonight, 7 p.m. puck drop right here on the Fan. NBA season gets underway tonight. Rockets and Thunder at 7:30, Warriors and Lakers at 10. The Wizards will kick off their season tomorrow, and the Angels are hiring Kurt Suzuki as their new manager. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. You can go to the 1067 The Fan Twitter account right now to vote in our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. The question we're asking you today on Twitter, are you ready to hit the panic button on the 2025 season? Yes or no? And we're taking your calls on this at 800-636-1067. 3 games upcoming that are clearly the toughest 3-game stretch of your entire year at a point where you're now 3-4 with major injury concerns on both sides of the ball, and you just lost your best pass rusher for the season. So the idea of bringing up the notion of panicking makes perfect sense. Is it time to do that, though? Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day, local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades, best-in-class service and experience. You can let them do your heavy lifting, take it to the house. More at dcmetropolitanmoving.com.
This is like writing your name and getting points on the SAT. Yes. My God, yes. If they had the Patriots schedule and it was Cleveland and the Jets in a couple weeks and a couple other teams, and they were going
over the Bills.
Yeah, and they were going through a lull. I just meant upcoming.
Yeah.
I'd go, no, it's not time to panic if you lost a couple in a row. But it's not. The hard part's yet to come. You had the easy part. You had the bunnies. You had the layups, and you punted those into the stratosphere. The buzzsaw's coming. The gauntlet. We have nicknamed the next 3 games the gauntlet. Not because it's simple. Not because it's easy. This is calculus, dude. This is calculus upside down in space next to a black hole. You have made it tougher on yourself. Yes, it's time to panic for all the reasons that you stated. You're not panicking because, oh, no, it's not going that great. You're panicking because there's no way out. You're panicking because there's no exit. There's no off-ramp to this. This is the really, really hard stuff with good people. And you're injured. And you're beat up. And the saviors, whenever they do come back at some point, talking about McLaurin and company, when are they going to be themselves? And is that going to be too late? And the answer might be yes. Even with the full complement, you're not beating Kansas City this coming week in all likelihood. You're probably not beating Detroit. Maybe got a shot against Seattle, who played not so great last night and still was plenty enough to win a game in prime time. You're not as good as the next 3 teams you're playing, and you got Philly 2 more times, more divisional games. Minnesota's no cakewalk. You made it too tough on yourself. This is absolutely smack that button for panic time.
So I'm not panicking yet. I'm going to panic after Monday night if they lose and look bad doing it again. They're 9.5-point underdogs when the betting line opened this week, so there's a good chance that happens. But if you lose decisively again, now you're 3-5, just from a math standpoint, a record, a how deep into the season we are, about the midway point standpoint, I'll be closer to panicking. I understand how tall of an order this is going to Kansas City, and I get how arduous a task this is going to be. But you guys watch the NFL like I do. You're smart. You see every single week teams win games that nobody thinks they're going to win. And there is a desperation setting in for this team now, while the Chiefs are reading their press clippings and feeling like they're all the way back and peaking at the right time. And Rashee Rice has that offense cooking again. And Mahomes this week is being reminded he's the MVP frontrunner for the first time in a few weeks. He's playing his best ball in 3 years, according to a lot of the pundits. This is the type of game where, in this regime last year, they would come out and win and everyone would be stunned. Now, do I think they're going to win? I don't. Do I think they're going to play a lot better? I do. I think Deebo Samuel plays. I think there's a chance Terry McLaurin plays. I don't know about Jaden Daniels. I certainly hope he plays. He gives them their best chance. But whether he plays or not, Marcus Mariota, in the 2 games he started, played at a above average NFL starting quarterback level, in my opinion. Gave you a chance to win both of those games. You won one of them in what was your most complete quarterback game of the year, probably. Mariota against the Raiders. Not coincidentally, the worst defense playing the worst game of any defense you've played. So that's not a zing or a ding against Jaden Daniels. It's just what happened that day. You got to play a bad group, and he lit them up. But I think Mariota would give you a chance with your complement of wide receivers to move the ball and to score points against Kansas City. I don't know how you stop the Chiefs right now. They're only a few weeks removed, though, from everyone thinking their offense was broken. It hasn't looked like that here as they've scored 30 in back-to-back games and won a game 31-0 this past week. But I'm not panicking. I'm waiting another week, and I want to see how they respond. Because this has been the hallmark of this group since Dan Quinn got here.
Yeah.
Was like, the chips are down, and everyone's telling you, oh, boy. And now you find a way to elevate your game, to play a little better. It takes a batted ball at the line by Daron Payne, picked off by Frankie Louvu. And it takes Patrick Mahomes had an awful interception in Landover, Maryland, last time they were here, I remember. It takes something like that where you're in the red zone, and now all of a sudden, after getting a field goal, you're up 10-0 to start the game, and that 9.5-point line looks a little bit different. Crazy things happen. So, do I understand your panic? Hell yeah, I do. I think most people are going to be with you, by the way. I'm going to give them another week. I'm going to give them a chance to, what does Dan Quinn say? Find their north, to recalibrate. In his presser yesterday, he talked about being a couple degrees off course and needing to chart, and the Navy SEALs need to, find their way of recalibrating their degrees. I'll give you another week to do that. If you look like crap again against Kansas City, then I'll hit the panic button.
I smell what you're
There's
cooking.
no race to hitting the panic button.
I get you. Yeah, I don't get a prize for being first. Going after that Chicago game, trying to make my case in a slightly different way. That should have been the moment where you go, we squandered one. You guys, we had that one.
Totally
even
was.
as bad as it was for a lot of that game, even all our mistakes, all our folly, we still had the football against a team that we're going to be competing directly with potentially for the postseason. We had them dead to rights. And then the defense couldn't stop anybody after our fumble. That one stinks. So, what do you want to call it? A code red, Jay Gruden style? You want to call it whatever, a must win, a need to win. Our slow starts have been an issue. They were aware of all that stuff going in. This was the game against a way worse team they're about to play on Monday, where you go, this will be our best. This is our best bullet. I understand we don't have McLaurin and Brown and no Deebo Samuel and the like, but we're going to be competitive. We're going to fly to the football. We're going to rally. We're going to run and hit, and anything that moves, we're going to blast it. We're going to do the best we possibly can to give them a fight. And they got mollywopped, and they got stomped. I don't know what reservoir they're dipping into to pull up this resolve and this ability to fix all the ails and the slow starts and the lethargy in the first quarters, or as they're down 10-0 every single week. It feels like now you got a really good team coming. If they do it, I'll be really impressed. But I'll be furious that they didn't do it before. But I will be impressed if that rally happens.
Let's hit the phones on this. 800-636-1067. Gibbs is in Connecticut, listening on the Odyssey app. Joe, I loved your work here in the 80s. How are you?
Thank you. I tried my best. Thanks for taking my call, guys. I am not hitting the panic button, just like Grant said. It's the NFL, and teams, the Browns beat the Packers this year. Like, crazy things happen. If Deebo, Terry, Jaden, they're all playing this week, they rattle off a win against Kansas City and Seattle, you're over 500, and everyone's back to, we're making the playoffs, we're going to go on a crazy run just like last year. All the narratives surrounding the team right now sound very similar to when they were 7-5 last year and lost 3 in a row. And then they've added off 7 in a row, including a 10-point underdog win against Detroit in the playoffs on the road. So you got to have some faith if everyone's back. If they're not back, yeah, it's going to get code red. But for now, I think they're fine. They just got to win.
Thanks, Gibbs. Yeah, you beat the Chiefs. I think the storyline,
it changes a lot.
In town changes, and the whole feel of this thing after you beat the team that a lot of people would have number one in their power rankings right now based on the last few weeks. Everyone's going to feel different. I will say, he referenced last year. They were so much healthier last year after those 3 losses when they got right. and the quarterback was playing at a level that we haven't really seen other than one half of football against the Chargers this season from him. Some of that is just based on health. I mean, he is hurt for a second time in a short span here. Lou is in Silver Spring. What's up, Lou? How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, absolutely panic mode. And I don't mean panic as in let's go trade all of our assets for Joe anybody who we think is going to, like, bolster the defense or help us score 40 a game. But I just don't see a path at all. Just looking at the games that are left, I mean, what would you call definite, that you could chalk up as a win? Miami, maybe the Giants one more time, but I think by the end of the season, I think this is a 6-win team, 7 at most. So, we could be picking in the top 12. I just don't see a path for it. And, I'm the ultimate homer. I hate to admit this, but I just don't see a path this year.
Appreciate you, dude. I get it.
It's getting dark early.
It's hard to see a way out. Now, the way is what Grant talked about, right? Which is they just don't play like this anymore.
Well, let me say this. The way is you get one win. I think the whole world changes if they get one win. If they were playing the Dolphins this week, you wouldn't feel like you feel, and a lot of people wouldn't feel like they feel like this thing's about to get really, really ugly, because then you'd be 4-4 and the season's back on. The fact that we're all banking on 3-5 and maybe thereafter 3-6 and maybe thereafter 3-7 because of the gauntlet, to me, that's a bigger problem than just being 3-4. The lack of health, the flawed defense, it all factors into it. But for me, while I'm not hitting the panic button, Danny, where I would consider it is just based on the next 3 games. That's my consideration. It's not really how they've played or what's happened to this point, because that can change. If Daniels, now he's not healthy, so this is moot, but in a world where he didn't leave with a hamstring injury, there's a possibility going into this 3-game stretch that Stella gets her groove back, and all of a sudden he just goes out there and has the Bengals game in Kansas City and you win on Monday night, and then he is better than Sam Darnold and you beat Seattle, and he's better than Goff and you beat Detroit. I know it's hard to imagine that because we haven't really seen it, but for a couple quarters against the Chargers, but that was kind of the formula last year. Make a play or two on defense and let Jaden Daniels be a superstar. And you could at least talk yourself into that possibly if he was healthy. He obviously isn't, which changes the algorithm.
It's a huge factor in it. But again, even with him, it hasn't gone great. I mean, you're basically saying he could be Superman again. And I guess that's always a possibility where he's both the offense and kind of the defense too, where they're running it and he's controlling the ball, and he did what he did in the second half of the season as a rookie, because I've seen that. So maybe potentially you're able to return to that somehow, and this terrible defense gets masked by Jaden Daniels doing yeoman's work. I suppose that's the path. To me, the opponents they're playing are too good. You never know, what quarterback is hurt, or if you run into a team that's as beat up as you, or something like that. Obviously, any given Sunday, and all the usual caveats apply. But to me, I do care more about the prologue here. How we got to this point matters a lot more to me, it sounds like, than it does to others. And I think that's fine. We're all looking at the same information and choosing what to pull out of it as our sort of our own North Stars with how we're viewing this. But to me, the fact that they can't get off to a good start, they're over, despite all the rhetoric, despite Dan Quinn acknowledging it at press conferences and addressing these things. You can address it there, but it can't seem to be addressed within the room, or the 3 degrees off, or 10 degrees off, or however many degrees off course we are, like Castaway.
Yeah, I also don't think it's that big of an ask if Daniels was healthy to get him back closer to last year either. Like that is the formula for this group and this team. Is him playing great, special A-plus football. You're seeing it around the league from 6 or 7 guys on the really good teams, the MVP caliber quarterbacks. I'm not saying he's got to do anything that is impossible. I'm just saying, instead of being a B player, if you're an A-plus player, now all of a sudden, last year as an example, they gave up fewer than 20 points on 5 occasions from week 7 on. Like, they were a better defensive team than they are right now, for sure. But a lot of that was, I think, that their offense kept them off the field and masked them, as you pointed out. Let's go to Mike in Annapolis on G&D. Mike, I was actually in Annapolis a couple weeks ago. I loved it. It's awesome.
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, yeah. Panic button, definitely. It's not even the injuries. It's the sloppiness. It's like watching the old Skins like 10 years ago. It's like you get first down, there's a hold, or there's a drop. It's just, even with Jaden, the injuries. Also, we all watch the same defense? I think a high school team could score on them. I'm over exaggerating, but it's terrible. Marshawn Lattimore is literally another St. Juiced. And Jaden hasn't been playing like Jaden. The stats are all right, but like he just doesn't look like he did last year. But yeah, that's what I got for you.
Appreciate you, buddy. Their defense would get stops against high school teams. I'm willing to say that.
Most of the high school teams, all of them, yes.
Which high school team are we talking about?
Like if DeMatha's got a good year, like a good squad, yes, they would get stops against high school.
800-636-1067 is the number if you want to hop in. The question is it time to panic? Right now, 73% of respondents on our 1067 The Fan Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll are saying, yeah, they're panicking. 27% of you are not ready to yet. What has you holding out hope? G&D on The Fan. if you are not panicking just yet about the 3-4 Commanders who are on the verge of a 3-game stretch against a few of the best teams in the NFL, Chiefs, Seahawks off a bye, and the Lions, why not? And what gives you hope they can get this thing together? 800-636-1067. Aram is in Chantilly. Why do you think they can figure this out?
Is it the beeping?
Hello?
Is that why?
Hey, you're on the radio. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. I'm the first-time caller, and I really want to make a very brief comment that the turning point of the whole season was the loss to the Bears. And since that point, the outlook of the whole team and the fans has changed. I mean, and now that we have all the injuries, I don't know which way we'll go. But I think if they had won against the Bears, we would be really more optimistic at this point.
Like, without a doubt. Appreciate the call, dude. Thanks for making it. If they had found a way to hold on for dear life against the Bears and eked one out, when they maybe they didn't deserve it, maybe they did, who cares? You win and lose games like that all year, or all the time. It's the league. And now they were, what would that have been? The 4-3, losing the way they did the Dallas. You go, okay, that's the aberration. But you started sliding down against Chicago, and now all of a sudden you hit the bottom of the pit, presumably, against a just okay team in Dallas. And the worst is yet to come.
Yeah, there's no doubt that was their turning point. It was a pendulum swinging game. We talked about it going in to that game. What I find interesting about that call, and I think is probably true, is he's noticed a shift in the fan base since that game.
He's right.
So have I. That was a game they should have won. They haven't lost games like that under Dan Quinn, really, where there's not really a good reason why you coughed it up. Like, that was okay, this 55 minutes have been played, and now you're about to win a football game. Never mind, we'll give it to the Bears. That has not really happened. In some way, it might have been a correction to last year.
Yeah, because that's what happened last year.
You won on a Hail Mary when, even though you outplayed them for most of the game and probably should have won, they had the lead, right? But I think that's true. You have noticed if it's more negativity or whatever, questions being asked, realism, I think that's because that felt like a departure from this group. It felt more like a bygone era. And Sunday certainly did too, with a 22-point loss. They have not suffered one of those. This was the biggest point differential that we've seen under this group. So there is going to be more negativity and more bristling and more saltiness. That's natural. This is a results business. And in a week-to-week league, it's been 3 weeks since we felt to win in this town. Let's go to Clinton and Manassas on Grant and Danny. What's up, Clinton?
Hey, how you doing, guys? I've listened to you for a long time. It's the first time I've called you. I'm not pushing the panic button. We're throwing the ball to a 5-foot white guy who made a fantastic catch, but you make fantastic catches when you can't get open.
Who's the 5-foot white guy, and why has he got to be white? McCaffrey?
Number 12. Yeah.
He's over 6 foot.
He's 6 foot tall.
He was a third-round pick.
You know what
His
I'm
brother,
saying.
who's a 5-foot white guy, is the MVP of the league.
Well, all right. Well, then I stand corrected, guys. Okay?
Well, no, I'm giving you a hard time, but I think your larger point we're poking fun at is you're saying you don't have the talent at receiver right now, and what do you expect? That's kind of your point.
Right. Well, most of your typical wide receivers, you're not him. So that's why I say that. And then the guys on the bench. Excuse me, the guys not on the bench, but the guys are on the IR or are not playing.
Right. Yeah, you're without your top 3 wide receivers. When you say not him, I don't know, like literally not Luke McCaffrey. That's true. There's only one of him. But he caught a 50-yard diving pass a few weeks ago. That looked pretty good. He had a touchdown in 3 of 4 games. I mean, was he problematic as a wide receiver when he was running free?
Yeah, I don't think he's necessarily blaming him, but I just want to make a more general point. Blaming Luke McCaffrey for their ills isn't the point. He should be their 4th receiver. That was the design, right? Is McLaurin and Deebo Samuel and Noah Brown and also Luke McCaffrey.
I think what he was trying to say is, correctly, what Jay Gruden said yesterday, which is he's throwing to McCaffrey and Robbie Anderson off the street, and Chris Moore, who's pinballed around the league and is a journeyman at this point. And you've got multiple guys leading you in catches who are off of your practice squad since training camp. And the other 2 guys are 3rd and 4th round picks the last couple of years that are still trying to find their way. And I think it's a good enough point. They have not had the offensive talent receiver to be at the same level as they were last year. My issue with that is, as Dan Quinn said after the game, is that why they lost? Would that have helped you defend George Pickens any better? Or CeeDee Lamb any better? Or not give up 410 yards? Is that why you gave up 6.6 per play? Is that why your defense is getting gashed? Let's go to Bowen in Fredericksburg. If you're not panicking, why not?
Yeah, I'm not ready to throw in the towel just yet. I like the way you said it. There'll be plenty of time to panic later.
Yeah,
but the reality is, yeah, and the reality is, I'm a little older than you guys. What is it you'd actually expect out of a team that doesn't have their top three wide receivers and a quarterback that can't stay in the game and has missed all this time? If you look at any other team in the league, they'd be in the same place where we are. They couldn't compete week in and week out. And we saw it last year with Detroit, who couldn't compete because they didn't have their defensive stars out there. If we're not going to get well unless we get well, as I think Grant said earlier, if we get healthy, then we got a chance. Otherwise, the season's just going to be a disappointment because we're not going to get better. We've got the talent we got.
That's why I think and a good call. A lot of people aren't complaining as much about the offense, understanding they're undermanned. None of those guys coming back helps the defense, other than maybe a couple more first downs or some more points here and there. But that's not all of a sudden covering receivers on the other team.
We'll get back into the Commanders next hour. Next, our fastest 16 minutes in football gets you up to speed on everything that happened in the NFL in Week 7 on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for Monday Night Football against the Chiefs next week. Coming in 3-4. We got an update on Jaden Daniels yesterday, an MRI on his hamstring. It's not considered significant or long-term, but didn't get an update from Dan Quinn on his status for Monday Night Football. Other news around the league, defensive end Brandon Graham is coming out of retirement and signing with the Philadelphia Eagles, who he spent his entire career with. Injuries coming out of last night's games. Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans fractured his collarbone. Todd Bowles said he's going to be out till toward the end of the year. Texans wide receiver Nico Collins is dealing with a concussion coming out of last night's game. The Vikings are going to continue to start quarterback Carson Wentz on Thursday Night Football. They had an on-field workout for J.J. McCarthy and said he's, quote, just not there. The Vikings also opened up the 21-day practice window for running back Aaron Jones coming back from a hamstring injury, leaving open the possibility he could play on Thursday Night Football. Hockey tonight. The Caps in action taking on the Kraken. 7 p.m. puck drop can hear the game right here on the Fan. In the NBA, getting the season underway tonight. Rockets and Thunder begin everything at 7:30 on Banner Night for Oklahoma City. Warriors and Lakers at 10 o'clock. Baseball, the Blue Jays advance to the World Series to take on the Dodgers. That'll get underway on Friday. And the Angels are hiring Kurt Suzuki as their new manager. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Oh, a little round ball rock, Dad? Is that what you're doing to kick off the NBA season? Who's ready for some hoops, huh? How about the Wizards getting going? A brand new NBA campaign kicks off this week. Let's do a detailed Wizards dive tomorrow, shall we? Let's get in on the Wizards fun before things tip off. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kandori and Murad, want to know.
They can do a lot for you. They can do a lot for you. They can draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Every week, Tuesday, 3 o'clock, we take you back to the NFL weekend that was, spin you around the National Football League. So let's get after it. It is time for the fastest 16 minutes on Grant and Danny. Let's get after it. We'll start in London. Early morning game. The Rams blew out the Jaguars. Remember when I said London was finally going to get to the export of a quality football game?
Nope.
I was wrong. 35-7 Rams. Matt Stafford threw not one, not two, not three, not four, 5 touchdown passes on just 182 yards. Devontae Adams caught 3 of them. The Rams are 5-2. If Matty Stafford's healthy, they're a Super Bowl contender.
And Stafford's going to throw for it. And he's got himself a receiver. And it is a touchdown. Terrence Ferguson.
That was the last London game of the season, Danny. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I think we're okay. Thank goodness we all got through that. Weird statistical game if you're looking at it. For the Rams' perspective, nothing prolific. Only 182 yards in the air for Matt Stafford. Only 54 yards on the ground for Kyren Williams, who's usually good for north of 100 total yards. 3 touchdowns for Devontae Adams on 35 yards receiving. Again, just strange. Jaguars not competitive in this one. What a dud from them.
We've got ourselves a Ben Johnson alert.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
4 wins in a row for the Chicago Bears. They are 4-2 and sitting pretty as a wild card hopeful. They beat New Orleans 26-14. Here's what Ben Johnson's been cooking up. A running game all of a sudden. They came out of the bye and he figured it out. They ran all over the Commanders. And then DeAndre Swift, 6.5 a pop. Manungai? Averaged 6.2 a pop. So it was 124 for Swift. 81 for Manungai. They combined 19 for about 200 in the game. Caleb Williams, $172 through the air. The Chicago Bears are all of a sudden a tough out. They picked off Spencer Rattler 3 times. They've got the most takeaways in the league.
Rattler under center, 4th down and 1. On the roll. Rattler throws. It's deflected and intercepted by Edmonds. Tremaine Edmonds with the pick. And Rattler with his third interception thrown today. The Bears take it away.
A lot of bad New Orleans in this one, but I think you touched on the story for the Bears. The thing I was surprised by early on in this season was that they couldn't get a run game going. That, to me, was what made Ben Johnson special, not passing players, the occasional trick thing. It was this two-headed monster that he resurrected David Montgomery's career. They had Jahmyr Gibbs, who make a lot of running coordinators look smart, but they couldn't get much run game going. Enter the Washington game where they turned DeAndre Swift into Gale Sayers 2.0. Now, all of a sudden, they're thumping people, and they force some turnovers. Don't look now, but they're 5-2.
I wouldn't want to be Mike McDaniel right now. Let's go to Cleveland, where the Browns beat the Dolphins 31-6. Tua Tagovailoa threw 3 interceptions. He's got 10 on the season against just 11 touchdowns. It was a 12 of 23 performance for 100 yards. He got benched in the game. McDaniel non-committal after the game about essentially the leash for Tua moving forward. Now, he's been paid a ton of money, so he's going to keep starting, but he's got to start improving, or he might not be long for that gig. Miami's now 1-6 because the Browns ran the ball all over them. Quinshot Judkins had a 46-yard touchdown run. He scored 3 times on the ground. The Browns win. Dylan Gabriel, effective and efficient, 13 of 18 passing, but for just 116. They put nothing on his plate. They're basically like, here's 3 peas for dinner. Eat these. And then Quinshot Judkins ran the ball 25 times for the Browns in a 31-6 win.
Formation here with Judkins. Jenkins' first pick with Cleveland. Judkins bangs it in. Touchdown number 3 for the rookie.
Spiro Diaz on the call on CBS, as you would expect for the Browns and the Dolphins.
Couple of terrible teams going at it, and one looked more terrible. That was Miami, of course. Uncompetitive, embarrassing, to be quite frank with you. Cleveland, as you said, had no even intention of throwing the football at all more than they had to. This was about exerting their will physically, and they did that. When that team has a lead, the very rare times, that defense can still be effective, and you saw that.
The Chiefs are chiefing. Ooh. It's happening. If you buried Kansas City, by the way, my hand is up, you buried them too soon. Not only are they back, suddenly this might be the best offense they've had in 3 years because they got Rashee Rice back, 42 yards receiving and 2 touchdowns, because they're starting to run the ball with Isaiah Pacheco, and Patrick Mahomes is playing the best he's played in a couple of years. 286 and 3 for him. Travis Kelce, 54 yards on 3 catches. Kansas City out first downed the Raiders 30-3 in this game. Vegas 0 for 7 on third down. The Chiefs 9 of 15. Your yard discrepancy 435-95. This was one of the most lopsided NFL games in recent history statistically. The Chiefs, with Rashee Rice back, are a very different team.
He looks left, throws left, and it is caught by Rice for his second touchdown of the game.
Jim Nantz, Tony Romo on the call on CBS, the A-Team.
I don't know. Now, I haven't looked, but I don't know that I've ever seen this stat happen in an NFL game. The Chiefs scored more points than the Raiders ran plays. The Chiefs scored more points than the Raiders ran plays.
It feels like it should be impossible, honestly.
Like the Raiders ran 30 plays, and that's it. That was all. And the Chiefs scored 31 points. It's like one of those stats where they've missed more free throws than their opponents have even attempted, or some kind of nonsense in basketball when they're so dominant. That is a throttling. The Raiders are an embarrassment. The Chiefs are nasty.
The Eagles out of the bye, big winners, 28-22 over the Vikings. A strong offensive performance for their receivers. Weirdly, when you throw the ball to A.J. Brown, 4 for 121 and 2. When you throw the ball to Devontae Smith, 9 for 183 and 1. When you allow Jalen Hurts behind that big offensive line that keeps a clean pocket to drop back and sling it, you can actually score points and look like a real NFL offense. He went for 326 and 3. The Vikings had all of the chances in this game. Jordan Addison went nuts, 9 for 128. Carson Wentz throws for over 300 yards, but he threw 2 terrible first half interceptions that proved to be very costly in a 6-point loss. Philly, for all of its flaws, 5-2, sitting pretty atop the NFC East, and now Jalen Hurts is cooking.
With Juergens dealing with an injury. Deep drop for Hurts, trying to find something downfield. And it's Devontae Smith. He's loose. He's got it. He is gone. Touchdown, Eagles.
Adam Amin on the call on Fox.
This was a vintage Carson Wentz performance. That's all I can think about for this one. Philadelphia was good. They deserved to win. They were the better team. Carson Wentz was such a disaster. He made just enough incredible wow plays on some scrambles, on some, second chance things, keeping things alive, dipping, ducking, dodging, and dipping, and then throwing a pass downfield or doing some miraculous thing, and then those horrendous interceptions and these near turnovers that probably should have been interceptions. This was the quintessential Carson Wentz experience. I would have went off that ride as soon as I humanly could, as soon as possible, rather, if I was the Minnesota Vikings. They're kicking themselves. They had every chance to win that game against a quality team. Now they're sitting at 3-3 in a tough division.
We are breaking down all of the Week 7 action that you may have missed on Grant and Danny in our fastest 16 minutes. The Panthers, in a gross game, outlast the Jets 13-6. Carolina took a 3-0 lead in the first quarter, then only scored one more time until the third quarter. It was a touchdown at 3 yards through the air from Bryce Young, who went for 138 in the game. The Jets benched Justin Fields, who was 6 of 12 for 46 yards. Tyrod Taylor came in and threw 2 picks. They're just terrible offensively. In the end, a 13-6 win. Carolina somehow is on the right side of 500 at 4-3. J.C. Horn, who's an outstanding corner, made a great one-handed interception in this game.
Taylor, time going long. He's got him for the end zone and knocked away. Is that intercepted? J.C. Horn. Yes, Horn calls it in and stays in for the takeaway.
Chris Myers on Panthers Jets 13-6. That sounds right.
About the right level of excitement for that play, too. Is it? He intercepted that? All right. Panthers ball. This was disgusting. This is not one of those games that I enjoyed checking out. Like when it was on Red Zone, I was like, okay, can we get baback to the other games, even if they're not in the Red Zone? Just show me something else. But, watch this one on Fast Forward. It was ugly. It was reprehensible. But here's the Carolina Panthers, as you said, 4-3, just weirdly hanging around.
Right now, this moment, the New England Patriots are one of the best stories in football. They were 31-13 winners over the Tennessee Titans. Drake May was marvelous again. May's rankings right now in the NFL, first in completion percentage, second in yards per attempt, first in passer rating, first in completion percentage over expected, second in EPA per play, fourth in PFF passer rating, seventh in QBR, fifth in success rate. There's not a quarterback in the league playing better football than the sophomore Drake May, who throws the best deep ball in the league, and he found Kayshon Boutte in the back of the end zone.
May taking a deep shot down the field. Boutte is down there. Touchdown! What a catch! Kayshon Boutte!
The Boutte is down there. Drake May was fantastic. Ramondre Stevenson ran the hell out of the football. Drake May, to me, even more impressive than how efficient he was throwing the football. Scrambled around for 62 yards, almost 8 a pop. Tennessee, of course, not competitive. That doesn't matter. What New England's doing with an easy schedule, don't look now. They're on the march to double-digit wins, putting some heat on those Bills.
Yeah, they have a soft schedule, and they're so far, based on their coaching staff, taking advantage. They also have the signature win over Buffalo, which has them in the conversation in the division. All right, let's go to the craziest fourth quarter in league history, maybe. I don't think that's hyperbolic. The Denver Broncos were down 19-0 at the start of the fourth. The final score in regulation was 33-32. I say this again, 19-0 to start the fourth, final score 33-32. And among the fourth quarter craziness, Denver comes all the way back to take the lead despite giving up another touchdown and being down 26-8 with 5 minutes to go, and despite falling behind with 37 seconds left. And they still go down the field 4 plays, 56 yards, and get a 40-yard game-winning field goal from Will Lutz. One of the least excusable losses of a game in hand you're ever going to see. Jackson Dart threw 3 touchdowns, did have 1 interception, went for 283 in the game. But for Denver, Bo Nix was putrid for 3 quarters. He couldn't do anything. And then 280 and 2 through the air. Cortland Sutton 6 for 87. Marvin Mims 6 for 85 rather. He had an gorgeous 31-yard catch that was huge for them in this game. Dobbins runs for 80. One of the greatest quarters of football you'll ever see. You got to go back and watch this game if you haven't. 33-32 final for Denver. They come all the way back.
Stacked in at the line of scrimmage.
It's a 3rd and 5. They come up the middle. Heavy pressure in the throw. Intercepted. It's picked off by Strnad. He breaks a tackle. Breaks another. Now inside the 20. Oh, disaster. What a play.
Does the NFL just have Kevin Harlan sitting in a booth somewhere waiting for a zany finish so that they can just put him on the call? to do his like
just waiting on alert 5,
perfect,
ready.
amazing carnival barking energy down the stretch of some insane game.
Yeah, speaking of insane, Dart was 4 total touchdowns, 1 on the ground. Same for Bo Nix, 4 total touchdowns, 2 on the ground, including a gorgeous, unbelievable call and great execution by him on a bootleg for a touchdown.
Where are you at on Bo Nix?
I'm a huge Bo Nix fan. I called that he would go in the first round, and I got a lot of waiting for Guffman on that. But to me, that marriage was perfect. I saw, I'm not saying he's Drew Brees. Long way to go before you're a Hall of Fame, unbelievable quarterback that made sweet music with Sean Payton for a long time. But that's who he reminds me of. Sean Payton saw kind of something similar, I think, and they're not asking him to zing it down the field 70 yards on a rope. That's not what he does. He moves around, he's athletic, he buys time, he's going short and intermediate. That's Sean Payton's offense to a T. It reminds me of those New Orleans days.
He made some really nice winning plays in this game.
Yeah.
He's doing the Jaden Daniels thing, I think, which is, I think he's still playing at a good level, and everyone's like, oh, he hasn't been the same, because last year was so good.
Mm-hmm.
Now, his so good wasn't as good as Daniels is, but don't you think that's some of like the sophomore slump? And you look at it and you're like, yeah, it's a slow start, but I think he's been pretty solid. This game, for 3 quarters, he and the offense couldn't do anything, but you know what he didn't do? Beat them. He didn't make a bunch of mistakes. He didn't try to do too much. He just kind of kept living for the next play, and eventually things opened up for them. All right, let's keep it moving. Our fastest 16 minutes. This was a fun game as well. A lot of offense for the Colts and the Chargers. Indianapolis is 6-1. They have, right now, this moment, one of the 5 most efficient offenses of the last decade.
It's incredible.
Daniel Jones is the controls, 288 and 2 through the air. Didn't have a day where he ran much. He only had 7 rushing yards, but he was pinpoint with his accuracy. Touchdown passes to outstanding rookie tight end Tyler Warren and Michael Pittman, who had 7 grabs for 58. Jonathan Taylor's big back. He had 3 touchdowns, 94 yards for him. In a loss, Justin Herbert threw for 420 yards and 3 touchdowns. You want to talk about a one-man army right now. Now, he also threw 2 interceptions. There's going to be some of that because he's carrying the world on his shoulders. But Colts, Chargers, Taylor putting the game away, a shootout that Indianapolis gets the better of. By way of record right now, they might be the best team in the league.
Yeah.
It's a good coach right there. It's Taylor on the acceleration. Touchdown.
Caw-caw! Caw-caw! That's the Birdman, Iron Eagle on the call.
I've been disappointed with the Chargers defense. Offensively, I understand that you're missing every single lineman that's ever played for you at this point. Defensively, though, they rolled over. They want to run the football at some point and kind of keep it close, but they had to resort to slinging it because they're down 23-3 before you can even blink middle of the second quarter. They couldn't stop anybody in this game. And the Colts, to me, have been the story of the league. They're not getting the attention and the credit probably that they deserve because everyone's kind of going, oh, yeah, good for you guys. They're there, but Kansas City, but Buffalo, but what's wrong with the Ravens? Everyone else is getting headlines. They're the best point differential in the league. This Renaissance 2.0 act from Daniel Jones going to a great fit with offensive weapons galore and a really good, well-built team. They are awesome and so much fun. They're crushing people at 6-1, best record in the NFL.
The super athletic, accurate quarterback suddenly playing pretty good football.
Who would have thunk it, I guess?
With a supporting cast. I need someone to explain to me what the Packers are all about. I feel like they should be great, and they're just not. Now, I'm not going to ding them. They beat the Cardinals on the road 27-23. They were down 23-20 with a minute 50 to go when they scored the touchdown that took the lead. And then they had to play keep away, and they just about gave up the game at the end. But they trailed off and on throughout. They were down 13-3 in the second quarter. They were down 20-13 in the third quarter. They were down 23-20, as I mentioned, in the fourth quarter. I don't get it with them. They're 4-1-1. I wish I could take that tie back against Dallas, and then they're 5-1, and it just looks like
it feels better
resume. But remember, they lost to the Browns. They almost lose to the Cardinals. I don't know if I'm alone on this, but I am just unimpressed by a really good Green Bay team that I think should be better. Tucker Kraft's a dog, though. Their tight end. Another touchdown catch from Jordan Love.
Who fakes the handoff to Jacobs and now throws, and it's taken in for a touchdown by Kraft.
Either Mark Brunell just found Chris Cooley or that's Kenny Albert on the call on Fox.
I'm with you on Green Bay. I don't understand. They should be really good. They've got all the ingredients. This feels like a cram up your cram hold LaFleur team, right? This is a Matt LaFleur situation where they've got their thumper inside and Josh Jacobs. They've got a playmaking quarterback. They have, no star as an offensive receiver in terms of Dobbs and Golden and Wicks and others. There's no number one superstar, but it's a nice little let's spread it around. And they just can't seem to dominate offensively like they should. And defensively, is that the same team that Washington couldn't manage a loud clap getting out of the huddle against? that Arizona with Jacoby Brissett are moving the football against pretty regularly. Weird to me. I don't get Green Bay. I just keep asking the same question. Why aren't you better? Why aren't you better than this?
Here's a crazy stat from that game that I still don't believe, but I saw and have confirmed. Micah Parsons had his first 3-sack game ever. He never had a 3-sack game. That's the wildest thing I heard all weekend. But he had 3 sacks in this game for Green Bay. It's almost like that trade's working out pretty well for them. That might be a good trade.
You think that helped them?
And finally, Sunday Night Football, the San Francisco 49ers, with more injuries than you could shake a stick at, beat the Atlanta Falcons 20-10. Their defense, pillaged by injuries, just shoved it on Michael Penix, who's now banged up in day-to-day. Another rough go of it for Penix in this game. Mac Jones, an interception, no touchdowns, just 152. How'd San Francisco win, you wonder? Well, here's how. Christian McCaffrey, Luke's older brother, a $129 on 24 carries and not one, but 2 major tutties.
Get the gifts, they close it out. And here he is on the run, inside, pushing the pile to the goal line, in for the touchdown! Have a day, have a night, CMC!
That's Mike Tirico with the outstanding call on NBC's Football Night in America. Your quick look at the standings, Danny. We mentioned Indianapolis is 6-1, the 1 seed. The New England Patriots right now, the 2 seed in the AFC at 5-2. The Broncos are also 5-2. The Steelers, the other division leader. Your wild cards, the Bills, Chargers, and Jaguars, all 4-win teams. In the NFC, Green Bay would get the bye as the 1 seed at 4-1-1. San Francisco, the 2 seed at 5-2, despite all those injuries. The Eagles and Bucks leading their divisions. And then your wild card teams would be Detroit, Seattle, and the L.A. Rams. First team on the outside looking in, the Chicago Bears with 4 straight wins.
Yeah, 3 teams in the NFC West are 5-2. That is jumbled.
By the way, while everyone's saying right now the Chiefs might be the best team in the league, you realize if the playoffs started today, they wouldn't be in. Because they're 4-3.
They're 4-3.
And they are lost the head-to-head game to Jacksonville, who has a tiebreaker over them for the last wild card spot. So it's not like they're not going to be hungry going into Monday night. They don't really have a whole lot of margin for error.
That's a good point to make. I just like to offer real quick on that San Francisco-Atlanta game. Really disappointing loss for Atlanta, right? A beat-up San Francisco team. You only managed 10 points on the road against a beleaguered. Like, this is your chance to put a stamp that you're different than you were before, right? You've had some great showings. You throttled Washington. You've had another a couple of big wins. You're putting that mess at Carolina behind you. We're ready to take the next step, and that looked like a group that had nothing. It was, okay, Bijan, can you bail us out? Really, really frustrating game for that offense. Defensively, I thought they did a decent enough job. 31 touches for Christian McCaffrey, but you know, you got to be able to score more than 20 points to try to win a road playoff, or not playoff game, a road primetime game right there. Really disappointing for them.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are taking you up to 6:30 this evening. We got Caps hockey tonight, people. 7 o'clock puck drop. They're taking on the Seattle. Danny, we got Caps hockey.
Oh, it's tonight. That's tonight. That's
yes.
right. Yeah, that's tonight.
And whenever you're ready,
Yep.
if you're good with a clap,
I can clap
for the local squad on the ice.
I got off to a slow start like they did the other day. That's why I didn't clap right
They
away.
came battling back.
They
though.
did. It was a nice battle.
You'll have to forgive them. They've only lost 1 of their last 5. That was too many for you, it sounds
I just like to not give up 2 periods where you don't do anything.
That's fine.
I just like to not do that.
Yeah, just 4-2 on the season. Danny's salty and won't give him a round of ovation, a nice ovation. You're taking out your Commanders' disdain on the Capitals.
Listen, no team that played on Sunday decided to play in the first half of their game. That's my frustration. I just want somebody to just make it close.
We got a double play, about 20 minutes out, and Caps tickets for somebody. Danny won't win those. He does not deserve those after refusing to give them an ovation. But if you want to go see the Capitals and you would give them a round of applause, we've got Caps tickets for you at 4 o'clock on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. Got an update on Jaden Daniels yesterday saying he had MRI on his hamstring. Not considered significant or long-term, but unclear if he's going to be able to go for Monday Night Football in Kansas City. Injuries coming out of last night's games. Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans has a fractured collarbone. He's going to be out till toward the end of the season, according to head coach Todd Bowles. Texans wide receiver Nico Collins is dealing with a concussion. Hockey tonight, the Caps at home taking on the Kraken, 7 o'clock. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. NBA season gets underway tonight with a doubleheader. Rockets and Thunder at 7:30, Warriors and Lakers at 10 o'clock. World Series is set. Dodgers and Blue Jays will get underway Friday at 8 o'clock, and the Angels are hiring Kurt Suzuki as their new manager. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
What's up? Welcome back. Double play coming up at 3:45 and in a half hour. Exactly 1/2 hour from right now. We're giving away Caps tickets ahead of the Beltway Blitz. I got a little tingle. I got something cooking, percolating. I am considering. Oh, you know what? I can't do it. Never mind. Everything I'm about to say, I can't say. I was about to say, about 10 minutes ago, I realized that the Chicago Bears are in Baltimore to take on the Ravens this weekend. Kind of want to go see Ben Johnson and the boys. Sunday afternoon, 1 o'clock kick in Baltimore.
I invite you to watch it on television. We can do that together.
I'm going to be watching it in a sports bar in Kansas City.
So what I'm going to try to do is go to the opposite side of the room and watch a different game. I find that one the least interesting of all the games this coming weekend.
What if I push my flight back to Sunday afternoon at about 6 from BWI?
That, by the way, would be the most you thing to do.
And I go to Baltimore to see the Chicago Bears and Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
Carve the Ravens into oblivion. I do this thing with my kids where I chase them around the house. I pick them up and I body slam them on the couch, ideally on as many cushions as possible.
Sure.
So they don't get hurt.
Yeah.
But I say, I'm going to smithereens you. And it comes from, like, my kid Truman used to say, like, are you going to, slam us into smithereens? And so now I just say, I'm going to smithereens you. So now I have this 2-year-old daughter, because I have so many kids. I don't know if you know this about me.
There's a lot of them in there.
We lead the league in children.
Mm-hmm.
And so this child, her name is, which one is she? She's not. She's
That's McKinley.
Yeah.
Yep.
She comes up to me and she says, Pithereens. And that means, Dad, will you please chase me, catch me, body slam me?
Yeah.
And so I do that. That's Pithereens. Why am I telling you this?
I was going to say, where's this going?
Oh, I know why. Because Ben Johnson's about to Pithereens the Ravens. They're going to go for $400 in that game.
Against that defense, yeah. They'll be just fine.
I think it's going to be a win for Chicago. Now, I don't know for sure because Lamar could play and the Ravens could win a shootout. But did he practice today?
He didn't practice Monday.
I know he didn't practice yesterday. I guess today's Tuesday, so it's an off day. If he's not practicing tomorrow and there's no Lamar Jackson, the Bears might have a shot at 5-2. Ben Johnson might have a Pithereens plan.
I just want to say, my fellow Upper Marlboroian, Josh, this is all your fault. This is all Josh's fault.
Who's Josh?
Josh in Upper Marlboro. The reason that you're on your Ben Johnson
revenge tour.
My apologies. Yeah, this segment would have never happened if you guys didn't piss me off a couple weeks ago with this Ben Johnson hate.
We didn't do it.
No, you most certainly did. Ryan talked so much trash about Ben Johnson. He's screaming at me about how Ben Johnson...
Okay, let me retract.
Yeah.
Ryan did do that.
He did. He definitely did.
I will say, Darius is more of a Ben Johnson guy than the rest of Yins. If I could go full Yinzer for a second.
Yeah, I'm not fully in Ben Johnson hate mode. Now you're definitely testing that. Like, you're making me hate him a little bit.
That sounds like
which
you
is
issue.
reasonable.
Yeah,
but I don't hate him as much as everybody else in there.
So the scale is Danny and Toby despise him.
Yes,
because they feel like he personally kicked them in the giblets.
Correct.
Okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Ryan hates him because he was mean to Jared Goff.
He left Jared Goff.
Yes.
I don't know which one's worse. Like you guys taking personally something that wasn't personal, or Ryan who's upset that he didn't say hi to Jared Goff after the game. Probably the Ryan one, if I'm being honest, because he was unprofessional and a bit of a clown shoe with how he handled the Commander situation.
Yep.
Darius, you can't really catch any shrapnel here.
No, I think he's a great offensive mind, and he's not on my team, so it sucks.
One of the best we've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not on my team, so it sucks. Like, I don't want to root for him or anything, but he's a good offensive mind. I appreciate that.
Elite, very special.
I mean, if you screw my team, sorry. Like, Freddie Freeman is one of my least favorite baseball players. Has nothing to do with Freddie Freeman, the guy.
Seems like a great guy.
Such a nice dude.
You hate Freddie Freeman?
Crushed my team. One of my least favorite players in the league because he killed my team. And you throw in the fact that Ben Johnson isn't a likable guy as well. All right, deuces.
I think he's getting more likable all the time. Just depends on what you're looking for.
Douches?
If you're looking for offense, it's pretty likable. Seems like the Bears
unprofessional?
I don't know if I'd say that. There have been a few moments he probably wants back.
The Jared Goff thing was so unprofessional. That was his quarterback for years, and he wouldn't say hi to him. He called them their quarterback. Like, come on, guy. It's Jared Goff.
Yeah,
he carried you to the NFC Championship.
That was not a great moment for him. That was not a great look, for sure. I would not have done it that way. I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice when we can pick and choose when we care about someone's character and being a professional. You know what I mean? Sometimes it doesn't matter, but sometimes it does.
I've said he's unprofessional at times. I don't think that's his default setting, though. Like, he has had bad moments. If a couple of moments is what we're talking about, I'm a track record guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think for the most part, throughout his career, you see one thing, and then there's been a couple of bad moments along the way. If you guys are referencing the Commanders, Lions brouhaha, when he didn't take the job, I think there's a lot more to that story than everybody wants to admit. And they don't care about that part. They just hate Ben Johnson. That's fine. You don't have to. But the Jared Goff thing, I agree, that was a dickish thing to do. And, I thought everyone blew out of proportion the Aditi Kinkumbala thing. That was, give me a break.
Yeah, I didn't think that was a big deal.
That was a nothing burger, and you're all trying to make it something it isn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, have there been a few times where I'm watching him and I'm like, God, he comes off like a jerk? Nah, probably not. But, that happens. But like Toby said, he's unprofessional. I would disagree with that. I think he's setting a good culture. He's done a pretty good job. Curt Cignetti as an example, if I could go down a level, to Indiana. Curt Cignetti had this moment at the podium that people are still angry about, where he said, Google me, I'll win. And I've heard from people who knew him from JMU that that's like the least Curt Cignetti moment that's ever happened, and he still hears about it all the time, and people still hate the guy because of it. And what he's told people is he felt like he needed to act like that. Like he needed to bring this kind of bravado and this like jerk nature to the mic, because what he felt like his team needed, Danny, was like
that attitude adjustment.
Yeah, learning how to act as if, kind of. And it was like a calibration that he did. So I don't know with Ben Johnson, like what's real and what isn't.
Unprofessional to the media and saying, Google me, this and that, I can live with, even though I'm a media member. Unprofessional to potential employers and former colleagues, that's a different story.
Yeah, again, I agree with the golf thing. The potential employers thing, you're talking about the Commander's flight.
Yes.
Again, there's a lot more to that story.
Okay,
you guys are
even if
willing
you
to
throw
admit.
more in there,
yeah,
on a flight to go interview you, and you say, I'm good. I mean, what more? I'm sure there is more to it. There's more to lots of stories. But I mean,
were they not on the way?
Yeah.
Like they were, right?
I think they were probably on the way.
Yeah. So, and then he called them basketball guys and said he didn't want to do it.
Not a real thing.
It is. I mean, it's reported. Jenna Lane reported it. So did she lie?
I don't know. Everything we've ever said off the record, do we want to just say it on the air now? That's not how off the record goes.
I have no idea. It was widely reported, though.
So it wasn't widely reported. One reporter, Jenna Lane, reported that he said something about them being basketball guys in a conversation they were having that wasn't on the record. I'll bet you if it was going to go public, he probably wouldn't have said it. I would imagine. Now, I'm pretty consistent on this. When someone shares screen grabs that aren't supposed to go public, I don't get mad at the person with the screen grabs. I get mad at the person who shared them. And if it's a terrible thing that you said on the screen grabs, I guess there's enough to go around, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
But like I having covered a team, you hear and see so many things that are never supposed to see the light of day. I think that was probably one of those things, if I had to guess.
So I guess that's all well and good. Sentiment's real. It was about us, our team, our group. So Yeah. So I understand that it's not great that it got out if that's the case. I don't have all the background. What I have is a guy that was unprofessional, insulted my group, whether it should have got out or not, he did, then has behaved similarly a couple other times in a pretty short amount of time. So he's pretty easy to root against. And the fact that he's really good as an offensive mind, now it's adding fuel to the fire.
So to come back to the original point, if you're going to take personally how the negotiation went with Washington, totally agree with you. He's an easy guy to hate. And that's the case for you and Toby, so you should hate him. Absolutely. I don't take that personally. You take it personally when Bryce Harper goes to Philadelphia. I don't take that personally.
We've argued about that forever. It's not just going to Philadelphia. A lot of guys have left via free agency.
Sure. But I'm just saying, like, this is business to me. Like, these guys this is their job. It's you doing radio or comedy. He just happens to be a football coach. That wasn't the situation that was going to work out. Should he have called them mid-flight? No. If I did that, my dad would call me and say, "What are you doing, man? This is not how we do it." But yeah, I'm not Josh Harris and Adam Peters, so I'm not taking that personally. And I do think there was a lot more to that story still.
I wonder what that could be. But either way,
like how the negotiation went wrong, how far along in the process he was to getting the job, how much they wanted him, why he didn't land the job, some of those things.
Well, I hear that. I mean, they were on the way to talk to him. So that to me is the part I care about. I'm sure there's more details to it. I have no idea what salary figure was asked for or not, or some of those reports. I have no clue about any of that stuff. I just know that you said it. We care about decorum. We care about doing things the right way most of the time. And that's one of those, that's in the bad column.
That's what I'm giving you a referendum on those.
Totally. So it's pretty simple for me. So I wasn't personally affronted. It didn't insult me or my wife or my kids or something like that.
Right.
But when it's the team I care about, you wronged my group. Not horribly. We're still able to have a season and have a football team and talk about games. But you did that. I now put you into a different column where I'm rooting against you. That's all it is. So despise is shtick. I mean, obviously, I don't despise the guy. I wouldn't like.
But you act like it.
I would mourn his loss, certainly if something terrible happened. So it's not to that level, but like I root against him. I got a lot of people I root against.
Yeah, you put him in the you hurt my team's feelings category.
I root against you now. A guy you did something wrong to me, to my group, so I root against you. That's all that is.
If you want to go with me to Baltimore and see the Bears hang for hundo,
even though going to that stadium's great, I would not go.
You're welcome to come.
I'm going to keep my flight.
Yeah, I'm going to be in Kansas City, but we'll watch it together at the sports bar. That'll be what we do.
I know I'll hear about it because you're going to be loud when they're moving up and down the field.
I hope so.
No matter where I am in the bar.
That would be nice.
We'll hear.
You brought this on yourselves. Just remember that. You awoke a sleeping giant. You didn't have to.
We poked the bear. Get it, Bears?
You
coaches.
guys rattled a cage when I was napping. That's not my fault. All I can do is wake up and be a bear. That's all I can do.
That's right.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next. Guys, it's the FanDuel Sportsbook, which is an official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. The NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you missed the start of the game or you want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score the next point to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/GP. The promo code is GP at FanDuel.com to get in on the action. Must be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only, $5 deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We're taking you up to 6:30 this evening. Caps hockey when we're done. We've got tickets to see the Capitals at home tonight at 7 o'clock. I should say the tickets, I believe, are for next week. They are playing at home tonight at 7 o'clock, though. But if you want tickets to see the Capitals coming up into the weekend, you better be listening at 4 o'clock right here on The Fan. All of our football conversations on the show are presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Cheating a little bit here because this is sports related, but this matters, and it should matter a lot more to a lot more people. Saturday night, Jeeps, October 18th at 6 p.m. at the Charles E. Smith Center at the George Washington University. Georgetown and GW played an exhibition basketball game. It didn't count. For that exhibition basketball game, students and fans were turned away because the building was sold out in that capacity. Standing room only. Again, a meaningless exhibition game. Georgetown won. They got a couple really nice players. Actually, Georgetown fans are going to really enjoy Malik Mack and Caleb Williams. Not that Caleb Williams, a different Caleb Williams. Smooth shooting, 6'7", kind of lanky left-handed forward with a little bit of power to his game. He was really impressive. Georgetown couldn't miss during stretches. GW lost. They got some transfers. They'll be okay, hopefully, in the A-10, but that's not the point. The point is this. This is abnormal around here, where local teams play each other. It shouldn't be abnormal, but it is. It's absurd. The egos of so many people, and it's not just GW or Georgetown. It's not just Maryland and Georgetown, although Georgetown has been the center of it, to be honest with you, for an awful lot. I'm not casting aspersions about what was. I don't care about what was. This should be normal. It's good for everybody. Kudos to Ed Cooley and everybody over at Georgetown for making the trek down to Foggy Bottom. Kudos to Chris Caputo and the folks at GW for putting this thing on. Kudos to Monumental Sports for airing it. And it was an awesome broadcast. It felt much bigger than an exhibition game. Usually you find some like semi-pro team from Gaithersburg that comes down, want to play some preseason game for a couple guys that are hanging on to their glory, a bunch of former college players from 8-9 years ago that haven't really made it in Europe and are just sort of around. This exhibition game meant a lot to a lot of people, and I'm begging and pleading. All the powers that be figured out. Now, Ed Cooley spoke after the game and didn't seem that excited about ultimately starting to do a home and home kind of situation because, you might lose gate revenue, not having folks come to Capital Arena or maybe not being able to do it enough on campus. It's kind of the bind that Georgetown's in from having an undersized campus arena and then having to play their home games at Cap One, where frankly, there's not enough buzz and excitement to have the kind of energy that used to happen over in Landover, Maryland, at the Capitol Center, USA Arena, whatever you want to call it, all those years ago where Georgetown had the place rocking. That's not the case now. These teams, Georgetown, GW, add Howard into that, add Mason into that. Everybody inside the Beltway, even though Mason's just outside, should be playing all the time. Philadelphia does it right with the Big Five. This exhibition game was awesome. It was so cool. It was on television. It felt way bigger than the first time these two teams had matched up in 44 years, Grant. 44 years before you were born, before Darius was born, and a couple years after I started kicking and screaming on this planet. Play. Just play each other all the time. It's so good for everybody. It's good for local basketball. It's good for sports in this area. Gives us something extra to talk about. Kudos for making this happen. More of it, please. That's my demand.
It is time for my double play. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers, now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealers today. I wanted to ask Linnell about something. Apparently, he just told our producers.
Oh.
I just heard this in my ear, so I don't know how hard in the paint he's willing to go here. But it's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard anyone say. And luckily, Linnell's here to defend himself. So I want you to say out loud what you just told our producers and apparently really believe.
Well, first of all, I'm glad that I can be a part of your double play. I think, and I mean this when I say it, I'm not just talking out of my behind like you all think I do. I think I'm like a reserve level XFL pass rusher. You talk about 6'1" and a quarter, 270 pounds, cross chop go-to move, a guy that you can't block with a tight end.
Now,
remember that big tight end we had in here, Danny?
By the way,
when the actual XFL champions came in?
Said
I was sizing him up.
A guy that you can't block with a tight end. Referring to himself.
This is hard. I know I'm going to take you back in.
Yeah.
Because how do you start countering this without being mean?
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
You see what I'm talking about? You have to.
The bottom line is, do you really believe this, or are you just trying to get attention dollars?
I kind of believe it. I mean,
you think that you're good enough to play in the United Football League
as a reserve?
Are you gonna? Do you just have to get to stand there, or do you have to go out on the field occasionally?
I said a reserve, but like when I say a reserve, I'm talking about like
Part of a
Jalen Holmes.
rotation?
I'm talking about like Jalen Holmes to the Commanders. Like when we get ravaged at end, you call me up.
So you're on a UFL practice squad.
Oh, for sure. Bake it, book it.
And do you think you would get a sack at some point?
I think pass rushing and sacks are so overrated when it comes to pass rushing. I would impact the quarterback.
Pressures?
I would get pressures, yes.
I will say that was a good move to sideswipe the question. That was a nice pass rush move
I'm
to go right.
literally. But like, no, I'm big and strong.
A lot of people are big and strong, Linnell. The disrespect of the United Football League.
But no. That's not what this was about. This was more about the confidence in my ability as a reserve rusher. Nothing to do about the X. Now, would I be one on the defenders, the champions of the league? Probably not. But if you're talking about, name me your random X. St. Louis? They're also.
He's on the Battlehawks getting pressures. So, I think if we went 11 on 11 as a staff, you could get a couple pressures.
No, this is what I walked in confidently and said. There's not a soul in Odyssey DC who could block me. Not even.
I actually tend to agree with that. But who are we talking about?
Close.
I don't know if I completely agree with that.
The Junks, who I love dearly, are in their 50s.
Yeah.
You want cakes out there in pass pro?
Again,
Nobody's sliding or
I think
moving.
he'd have some good reps. He's not going to like take the game over. This isn't Max Crosby. Okay.
But with
Everyone
us,
relax.
yes, he would. But you're talking about professional football players?
No.
That were college players?
Where did you play? University of Texas L17? What did you?
Bethany College.
Okay.
I mean, let's not talk about my college.
Let's
career.
not act like you went to Georgia.
That's not what
I'm not saying
this is
you
about.
did. But
This is about measurables.
Hey,
I'm a height, weight, speed guy.
Toby played in college too. Everyone settle down, okay?
Well, Toby was a punter.
He played in college.
he did play some
I was
college
really
football.
doing things in camp. Toby was just
In camp.
Toby was just
That is a hilarious finish. to
Comma
the
in camp.
He said, "I was really doing things 1 beat, 2 beat in camp."
In camp.
That's tough. That is a tough way to go there.
that's tough.
So, first of all, the UFL claim is insane. Let's just start with that.
I can
I'm
meet you
more
in the middle with
interested
that.
in game wrecker or guy on the field if we go 11 on 11 as a staff. I think you would be a occasionally impactful guy on the field.
That's
like my comp is if we go 11 on 11, you're Jacob Martin.
wow. You've said some things to me that hit a new low bar.
Does that hurt?
You think I'm just Jacob Martin in an 11
First of
on
all,
11?
I love
Odyssey,
Jacob
DC?
Martin. Jacob Martin's one of my favorite guys on the team. Just so you know.
Who like
He had 7
realistically
pressures
speaking,
this past
there's
week.
one name that we all know that probably has the best chance to do it, and I think my venom and rage would get me through it. It would be Brian Mitchell. That would be the only guy I think that can
I'm
block
not
me.
lining B-Mitch up at tackle to block you.
Yeah, but that would be your best shot. None of you guys can do it. Are you serious?
I think we could probably figure
Ryan
that
and
out.
Toby were talking about could they double team me. I said you wouldn't have a shot.
They definitely could double team
The
you.
beautiful thing about
Also-
that is we can simulate this in this next break.
Now, here's the other thing, okay? You're going to take offense to this, and I don't mean we're just
This is my problem. There's no way to.
We're just breaking down ball.
Yeah.
Who am I talking about? I'm a little out of shape, okay? You're going 2 or 3 plays and you are gassed.
Well,
like you talk so much trash about playing Anthony in basketball, you got run out the gym
that
like
was
the
like
Wizards.
2 years ago, 3 years ago.
But even still today,
I think I am in much better physical condition than I
okay, you're in shape to give me 3 plays, and then you're on the field, off the field for a while.
Doing the oxygen on the sideline?
No. Here's the beautiful
bro,
thing.
you are sitting
Here's the
next
beautiful
to the
thing
oxygen.
here's the beautiful thing about D linemen, and you don't have to run and chase the ball. Only on a good defense. I could just do my move and stand there, catch my wind in the 30 seconds.
Just go full Chris Jones a
line
couple
it back
times.
up.
The notion that he thinks he can play in the UFL
Me and Chris Jones have nothing.
is incredible.
Well, here's my view super quick. I think you're overestimating our ability to do anything to him, to stop him.
Yes.
Okay.
But I think he's overestimating the gap between the staff here at Odyssey Radio in DC and the professional football players in the UFL. There is a chasm from here to Europe between what we're capable of doing in pass pro and what the professional football players are
Real
doing
quick,
right now.
you guys really think Toby and Ryan as a double team could block me?
I don't.
That's a
I
total
don't think anybody here can block
On
anybody.
every play out of 55 play game, you would make a play or two. But yeah, most of the time, I think they could hold up.
You have a lot of confidence in those two.
It's not as much an endorsement against them, if you know what I mean.
Oh, there we go.
I'm just
This is
messing
fun.
with you just a little. Everybody's funning.
I'm glad you looked at. I'm glad you looked at your phone because I didn't want to do this. Ryan kind of pushed me in here because he's a bully now that he's in shape.
He pushed you around, Mr. UFL dominator?
Well, there we go.
That's
thank you.
No, I just
Generally,
can't
like I would score 30 points for the Wizards bits. I hate. And Ryan was like, "We got to do this. We got to do it." And I'm like, "All right, you're standing here looking at me. It's kind of uncomfortable." But your confidence made it more interesting to me. Like Jeff saying, "You can hit Josiah Gray, take me away in a spaceship." I never want to hear anything about that. It's almost as crazy as what you're saying. He might actually accidentally run into a pitch. You couldn't get to a quarterback in the United Football League if I gave you 1,000 snaps.
I think you're asleep.
I'm sleeping?
I think you're asleep.
Can I see the tape from Bethany? You got any old
Has it been burned? ...
from camp. Can I see that camp tape?
So when I was in college, this is where you go to break. Grant Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders on to Week 8. Will they take on the Chiefs in Kansas City on Monday Night Football? Gave an update on Jaden Daniels yesterday. An MRI on his hamstring yesterday. It's not considered significant or long-term, but still no update on what his availability for Monday Night Football could be. Other news around the league, the Falcons have released wide receiver Ray McLeod. Defensive end Brandon Graham coming out of retirement. He's going to be joining his longtime team, the Philadelphia Eagles. Some injuries coming out of yesterday's games. Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans fractured his collarbone. He's going to be out till toward the end of the season, according to head coach Todd Bowles. Texans wide receiver Nico Collins dealing with a concussion. The Vikings are still going to be starting quarterback Carson Wentz on Thursday Night Football. J.J. McCarthy had an on-field workout, but he's, quote, just not there. The Vikings also open up a 21-day practice window for running back Aaron Jones, dealing with a hamstring injury, left open the possibility he could be ready for Thursday Night Football. Hockey tonight, Capitals and Kraken at 7 o'clock, and hear it right here on The Fan. NBA season gets underway tonight. Rockets and Thunder at 7:30, then Warriors and Lakers at 10 o'clock. In baseball, the World Series is set. It'll get underway on Friday with the Dodgers heading to Toronto to take on the Blue Jays. Also in baseball, the Angels are hiring former Nationals catcher Kurt Suzuki as their new manager. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The Grant and Danny radio program is brought to you by the law firm Condorian Murad. We cannot wait to hit the road with those guys this weekend. We'll be in Kansas City eating barbecue with our pals, watching football, and we have had success on business trips in the past, lest we forget, in Cincinnati last year. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condorian Murad, they want to help you to draft a will, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com and tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. I saw our guy Kia was in the 106.7 The Fan YouTube chat at one point today, listening to the show, so that is very, very cool.
Oh, neat.
See you next stop, Kansas City at Arrowhead Stadium. Before the Beltway Blitz, Danny, we got to give away some Caps tickets. So let's do that right now. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning 2 to see the Capitals October 25th this Saturday against Ottawa. Oktoberfest with the Caps. All tickets purchased through the special link include a Capitals Oktoberfest beer stein. So go right now, get your tickets at thefandc.com/events for that beer stein. Very, very cool. Somebody's winning those, and we'll be giving them away all week long right here at 4 o'clock. It is time to go blitzing. What a night last night for Major League Baseball. ALCS goes to the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 7. Britt Giroli of The Athletic. Britt, what'd you make of an incredible game and a huge moment for George Springer?
Oh, God. I mean, I think it depends on who you were really pulling for, guys. I think if you're a Mariners fan, you got to be sick over some of those decisions. And I'm certain that talk radio in Seattle all day is kind of analyzing what Dan Wilson did or didn't do, their bullpen decision in facing Springer. But, I think the more that it comes out, kind of what he's going through, how hurt he is, this is a guy who played at the World Series, has been in very clutch moments all those years with the Houston Astros. So I think for me, Toronto being down 2-0, being down multiple, it felt like almost every game the Mariners scored first, even if it was only a run or two. And then last night the Mariners appeared to be in complete control, and Toronto just never panicked. So I think if you're a Blue Jays fan, this is the first time in 32 years since you've been in the World Series, you got to be feeling pretty good, even though the Dodgers are obviously a dynasty looking to repeat as champions. I think this Blue Jays team is a lot better than people give it credit for. I don't think it's going to be kind of a steamroll by the Dodgers by any means, which I've seen some people predict.
Yeah, Britt, to that point, it does remind me, just selfishly thinking back to my fun memories 6 years ago, it reminds me of of the Nationals and the Astros. The Astros were the buzzsaw. They were the overdog, right? They had been there a bunch of times, had been knocking on the door and already won, etc. And Toronto, coming back from certain death, found a way to win. Again, a la Washington, facing elimination a million times over. Obviously, the Dodgers should be favored, but go into that.
They should be favored, but when you're a team that puts the ball in play as much as Toronto and does not strike out, which was so apparent in the Seattle series, you always have a chance. And I think what makes Toronto dangerous is that 7, 8, 9, right? Like their bottom of their lineup is so good and had so many big moments that once you get to the top again, you're like, oh God, here we go. Here's Springer, here's Vladdy, but there's nowhere to breathe. Ernie Clement, I think, wreaks havoc. Addison Barger, like you look at this lineup, and it's Alejandro Kirk, like it's a pretty scary, deep lineup. And because they don't strike out, it makes defenses work. It puts once you put the ball in play, good things happen. And this isn't like a put the ball in play Cleveland Guardian team, right? This is a team that hits the ball out of the ballpark and puts the ball in play. And that to me is scary. Do they line up rotation-wise with the Dodgers? Of course not. Like the Dodgers have like a 5-headed monster, right, in that rotation. But both teams have issues in the bullpen. And when you have a lineup like Toronto, I don't think you ever feel like you're out of it. So I think there is a lane for them to win.
Britt Giroli, senior MLB writer at The Athletic. Hey, before we let you go, the Nationals locally, they've got their president, baseball ops, Paul Taboni, if you want to give us a thought on that. But the managerial search is ongoing. The offseason blueprints being laid out. What should they do at manager, and how should they go about this offseason?
Yeah, it's funny. I was just making some calls this morning because I feel like I haven't heard anything about their managerial search. And I don't want to say they're behind other teams, but I think Taboni's just spent a lot of time focused on filling out that front office. And I think manager is something that's picking up steam now. I think when you look at this team and where they're at, you can make a case that they really need somebody who is good developing at the big league level. And that clearly was not Davey Martinez's strength. That's something that, I think a guy like Brandon Hyde with the Orioles possesses. I think a guy like David Ross, who has said he wants to get back in, would be really good as well. Can I see them going with a first-time manager? Yes, I could, because this is a team that isn't expected to win next year, and there's a lot of uncertainty about a potential lockout looming at the end of next season. So, I could see them going that route, and this is going to be our starter manager when we get good. Maybe we pay for a real manager. It's going to depend on ownership and what they promised to Boney in terms of how much they're going to be able to spend on a manager. But I think there's a lot of really good first-time managers out there. Vance Wilson with Kansas City, Ryan Flaherty, who was Craig Counsell's bench coach for the last couple of years, Craig Alvarez in Cleveland. I think there is a lot of candidates if they're going to go that young route. I think most important, guys, is the infrastructure now is going to be built up in D.C. And, this is certainly going to be an important hire, but what they do in building out that scouting and player development and the guys who are going to be advising Taboni and drafting, that is going to make the most impact. I do think right now this team needs a teacher and they need a leader. And I don't know if that person is going to have experience or not. I don't think it's a prerequisite.
Brent, awesome as always. Enjoy the series.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Hit that NBA sounder, please. It is back. Our buddy Chris Miles, NBA TV, joins us. Give me kind of general thoughts, 30,000-foot view of this upcoming NBA season, Chris.
Are we going to have an 8th year with an 8th different champion? Man, I mean, it's already history, so I'm like, is it going to continue? Is this the trend? Is this what it's going to be?
How about the Wizards? What should be my realistic expectation? How should they define success?
Getting the first pick in the draft next year, right? If I'm the Wizards, I want all of the young guys to play 25 to 30 minutes a game. I want to see Trey Johnson potentially be Rookie of the Year.
Is he going to start? Do you think? By the way,
rookie first team.
Do you think he'll start?
So it doesn't seem like they want to start him, right? And I think he should start.
I agree.
I think this team should be like, look, kid gloves off. C.J. McCollum, you're a veteran. You understand this. Bub Carrington, Trey Johnson, in the backcourt to start the year. Now, I will say this. I spoke to someone within the Wizards organization at Summer League, and they said, I'm a little afraid of Trey's body. He needs to get stronger and mature for that NBA grind and to be successful against starters in the NBA. So I think that would be their reasoning in bringing him off the bench. as his body develops. But the skills are there. I've been high on this kid for 3 years.
So I'm going to start Eastern Conference here, Chris. Bit of a power vacuum maybe at the top with what's going on in Boston. I love this Cleveland team. The Knicks are some of among the favorites to get to the NBA Finals and maybe perhaps win it. Give me kind of your preview of the Eastern Conference.
Well, I want to see, first of all, this Jason Tatum coming back from the Achilles is, on the same Aaron Rodgers track. So I'm like, okay, if the Celtics are around 500, which I doubt they will be, but let's say they are, and Tatum can come back, it's interesting to see if they bring him back. Now, the teams I'm looking out for, got my eye on, the Orlando Magic, the Detroit Pistons. The Pistons kind of arrived last year, and it's like, okay, was that fool's gold, or is this like the next team that's up and coming with Cade Cunningham being a perennial all-star? And Paolo Banchero, to me, could be a top 5 player in the Eastern Conference. I thought Orlando was going to make that leap last year, but their core 3 guys only played 6 games together in Suggs, Wagner, and Banchero. Those are the 2 teams I'm like, let's see what they got to try to figure out what's happening in the Eastern Conference.
Real quick on the West, I love that Houston team last year, 50-plus wins in a really crowded top part of the field. You add Kevin Durant, and just the solar system and the gravity around him demands so much. Is there a risk there that maybe it, I don't say mucks up that chemistry and how much fun they were together, or is that just the thing that puts them over the top because now they got more options? How do you see that season?
No risk at all. In fact, if the thing they didn't have was a closer, right? Yeah. You think about it. You didn't give up any of your core guys. You got rid of Jalen Green, who we saw, can have 30 in a game, but is also invisible in other games, seemed really inconsistent. So you're taking shots away from him, Dylan Brooks, and you're giving them to Kevin Durant and potentially Amen Thompson.
That's a good trade up there, I guess, yeah.
Look, the Fred VanVleet injury made me think like, oh, man, I don't know if they can win a championship, but I do look at them as being a contending team. But losing VanVleet, they lose a lot of leadership and that veteran presence, not necessarily just a skill set. I got to see Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd, how they look this year, for me to determine how far this team could go.
Chris, looking forward to chatting hoops throughout the season, buddy. Be good.
All right, my friend. Same to you.
Thanks, buddy.
Finals odds kicking off the season. Thunder, Nuggets, Cavs, Knicks, Clippers, in that order. Your favorites to win it all. All right, let's keep the convo going. And let's talk football. The Commanders are 3-4. Next up, the Kansas City Chiefs. Chris Russell joins us in studio. He was just outside the window there.
Yeah.
We looked down. He was playing pickleball right downstairs in front of the garage.
He's doing some handwork inside the kitchen, right off the wall down there. We said, come on up, man.
I didn't know you were a pickleball guy.
Well, I then wanted to come in and examine the foosball table and the hockey table that we stole from the Baltimore Ravens because John Harbaugh said, get it out of here!
Yeah, we're losing too much. No fun.
I thought about you when I saw that. Anytime I see anything about locker rooms and fun,
I created a phenomenon.
Well, anytime I see anyone having fun, I think of you and I tell them to stop it. That's anywhere.
For people that don't know the story, which is probably our listening audience because we haven't discussed it, the Ravens are 1-5. Ping pong table, video game consoles, basketball hoop, cornhole boards, all of it taken out of the locker room and player lounge. John Harbaugh is getting serious.
You know what a boss of mine at Roy Rogers used to tell me about 35, 40 years ago? When there's time to lean, there's time to clean. If you're losing, baby, get the heave-ho out. No fun. Work is about work. Seriously. I mean, I know I wander aimlessly about in the Navy Yard just to get a little recreation. I mean, when I come up here, I never see anybody playing the foosball table. What's going on here?
Yeah, I don't think there's any balls for it. And the air hockey table doesn't have the air come up.
Yeah.
So
the air hockey table doesn't work, or I would play the air hockey table. Yeah. In fact, we would do that before our show, since now we meet as a show.
We mean in his office, Grant.
At my desk.
There's a big common area with a bunch of computers. I don't know if any of them work, but they're out there. And we now meet out there because B. Mitch and Finley are going to be on TV. And so they're doing the show from the Junkie studio, which is now the B. Mitch and Finley studio as well.
Yeah.
And it's a studio we use.
Yeah.
So we have nowhere to go when we get here.
Yeah.
So we just go sit out there.
Yeah.
And today I'm cleaning off this little area that's got a bunch of trash all over it. And then Russell comes quite literally running out of his studio and goes, "What are you doing? That's my desk."
I mean, he took a softball bat to the Hornets' nest right there.
So
Paulson
that's
did.
your desk.
It wasn't
in the
trash.
common
It was
area.
coffee materials. It was like K-cup coffee things because we don't have enough K-cup coffee maker thing pods,
It
whatever.
was used
and
napkins.
sweet and
Sweet and
lows
low.
and napkins and
Crusty
stirrers.
napkins.
Not crusty napkins. It wasn't sauce from 1976 like you accused me of earlier.
Mm.
It was very up-to-date stuff.
Up to date. I wouldn't put any of that
Well,
sauce on your food.
You got to cut the artificial sweeteners, dude. They're terrible for you. Like in that volume
Danny,
and quantity.
there's a lot of things that I've got to cut.
All right. Like foosball and billiards and fun.
What side are you on here?
Yeah.
Is it time to panic for the Commanders?
Yes. Because of the upcoming schedule and because I don't think Jaden's going to play on Monday night. And even if he did, I wouldn't have much confidence going into Kansas City against that defense, that environment with that resurgent offense. No chance. So I'm very concerned, very worried. Seattle on a short week ahead. They have apparently a brotherhood, I'm being told by Leonard Williams, that's the reason why their defense is so good is because they're
They
a
can't
brotherhood.
have a brotherhood.
They have
Washington
a brotherhood.
has a brotherhood.
They have a brotherhood.
Wait.
There's only one.
By the way, the Commanders' short week from Monday Night Football, traveling back.
Yeah.
Seahawks off a bye.
I know.
That is the Chris
I know.
Russell special.
I know. That's a
Did
that's
you
the
scream
second
about that in the spring?
Yeah, that was the second time this year because it happened with your Ben Johnson and your little Bears.
I don't know. Why are the Bears my little Bears?
Well, wait. Washington wasn't off a short week, that one. Against the Bears, were they?
No, they weren't on it. You're right. I'm sorry.
The Bears had the bye week.
The Cowboy, the Washington had the short week after the Bears game. My bad.
Yeah.
My fault. So this
you
truly
can't just come on this show
Yeah.
on this side of the hole. We don't just spew facts that are incorrect.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's not a podcast on the Deuce,
Listen,
dude.
We're gonna fact check over here. I'm like that guy on what's the network?
You know the guy.
Evan what's
Royster.
No, Nathan Dale. There's this little guy that like goes through everything that was said for 3
I'm
hours.
sorry. I made a mistake.
Norman Dale.
I apologize. I made a mistake.
Like when I threw out
I
your
owe
sweet
you guys
low.
better.
Like when I threw out your sugar.
I mean, that was kind of a mistake. That was kind of an
That was
aggressive
tough.
move, guy.
It was a little bit.
I mean,
Clary, come in here. I want to ask you
I
about
saw
your trip
Grant
to the
through my
doctor.
window, Danny, before you arrived. I think I was like, oh my God, what is he doing? He's clearing off my desk.
He was upset. I heard it. I heard the segment. I had not heard Russell that hot in a while. He was bothered.
I couldn't believe it. It was not a personal affront to you in any way. I had no idea you were going to be bothered or offended. I thought I was doing everyone a favor because it's just this in the common areas out here. Everything is very messy, and you know this from working with me in the studio.
Grant likes it tidy, which I respect. I get that.
Clean up. Like if throw you under the bus for a second. If I didn't pick up Danny's sheet, do you purposefully leave it every day?
I forget half the time because I can't be distracted.
So the junkies come in the morning. And if there's anything here,
I'm sure they leave everything crystal clean.
Well, they do not.
I would say they do not.
I have heard a few times on the radio they don't like it very much if we leave anything in here, which is understandable. They keep the lights on around these parts.
Right.
They are the faces of the franchise. We're the little worker bee. Like
on the Twitter profile says the home of the junkies and other shows. I get it.
like, we're junkies guys, but at the same time, like. I don't want them to be like, Grant and Danny leave such a messy studio. So every day I clean up my trash, I
Very
clean up Danny's
meticulous,
trash,
yeah.
and Danny, by the way, is in his car already.
Yes.
And then I throw everything in the trash
At
can.
6:23:30.
I'm just trying to. Now my wife would laugh at the idea that I'm tidy because if you look at our bedroom, there's just clothes all over the place. But she will also know because we got into it a little bit last night. I don't want to sit and watch Monday Night Football with like kid crap all around me. You know what I'm saying? All their toys and stuff. As long as they're not in the room I'm in, throw them anywhere. Hide them in a closet. Throw them in the basement. Put them in the dining room. I just want nothing around me. So I was just going to clean up. I thought everyone would appreciate it. Everyone
but
did
Chris
not
Russell.
include Chris Russell. I want to bring on Ryan Clary for a second, actually. That'll do it for our Beltway Blitz. Rini, I'll come back to you in a second. Clary, tell Danny the story you just told me about your doctor's visit, because this is hilarious.
Yeah, so last week I was at the doctor's office, just getting things checked up, whatever. And they had an intern there, and they're like, hey, like, we're trying to have her get some reps. Like, we just kind of have her come in here.
Like a medical student that's learning on the fly,
Exactly.
or like
yes.
okay,
yeah, exactly like that. And so she was just going to come in and basically just give me a physical, and like I was like going to be the test bunny or whatever you want to call it. And I was like, sure, no problem.
You know those bunnies that get tested.
All
on.
those test bunnies,
right? The test hamster, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, the test hamster.
So she's like going through like the list of questions, like any pain here, any pain there. Ask me like where I live, what I do for work, and then like I just kind of like spaced out a little bit. And she asked me occupation. And I very awkwardly just kind of go, I'm in a relationship.
And it feels like work sometimes. Am I right?
and she goes, oh, no. That's not what I was asking.
What was she examining at that moment?
Like literally just giving me a physical.
Yeah, but
Right.
what part?
But
What was being touched when she asked you?
When you said giving you a physical, to me, what a physical means is they're going to grab the place where the two things
The
sit.
business.
And then was that happening in the moment where you offered up that you're taken for no reason?
That was after. Not, but the intern never did that. It was the actual physician there who did give me that.
So what was the
inspection.
intern doing when you just said, "I'm taking my girlfriend"?
Literally,
just so you know.
like as I was sitting there, I was just kind of getting a physical because they were like, "Hey,
oh my God, it's the vagueness of it.
I know.
There's 100 things that happen. Was she knocking your knee and making it
She
go
was
up?
sitting there in a chair,
Okay.
asking me questions that you would get at a physical.
Okay.
That's it.
So she's not touching you in any way.
Not touching me
She's
in any
going
way.
through a questionnaire.
Going through a questionnaire.
There.
That-
So
that's
no
not
one's
as
taking
bad.
blood. Yeah.
Yes.
I because we made it sound like mid-exam, just
Yes.
sort of casual convo, couple
I thought
questions.
you were saying you're coughing and turning your head, and she's asking you what.
I have a girlfriend who I love.
What's your profession? And you're going, I have a girlfriend. She's at home right now waiting for me. I swear she's there.
It was very awkward. I mean, it was like everything sucked after that. I felt terribly awkward. And it was just
answer the question that nobody asked.
Just no one asked that.
That's
and-
always tough, by the way.
I mean, there's no like. What am I gonna say? I'm not like saying that you're hitting on me or anything, but I'm taken right now.
Oh my God.
I have
Like, it
so
was
many
like-
questions here.
I have all.
Well, she was flirting with you by asking your occupation at
Right.
the doctor's office.
She certainly wasn't just doing her job and going through as many questions as she could in a short time.
You're right. You're right. I don't know what I was thinking. I think I've watched a lot of movies in my life.
What kind of movie?
I don't know.
What kind of
Romantic
movie?
comedies?
I don't know. Some medical movies, and I see how these checkups go.
The medical movies.
Imagine the
With a lot of test bunnies.
How many medical films this guy's watched to think that this poor girl is asking him what his profession is.
With other people in the room, by
is
the way.
really saying, let's go out sometime.
Yeah.
I mean, the nerve of how women even exist in this world. Like men. You know what I'm saying? Men. Of
course I get
the
you.
grossness of us.
Disgusting.
Trying to do her job. This sweet
Ridiculous.
little intern.
I have a girlfriend. Okay.
And she's literally like, so have you felt any pain at any... I swear she's real!
Just the pain of heartbreak one time. Not from my current girlfriend, though.
I'm not allowed to be seen by anybody else. Grant and Danny on the Fan. What shall we do next? You want to know? Let's talk Marshawn Lattimore.
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk Marshawn Lattimore.
I got a bone to pick.
And whether or not Marshawn Lattimore should keep playing as much as he has on the Fan. It's a FanDuel is the official sports book of 106.7 The Fan, and it's NBA tip-off week. FanDuel is your home for live betting. If you miss the start of the game, you want to bet in real time, you can. FanDuel has live bets on everything from who's going to score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a much bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. How about this? Bet $5. If that bet wins, you get $300 in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com. Promo code is GP. Got to be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet will expire in a week. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Chiefs in Week 8. Roster moves for the team today. They placed defensive end Dorrance Armstrong on injured reserve. He's going to be done for the season with a knee injury, we found out yesterday. And they signed defensive end Jalen Holmes. Other news around the league, the Falcons have released wide receiver Ray McLeod. Defensive end Brandon Graham is coming out of retirement and joining his longtime team, the Eagles. Other injuries from last night, Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans fractured his collarbone. He's not going to be available till toward the end of the season. And Texans wide receiver Nico Collins is dealing with a concussion. Hockey tonight, Caps and Kraken at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. puck drop right here on The Fan. The World Series is set, Dodgers and Blue Jays. That'll come up on Friday. And tonight the NBA season gets underway, Rockets and Thunder at 7:30, Warriors and Lakers at 10. This October only, score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Get it for the fourth time. Prescott, a lot of time, airs it out deep down the field. CeeDee Lamb breaks the tackle, no one home. Touchdown, Dallas.
Kevin Burkhardt, Fox telecast Sunday. Marshawn Lattimore and the Commanders. Not enough answers in the secondary. We're G&D. Welcome back on The Fan. We are going to talk Marshawn Lattimore here in a minute. I do want to real quick hit an NFL topic that Toby just covered in the update. Toby, Darius, Ryan, all in the production today. Ray McLeod got cut by the Falcons. Ray McLeod, when they were humming last year on offense with Kirk throwing the football, he routed people up from the slot. He was a third down asset. He could win in man coverage.
Yeah.
He's a decent little player.
Frisky little slot player. Now, do you worry about maybe redundancy there, or is it just you don't even care that he has a similar role potential to somebody that's here?
Is Robbie Anderson leading me in targets?
Yeah.
That guy can help me.
There you go.
I mean, he is a legitimate NFL wide receiver. Now, I'm assuming with him getting cut that he goes on waivers, and in the waiver order, you're lower down the board than getting the first crack at him, but you're not that much lower down the board right now.
Yeah, thanks to your
a year ago, you were bottom 5 in waiver order. Now you're kind of top 10. So that is a guy I would absolutely, when I've got injuries to Deebo Samuel and Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown, although it does sound like both Deebo Samuel and Terry McLaurin are expected to practice early this week. I think Dan Quinn was on SiriusXM NFL Radio today and said as much. So that's a good sign. We'll talk about that as the show goes on. But I don't really care if those guys are practicing or not. In a world where Chris Moore is getting a bunch of run for me and Robbie Anderson's getting a lot of run for me, I know those are outside guys and McLeod's more of a slot guy, I would be intrigued about just adding an NFL football player to the mix at a position where I've got a legitimate injury situation.
62 catches, 686 yards last year.
Yep.
That would have been second on this team.
And something's going on because he
fell out of favor there, clearly.
Yes, he basically got booted from the facility to go home one day. Then he didn't play this week. Now they've cut him. So there's something afoot there. But best I can tell, he's not like a problem child. Maybe something is gone sideways here in the last few days. But I think he's a pretty well-liked player.
Well, he was in San Fran when Peters was there, so there's some insight, you would think. Right? Wasn't he? Wasn't there a crossover there?
That's a great point, actually. Yeah. Didn't even think about that. But he definitely would have been there with Peters, 100%. So, yeah, he would have some intel on him as well. But would make some sense to me. I'll throw that out there.
Same here.
I want to get into Marshawn Lattimore, but during the break, Claria came in here and was still yelling about his doctor's appointment.
Yeah.
And he said something that I found, again, pretty stunning, which, Danny, was we couldn't get past the word occupation.
Uh-huh.
And he claimed that occupation meant, where are you from? Where are you from?
So he said, I'd already answered the question of what I did, what my job was.
Yeah.
Then she asked me later what my occupation was, and I told her where I lived.
So I asked him, I said, so if she asked you about your occupation, why did you answer about your girlfriend? He's like, well, what does occupation mean? And I said, well, did you think it meant your girlfriend? He's like, well, I know it doesn't, but I guess in that moment I did. And I said, but you know what the word occupation means? He's like, yeah, of course. I said, well, what does occupation mean? And then he just kept saying,
I've already answered it. Why don't you guys answer it?
Well, he kept saying, where are you from? For occupation. So, Clary, I want to circle back to this. Occupation. Where are you from? And
where do you work? But here's the context.
But where does the where are you from part come from?
I don't know. Here, you guys are focus in on this, and I understand that. But is the question not weird? Because we don't know what she meant by what is your occupation.
Yes, we do.
I bet you I do.
Yes, we do.
What do you think it is then?
It's the only thing it could possibly be.
Because this isn't an opinion, by the way. It's not like, what do you think it is?
And I know this.
You keep saying occupation has to do with where are you from and what do you do.
No. But here's the thing. 2 questions before that, I answered where I worked.
Right.
Where she asked me, where do you work? She asked me,
I understand.
where do you live?
But what is the definition of occupation?
It means, where do you live?
There you go. See, that's the... is that an opinion, by the way?
But then what is... What she asked,
hold on,
what is your occupation?
Whoa. I'm going to ask you one more time. One more time. If someone comes up to you and says, hey, Ryan, what's your occupation? You would say?
Odyssey Sports. I work for Odyssey Sports.
Okay, that's
very different than where you live.
That's not where you live.
But you guys are focused on, I know what occupation is.
Wait, I just asked you what is occupation.
You said, the question that you answered would have been Clarendon.
Define the word occupation.
It's the job that I hold.
Okay, but you just said it's where I live.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Because in this context of what she was asking, you guys are asking me if I know the definition of occupation. I know what that is. I've answered that. But in this sense, how would you have answered that question? What is your occupation after already being asked
Odyssey,
where do you
DC.
live and where you work?
Radio
host.
You'd have just said it again.
No.
Yes. There's only one definition. Whether it was 15 questions or 8,000, when someone says, what's your occupation? The word occupation just means job.
It's the field that you're in. So an occupation for Grant and I, for example, is radio host. What's my job? I host the Grant and Danny show. There's a slight distinction there for some.
Okay,
The job is the micro. The occupation is the macro.
How did she ask it the first time that you felt like you answered the question?
She asked me, where do you work?
Where do you work?
Odyssey Sports.
Could be DC.
No. Where do you work? And she said,
location?
Odyssey, DC.
No, I said
Okay.
I work in sports radio.
Great. That's not where you work, though.
So, but think about all that. You could be a
Yes, it is.
producer. You could be an
Come on.
on-air host. You could be the janitor. You could be the salesperson. You could be the program director, the assistant program
Right,
director,
if someone says they work, like, where do you work? Food Lion. What's your occupation?
cashier,
Bagger.
manager, bagger, guy that delivers all the groceries.
But in that context, though, it's not part of it.
So you just went with
Clarendon.
I'm taken. I have a girlfriend. She's very nice to me.
Basically, yeah. I didn't know what else to answer.
But nowhere else, so you just answer your,
I already
your
answered that
marital
question.
status?
I already answered that question.
So where you work, like the physical location of your office and like the general company, is the same as what you do for a living?
I don't know. I'm asking you guys this question. I want you guys to answer
I'm
this
sorry,
question.
ask the question.
I'm going to be so good at
in
this.
this context where I already answered
Yes.
that I work in sports radio, where I live,
Ask
what
me
is
all the, like, go
occupation?
through 3 or 4 questions in a row. I'll do it. Watch this.
All right, Grant's
Where do
going
you
to crush
work?
this.
Say it again.
Where do you work?
106.7 The Fan in Washington, D.C.
Where do you live?
Lorton and Springfield.
What's your occupation?
Radio host.
But I've already answered that question. Is
you
she
haven't-
asking it twice?
You
Is
haven't
it her
answered that
bot?
question.
But I already answered that. In that context, I answered that question.
Respectfully,
An occupation,
you didn't.
Occupation can be leading to a relationship.
It can't. It can't.
Yes, it can.
It can't.
Wait. Say that again. Say what you just said again.
I do
say
believe.
It again. Say, no. Say it again. What you just said.
I think occupation can be used like, hey, like, are you occupied? Are you taken? I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know. That is true. By the way, occupied and occupation, while they sound similar, are not the same word.
I keep my 7-year-old occupied with the iPad. It's not his
Also,
occupation.
no one's ever said, have you ever gone up to a girl at a bar and gone, are you occupied?
No.
You would never do that.
I know. I'm not saying this is this was not a bar though. There's
Okay.
context.
Have you
I'm
ever
in a
gone up to
doctor's
someone
office.
at a company mixer and said, you occupied?
No.
You wouldn't do that.
I would never.
Can I occupy your time at Colony Grill?
Never did that. You never did that.
I never did.
Also, the 2 very different questions are, where do you work? That was the question. Where do you work?
Where do you work?
To me, that's even a geographical question. But let's say hypothetically, it's what company do you work for? Also fine. Odyssey DC, perfect. You crushed it, brother. Give me bones here. You nailed that one. You did.
I nailed it.
Okay. So then she asks, occupation. That is now asking, what do you do for a living? So you would say video producer.
But I already answered that.
This is where
I already
You said
answered that.
Odyssey DC. You didn't say video producer.
I'm sure I did. I believe I did. I don't remember because I panicked, and you guys know how I am when I panic.
First of all, you do
Nothing else
panic.
matters.
But think about all
It's
the
a
different
football.
Think about all the different jobs here at Odyssey. I mean, there's ones of them now. Maybe it's a little tighter than it was, but there's still a lot of people that do a lot of different things. There's a whole sales side. There's traffic. There's people that edit audio. There's video producers like yourself. There's producers. There's on-air hosts. There's people that are part-time on-air hosts. A lot of gigs, man. A lot of different occupations underneath this big umbrella we call Odyssey.
I think the best part is that there have been multiple definitions of occupation, one of which was where do you live?
Yep.
And another one is
how do you occupy your time?
It has to do with your relationship status.
In this context.
Was any part of you
ashamed? Yes.
No. Were you picking up? Did you think
embarrassed? Yes.
Did you think she was hitting on you?
No. No. I don't think so.
Do you think she was just confused and forgot that she already asked you?
No, I don't think so. It was kind of awkward to begin with because again, this is an intern. This is not a normal doctor's office. Like it was just weird. It was kind of thrown on me, and I was like, "Yeah, sure, I can help out the intern." And then that question was asked, and I just kind of panicked. I said, "Oh, I'm taking it," and she's very straight, like, "Oh, I wasn't asking that," and kind of like laughed and giggled and.
That is so uncomfortable.
Oh my God.
That is Hall of Fame uncomfortable.
Hall of Fame bad.
I'm sorry, but
I'm
my skin
occupied,
is
honey.
crawling. That's tough. 15 minutes from now, we've got Bill on the air. We'll ask him if he's occupied. I wonder if he's been on any dates lately. What's his occupation?
My goodness.
We'll find out.
Running back.
The Grant and Danny radio program. Let's get into Marshawn Lattimore next. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. So there's been a lot of talk about benching Marshawn Lattimore. If they had a better option at corner, I'd be for it. I don't know that they do. Here's your other option. Go back to last year's group where Mikey Sanders still was on the outside in the first half of the year. Noah Igbenogany is in the nickel. They see these guys at practice every day. They know what's what, and they have decided to this point they're better off with Lattimore. I also think that even in these terrible performances that everybody gets mad about, like this weekend, the 44-yard catch he gives up before the half, he played really well.
Yeah.
The 37-yard pass interference down the field, he played really well. He's in phase. He's right there. That is about 80 yards of football that I don't necessarily fault him for. Is Sanders still going to do a better job? By the way, maybe you could tell me that you move him back outside, he gets more comfortable, he plays like he did last year. But is he playing like you want to promote him right now to a larger role outside on the boundary? I wouldn't say so. It's an easier job, you would think, than in the nickel, so maybe it gets him going. But Igbenogany's the other guy that almost got cut. Remember, the report was they were trying to trade him, that there's something clearly they don't love where he can't get on the field at all. So they seem to think this is their best corner situation. I know fans are disagreeing with that. Would you play Lattimore less or bench him?
I'd bench him. And everything you said is right. I don't disagree with any of it. And I guess my point is, when Jonathan Jones is back in full, maybe that's your help inside. Maybe it's no eye. I don't know. They seem to have really fallen out of favor with Igbenogany, and all he did was play fine in kind of the fourth corner role, and that's what he'd be for me. He'd be a 3.5, 4 slot guy, etc. To me, you lose the benefit of the doubt when you're Lattimore, when you can't be bothered to come to the OTAs. Mikey Sanders, at least, is worth pursuing as a guy that's under rookie contract that put in deposits here last year, that did everything he's supposed to do. So I'm going to give him more chances than I'll give to Lattimore.
He was an awesome rookie performance.
He had a great performance as a rookie, and maybe I can recapture some of that. But a guy that didn't, sweat and bleed with me last year, came in as a hired gun and underperformed and has cost me majorly. I agree with you on those two long plays. I care way less about those we actually made nice plays on, and the ease of completion directly in front of him where he can't get out of his break, can't stay with anybody. And when he does stay with somebody, it's because they're big and slow, and he gets a penalty, and it's a first down because he can't hang with anyone. He's got no explosion left. He is not the guy he was 5 years ago. And I need to do something to shake it up. Even if it's a guy that I'm willing to sacrifice because he's not going to be here next year, I have to do something to let everybody know, because there's not a lot of benchable guys here on my defense. I'm not going to tell Bobby Wagner, future Hall of Famers, done everything I've ever asked him to do. Okay, go sit down. We'll have someone else call the signals. I need to shoot across the bow here to let these guys know we are slipping into the abyss, and I have to do something.
So I think, though, when you say let everybody know or send this message or whatever, you're letting the fans know, you're appeasing them, you're sending them a message.
Totally.
I'd be willing to bet that in the locker room, the conversation isn't that Marshawn Lattimore is terrible or that Marshawn Lattimore is not playing well or whatever. I don't think that's necessarily what, certainly in the DB's room, that's what they're saying. Those guys are going, why is he by himself on an island against George Pickens without safety help on 2nd and 17 right before the half?
Yeah.
I think they're going, oh, you played that okay. For me, it just comes down to who gives you the best chance. And if Lattimore was getting toasted, if he was getting beat constantly, like go back to that Green Bay game. I think that's the one in my mind that sticks out where he just got all night long, like he's just behind on everything, and they're bringing him in motion and running these quick outs, and he's just 2 steps behind.
They picked on him whenever they felt like it.
It was like Ryan Gosling in Remember the Titans, where he comes over and he's like, I just can't run with these guys, coach. And he gives up his position, basically. Mm-hmm. That was that kind of game. Yes, then I'm doing it. That's not what I'm seeing. Like when I watch it, are there bad plays top of my head, missed tackle on the second play of the game, first third down of the game, third play of the game, gives up way too easy a conversion with a 13-yard catch to CD. It's one of the best receivers in the league. Had the bad pass interference middle of the field. I can think of those 3. I'm sure there were others. But is that benchable to do what? To get Noah Igbenogany, a second team guy who, as a first-round pick, didn't get a second contract on the field? Like, if you had an answer I really liked, I'm for it. Maybe it's Jonathan Jones inside.
Yeah, they don't have a world beater. Again, they made a mistake this offseason by not moving on from Lattimore and going to get one of these higher-priced cornerbacks that are actually making less this year against the cap than Lattimore is. There were a few guys they could have gone after, whether it's Carlton Davis, DJ Reed, etc. There's a number of guys. They made the mistake, and now they're kind of, we're here, we're stuck. I would get unstuck. And again, I understand your point. It's not as if they have a great option that's just in the coach's doghouse. They don't. But they don't have a great option on the field either. And, I'm thinking longer term, right? Where the players need to not be complacent here. You don't there's nothing guaranteed. There's nothing afforded to you simply because the front office upstairs made a huge mistake in paying this enormous price to go get this guy who's been a bitter disappointment since being here, who couldn't bother to come do the work during the spring that all you guys did. When we ask you to go do something, when we're telling you this is part of who we are, this is part of our culture, this anywhere, anytime, any place, anybody type deal, and he couldn't bother to do that in the offseason. You notice I'm not furious that Laramie Tunsil didn't show up, because at least he's playing well. You want to do your own thing, you better ball out. Our college pitching coach, I didn't pitch, but when he said, I call pitches, if you shake me off, it better be nasty. It better be nasty.
So
when
for
you do your
this
own
is
thing.
like an earned from his lack of offseason.
Part of it, and again, if you're not going to show up, not going to play well, and aren't part of my future, which he's not, I'm going to try to make an example. I'm going to try to do something to shake this room that has to play better. And we need some skill changes. Some scheme changes too. Joe Witt's not immune. That secondary room isn't immune. There need to be a lot of revamping. But that's one of the places I would start.
If I'm benching a guy, it's going to come after a terrible performance. I really didn't believe he had a terrible performance against Dallas. I think on a couple of the highest leverage, like plays that people were the most mad at, he just didn't play as badly on those reps as people are suggesting he did. Now, this is a very different conversation than has this been a good trade? Hell no. Should they have given up a 3-4 and a 6 for him, knowing what we do now? No. Should they have re-upped with him this offseason when they could have gotten out of jail free and spent $19 million on a different, younger, higher upside corner? Yes. But am I benching him out of that one? I'm going to say no. But I certainly understand why people are frustrated and why they would want to see a change. And he is the easy punching bag at this point. All right, let's talk to Bill next. Ja'Cory Krosky, Merritt running game struggled a bit this week. What went on in Dallas? We'll get to the bottom of that with him, and also getting to play on Monday Night Football again. What's it mean to him? We'll find that out with JCM in minutes right here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. Some roster moves for the team today. They placed defensive end Dorrance Armstrong on injured reserve as he's done for the season with the knee injury. They signed defensive end Jalen Holmes to take his spot. Coming up in just a couple of moments, running back Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Bill, going to join Grant and Danny for his weekly appearance. The Falcons have released wide receiver Ray McCloud. Defensive end Brandon Graham is coming out of retirement and joining the Philadelphia Eagles, his longtime team. Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans has a fractured collarbone and is going to be out till toward the end of the season, according to head coach Todd Bowles. Texans wide receiver Nico Collins is dealing with a concussion. The Vikings are going to still start quarterback Carson Wentz on Thursday Night Football. They did an on-field workout with J.J. McCarthy. He's still, quote, just not there. The Vikings also open up a 21-day practice window for running back Aaron Jones, dealing with a hamstring injury, left open the possibility he could play on Thursday night. Hockey tonight, the Caps taking on the Kraken at 7 o'clock, and hear the game right here on The Fan. NBA gets underway today. Rockets and Thunder at 7:30, kicks everything off. Then Warriors and Lakers tonight at 10 o'clock. The Wizards begin their season tomorrow in Milwaukee against the Bucks. Baseball, the World Series is set. Dodgers and Blue Jays will get underway on Friday, and the Angels are hiring former National Kurt Suzuki as their new manager. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. We will take you up to about 6:30 tonight. Caps hockey when we are done. John Walton will be on the call with Ken Sabrin. 7 o'clock puck drop this evening. The show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad.
As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
It is time to talk to Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt every single week at 5 p.m. Bill hops on the show on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Bill, thanks for the time, man. We're happy to have you back on. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Doing very well. So let's just start with kind of your thoughts on the game and what unfolded offensively. It was a tougher one than we expected in Dallas. What was it like for you? You hadn't been a part of one of those in the NFL.
Nah, it was definitely tough. I mean, just going out there and not getting what we was expecting the whole week. So, I mean, it was definitely tough, for sure.
How surprised were you by the outcome and just how lopsided things were? I imagine you guys get on the plane, you go down there, you think you're flying home 4-3, and it just didn't go that way.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely shocked on how it turned out, for sure. And, I mean, yeah, that's any game we're going into, we're expecting to win. Like, we don't expect nothing less no matter who we play. So, I mean, it definitely was shocking.
What was the week of preparation like, the practice, everything leading up to it? Kind of how did you guys feel on the plane, like going down there? What did you think it was going to be like?
I mean, I thought it was going to be a great game. I mean, prepared well, had good practices and good walkthroughs. It just wasn't our day. That was a better team that day.
Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt every Tuesday at 5 p.m. right here on Grant and Danny. Hops on, always very candid with us on The Fan. So the run game, going back and watching it, the first 2 carries, they stacked the box pretty good. You're running against 7 and 8 at different points, and you got 15 yards on those 2 carries. And I kind of thought, oh, he's about to eat today. Like, this is the bottom 6 run defense in the NFL coming in. You got off to the fast start. And as the day went on, they really turned the valve off. Did they make adjustments? What did they do differently to slow you down?
Definitely think they made adjustments by just making sure the box was loaded, and it was a hard day in the office, and we just got to get back to the drawing board and see how can we win when we get different types of looks.
I was recording the podcast I do with former Redskin Logan Paulson today, and he had watched the tape, and he said he thought, watching it, that Dallas did some things in terms of their run plan defensively up front that you guys haven't seen a lot of in terms of defending the run. So thinking about the Raiders game, the Giants game, whatever, can you kind of explain that, or do you agree with that maybe they tried some things that were a little bit against type from what you saw on tape going in?
I definitely think there was a lot of movement up front as far as them jumping gaps and just doing a lot of different things up front. But that was where they needed to be on most plays, and we just gotta execute better.
Jacory Krosky-Merritt with us here on Grant and Danny for his normal Tuesday at 5 p.m. spot. So it feels like a couple straight weeks now where teams have been really adamant, and it's been really important to them to try to limit you, Bill. It seems like that's a priority for these defenses here, as you guys have kind of struggled with health and in some other areas. Is that something you're feeling, that squeeze a little bit from opposing defenses?
I mean, I think that I just got to be better on my end. I think they trusted me enough to make more than what I've been doing happen. So I think I take the blame on some of that. I feel like I gotta just be better when teams are wanting to stack the box, and I just feel like I gotta be better on my end. Like that's the bottom line, and that's it.
Yeah, first of all, I really admire you saying that. I really admire. I mean that. I know a lot of fans. I know that's going to go a long way. Listen, I'm a nobody. I'm just a pudgy zilch watching the game on TV like everybody else. But I'm looking at it going, Bill's got no room. There's nowhere for you to go. And I don't know who to cast blame on. But so in your mind, what are you saying? Hey, I probably could have done this better. Give us some examples of those, because for me it was hard to see.
Correct. I feel like I can just be more better. I mean, if you look at the league backs, they're breaking. I end up catching myself getting tackled 1-on-1, and I mean I feel like that was unacceptable, and that should have happened. So I mean, it's no one to point the blame on. We don't go to the sideline or I'm not in the huddle like, hey man, you got to block. I mean, everybody knows their job, and we all want to protect one another. So I mean, I feel like we just got to clean up the small details, and we just gotta put more stuff on film than just saying it, because this we're on our second loss, and we just got to go out there and do it at this point.
Jacory Krosky-Merritt on Grant and Danny every Tuesday at 5 p.m. with us on The Fan. So to that point, though, I do want to point out, after early in the season, we would have you on, I would be asking, hey, man, how do we get you the ball more? How do you become the bell cow? The last couple weeks, the light has come on clearly for the staff. You're the guy. You get almost all of the carries. I just wonder if you've thought about or taken inventory on how far you've come from one game in college last year, 7th-round pick. You show up at training camp. None of us know if you're going to make the team. We're halfway through the season, and when someone's carrying the football for this team, it's you now. What does that mean for you and what you've been able to accomplish?
I mean, it means a lot to me, but I mean, my whole thing is I want to win, and I feel like I haven't been doing enough. I mean, look at the teams that's succeeding. They're running the ball, and their starting backs is actually getting the job done. I mean, I guess that's just me putting a lot of pressure on myself. But I mean, it's okay. It's okay with me getting all those carries, but I just want to just do the best when I get them, so I can just make this team better. So
5.2 yards per carry. You finish there for the season to be one of the highest
Pretty
totals
good, man.
in team history. Jacory Krosky-Merritt on Grant and Danny. So next up is Monday night. And you know how we think about this as fans, right? Oh no, it's the big bad Chiefs. It's on the road. You guys have all these injuries. I know as players, you don't really think of it that way. Take us inside the mindset of having the extra day to rest up and prepare, playing on prime time against Mahomes and the best team in the league the last few years, and what kind of opportunity that is for you and your teammates?
It's a big opportunity. It's gonna tell a lot about us. I mean, and we just got to go out there and do our job and be hungry to just go win. So I mean, this week will tell a lot about us, and I feel like we're definitely down for the challenge.
How close do you feel like you guys are to not necessarily shocking some people, because you guys internally have such a strong belief, but how close does it feel? Is like a play here or there or whatever? Like you guys are about to go on a run, just wait. Like how close do you feel to that?
I feel like it's very close. We just gotta just tighten up on like the small things that make a difference in this league, and I feel like that's the only thing. It's the small things, and I feel like once we tighten everything up, we'll be okay.
You've now played once on Monday Night Football. You've had a couple primetime games under your belt. What's the juice like for a game like that, and just the excitement when you run out and you hear they blare the theme in the stadium or whatever, knowing the whole country's watching? I'm sure you got relatives all over America that are tuning in that may not get to see you Sundays at 1. What's that like?
It's definitely exciting. It's something that you dreamed of when you're a kid, and now that you finally get the opportunity, you just have to take advantage of it.
All right, so as you guys go about this week, walk me through the schedule, right? You had the short week, and now it's a little bit longer because you don't play till Monday night. What's the rest of this week look like for you?
Film, making sure we get our bodies together, and just focusing on the game plan, and just ready to get back out there.
All right, Bill, got to get a win. What's for dinner tonight, by the way? What are we eating tonight?
Not sure right now. What should I eat tonight?
Are you cooking or are you doing takeout?
No, it's me and my running backs, we're going to go get something to eat tonight. So
okay. Is that the whole group? That's Rodriguez and Nick Nichols?
Group. Yeah, the whole group.
So where do you guys normally go to, like a nice steakhouse, or what do you guys like to do?
Yeah, sometimes we'll go to a steakhouse. I'm not sure where we're going tonight, but I'm pretty sure it'll be something nice to where we just can relax and just talk about ball and life.
Here's what jumped into my mind immediately. I don't know why, and you could take it or leave it. Ribs. Ribs.
That don't sound bad.
Right?
So.
What's your cut of steak? Are you a filet guy? You like a rib eye? What do you go to for steak?
I say rib eye, medium well.
Oh, medium well's tough.
For sure.
What if you did medium rare, though? Have you thought about that?
You could taste the steak a little bit better.
I haven't.
You should consider, because the medium well, you might, why don't you just get it well at that point? Like, let's get a little pink in there. Let's get a little running juices. Medium rare.
I have to try it out, Wendy.
Does any of the guys order their steak rare?
I'm sure a couple guys do.
I mean, in the running back room when you guys go out?
In the running back room? Yeah.
They could taste?
They'll get it rare.
All right.
Yeah, they'll get it rare.
All right, maybe we'll check in with you next week to see how you ordered up the steak. But have a good evening with the fellas, and let's get a win in Kansas City.
Let's do it.
Appreciate you, buddy.
All right, Bill. Be good, man.
All right.
Good catching up. Tell Cousin we said hello. There's Bill Krosky-Merritt with us on Grant.
I wanted to ask him about Cousin, but I had this moment of doubt in my mind. I was actually trying to look it up. I'd forgotten. I was like, that's his dog's name, right? It's Cousin.
Cousin Krosky.
I had a moment of doubt. I was going to ask him about Cousin, and then I was like, what if I'm wrong? And he's like, what do you mean my cousin? What about my cousin? And then I would feel like such a horse's ass. But that's his dog's name. It's Cousin. I'll remember that.
I'll bet you they put away some steak. You go out as a room.
Oh, come on.
Now, it's not like an O-line dinner where you roll 10 or 12 deep with like the P squad and the active guys. Can you imagine those tabs?
No.
I would think
thousands.
Everyone's paying their own way for the most part. You might do one rookie dinner where they have to split the tab or whatever. And there's some teams will just go straight credit card roulette. Have you ever done that before?
Yep, I've lost. Oh, that's a herder.
That is not fun.
That's a Kevin herder.
When you go credit cards in a hat, 7 or 8, Couple $1,000 dinner with drinks or whatever.
When it gets down to a few left and the anxiety starts kicking in, oh my God.
Oh, I see, because you're pulling one out at a time.
Yeah.
See, when we've done it, you just pull one out, and that's who pays. So you take them out one at a time like you're safe.
To build the suspension.
That's tough.
Where it's like Grant first, Dara second, Ryan third, and then all of a sudden it's Toby and I are left, and it's like the last one that's safe, that means, and it's like, it's the worst feeling.
Next time we do lunch, we should do that as a show.
Just go credit card roulette on
Credit card roulette. Just for the fun of it.
and rig it so that it's Ryan?
No, I
Because
wouldn't
he's
do that
corporate?
to Clary.
No? Okay.
Unless he has his corporate card.
Yeah, he'll have his corporate card. He's a corporate guy.
Thanks to Bill. Always like
It's his
catching up with
occupation.
him, 5 p.m. every Tuesday. They have, though, started to feed him. It's what we wanted. He gets all of the work right now, basically, at running back, and I don't necessarily think that's going to change. It wasn't like they couldn't run the ball because of him. As you said, there's no running room there at all when you watch the game back.
Yeah, and to me, they need now a little bit of pressure valve release, like a little bit in the passing game to make sure that he's got his running lanes.
Sounds like it could be coming. Dan Quinn today on Sirius XM on Moving the Chains, the show he goes on every week, told their hosts that he expects Debo Samuel and Terry McLaurin to be able to practice when they get back on the field this week. If that's the case, that means he's expecting that they're trending toward playing. Now, that and $5 gets us what exactly? Like a box of donuts leaving the stadium?
Yeah.
Because he said that last week, I think, too. And then, they weren't, especially in the case of McLaurin, as far along as he thought. But that's a really good sign. And there's no reason to think Terry shouldn't be able to play. Remember, they thought he might be back for the Bears. That was 2 weeks ago. Then
that we were trending in that direction, right?
Yeah, that's what he said at the start of the week. He thought maybe he could play in that game. Then they definitely thought he was going to play this past week. Didn't happen. There's no way he doesn't play in this game. Right?
Right? Yeah, I've done that before. I'll believe it when I see it. We're not quite to Curtis Samuel territory yet, but we're on the way.
What about Jaden Daniels? Let's talk about that injury next. He's got a hamstring. Should that just automatically be a situation where you left, you're feeling something, you shouldn't ask him to play through that because it could get worse? Or do you let him and the doctors decide as the week goes on if he wants to push it a little bit because your season's on the line? We'll get into that on G&D.
Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Chiefs. Some roster moves today. They placed defensive end Dorrance Armstrong on injured reserve, ending his season. He's going to be done for the year with a knee injury. So they also signed defensive end Jalen Holmes to the 53-man roster. The Falcons have released wide receiver Ray McLeod. Defensive end Brandon Graham is coming out of retirement and joining his longtime team, the Philadelphia Eagles. Injuries coming out of last night's games. Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans fractured his collarbone, expected to miss a significant amount of time. Todd Bowles saying he's going to be out till toward the end of the year. And then Texans wide receiver Nico Collins is dealing with a concussion. Hockey tonight. The Caps in action at home against the Kraken. 7 o'clock puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. The NBA season gets underway tonight. Rockets and Thunder at 7:30. Warriors and Lakers at 10 o'clock. And in baseball, the World Series is set. The Dodgers going to meet the Blue Jays in Toronto on Friday for Game 1 at 8 o'clock. And also in baseball, the Angels are hiring Kurt Suzuki, former National, as their new manager. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
All of our football conversation on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Jaden Daniels dealing with a hamstring. We do not yet know the severity of the injury. The Commanders have just said that it's not going to keep him out for an extended period of time. But we don't know if he's going to miss this weekend's game, Monday Night Football against the Chiefs, or not, or how much practice time he may miss. So we're back in everyone will have to have their eyes peeled on the practice field.
Whatever that is. Yeah.
Use their binoculars. Is he going to practice? Is he not? Will he play? Won't he? That kind of thing. Here's my question for people, and we can open up the listener lines on this at 800-636-1067. It feels like their season's on the line this weekend, in a sense. I mean, you're 3-4. Things are spiraling out of control. You lose on Monday Night Football to the Chiefs. You're 3-5. There's a percentage I'm sure we could find on teams that make the playoffs after starting at 3-5, and it's very, very rare that you're going to get into the playoffs. And, oh, by the way, in conference, with a 1-4 NFC record, you're going to have the Seahawks off a bye and then the Lions coming up. And it's going to feel like you're on the way, at best, to like 4-6 at that point, right? Should that in any way give them a little bit more wiggle room with Jaden Daniels to allow him to play if he's telling you, if you want to trust him and how he knows his body best? Hey, I'm fine. Trust me. My hamstring's okay. The doctors are saying it's not serious. It's a pain threshold thing. Or because it's a hamstring, do you just say absolutely not? Joe Theismann was on with B. Mitch and Finley, I heard right after the game on Monday, and he basically came out and said, look, if you pull your hamstring at all, you shouldn't play the following week when you're moving around like him at quarterback because you're asking for problems. I'm paraphrasing. But that's my philosophy as well.
Yeah.
Which is, did you injure your hamstring? Yes. Do you play a skill position, essentially, where you use twitch and explosiveness and burst and speed, and do you run with the football? In his case, the answer is yes. If you're, I don't know, Derek Carr, Kirk Cousins, or, Sam Darnold or something, maybe it's a little less that. But in his case, you're 100% going to be running around 7 to 10 times. Then I'm sorry, I probably just have to wait an extra week and let that thing heal up. What I don't know is, and I'd love to ask a doctor about this, by playing on even a minor hamstring, is he making it more likely that he pulls it again? Or is it a non-factor that, like, you did it a little bit, but it's not like a muscle where now it's stretched and it's going to tear, like nothing like that?
Right.
So if there's no added risk, okay, fine. I'm assuming that's not how hamstrings work. I would think. I remember like Santana Moss with the Jets early in his career. It was like every 3 weeks his hamstring something would happen again. You see this with guys all the time here over the years. So my default is, sorry, dude, I know it's a huge game, but if you're not 100%, and I have a hard time imagining you will be, you got to sit.
Yeah, I am clearly not Jaden Daniels, was ever the athlete that Jaden Daniels is now. But I pulled my hamstring. And even after I felt like I could go to a degree, no matter how much wrapping or heating or prep or massage or whatever, there was this, the trainer had to say, you got to slow down. You cannot get back too early. Otherwise, you are absolutely at risk of re-aggravating. Now, I have no idea if it's the injury is the same or the extent or what grade or what part of the hamstring was strained. It was this head or this lateral or this part or whatever. I have no idea. Point is, having done it, I can tell you that that's absolutely a risk. He's sitting for me. And I tell him, thank you very much. Let's look to next week, even though it's dire. My view, especially when you have a quarterback that is this important to everybody's future, please take care. Please exercise caution. Please be judicious. You don't rush that player back, otherwise you risk more. You risk now the tear that keeps you out forever. As far as I know, as far as again, if medical doctors are like, yeah, he's fine, it literally is just he'll be fine by Thursday, then by all means. But I'm talking about if there's any doubt, you sit him out to go Johnny Cochran on you. If there's doubt, he sits out for me, especially with a hamstring, especially with something that, again, it isn't a toughness thing. A broken rib is a toughness thing. The hamstring is not a toughness thing. That's can the muscle go? Can you do it physically or not? That's not I'm daring you to get through it and take your Toradol shot. That's not the conversation here that I'm having. This is is he further at risk? My guess is yes. That means he's sitting out regardless of how important this game happens to be.
Yeah, so I told Darius this. We're going to try to get some type of, football doc on, maybe one of these guys that plays doctor and talks fantasy football on Twitter or whatever. But what I am curious about and what I really want to know is, am I correct in my theory that when you pull your hamstring just a little bit, just that tiny little, by the way, it didn't look that minor when it happened.
It looked like it was painful.
To his credit, he went into the blue tent. He could barely move getting off the field. He was like stiff as a board. Then he got into the blue tent. We saw him come out. He gives his mom a thumbs up. It was like magic potion was put on his hamstring. And he basically jogged off the field. He looked way better. And I talked to a couple people that were in Dallas that saw him in the locker room and around the facility at the bottom of the stadium in the bowels as he's getting on the buses and stuff. And they said he was moving pretty well. Like he did not look overly compromised. So that's a really, really good sign. There's a big difference, though, between your gait walking or even a jog off the sideline and the starting and the stopping. Because if you look at it, what happened was he tweaked the hamstring, as Dan Quinn said, the play before, the one that we saw where he lost the fumble, the ball's on the ground, and he's grabbing his leg. And initially I'm going, oh, my God, please don't be his knee. That's what I initially thought.
Yeah, like the back of his knee or whatever, not the ACL, but like another CL or something.
You're wearing a knee brace. You got this knee injury. Yeah. He plants and kind of immediately grabs his leg and goes to the ground like he got shot in the back of the leg. And I'm going, oh, no, please, God. Now, pretty quickly, you could tell it was more hamstring than knee, which is, I hate to say this, great news. The way he moved off the field, I thought, that's a couple weeks. Like, here we go again kind of thing. The way he jogged then after giving the thumbs up to his mom, I'm going, oh, maybe he comes back in the game. And there was never a possibility of doing that because they were just out of the game so far. Why would you even ask him to do that? But now when you're talking about going ahead to next week, it's either one of two things. Either he's 100%. I don't think either of us think that's going to be the case after how that looked when it initially happened. Or he's not 100% and you're going to allow him to play on it. I just feel like a hamstring for a guy like him. You're talking receiver, running back, running quarterback, kind of same ilk of what you're asked to do on the football field. Why are you putting him in a spot where it could get worse? And my theory is, a doctor could tell me I'm wrong, this is one of those injuries where you come back too soon on a hamstring, you're going to miss a bunch of time with a hamstring potential.
It's easy to risk aggravating it. And again, it's involuntary stuff. I don't know how to describe it to you. It's like, it's easy to say, be careful, right? This isn't riding a bike slowly, or this isn't like, taking your time on a slippery driveway when it's covered in ice. This is a explosive athletic movement that's involuntary. And as adrenaline's flowing and the blood's pumping and you're trying to make an explosive movement and the leg just gives out. I mean, again, I'm not trying to be doomsday here when it comes to it, but how many guys have had that strained calf into the Achilles thing? Now, I know it's not the same muscle group, but ask Halliburton about it. Ask Kevin Durant about that. Ask, Kobe Bryant. Actually, you can't, of course, anymore. Not to be flippant about it, but that Achilles injury happened when you're vulnerable with muscle strains or muscle pulls or whatever. Right? It's like it is. You're more vulnerable there to re-injury, to aggravation. Then it's not a week where you're limited. It's a season where it tears off the bone, which is a totally different animal than you're walking in a little bit ginger and you got to spend some extra time in the cold tub after practice or put a little heat pad on it. You know what I mean? Like, to me, this is not worth the risk.
So I do go opposite the school of thought that it seems like some part of the fan base has, which is anytime this guy's dealing with anything, the default is like, shut him down, can't play. like the overly protection, being overly protective.
Overly protective, yeah.
Of him because, like, there's just this anxiety and this fear, and you can't get Robert Griffin out of your head or whatever. So I'm not going fully there. I can't do that. Every injury is different. It should be evaluated. Doctors should have a say. They should tell you how serious it is, and then you should weigh it. What's he able to do on the practice field, and what isn't he? So I'm not just ruling him out now behind the scenes saying, you're not going this week, Jaden, and telling him that straight up. But on a scale between that and it's going to be up to him, and if he wants to get through it, then that's fine, because this is the biggest game of our season. I guess I'm closer to the first one. But I am going to be very, very careful with a hamstring. Because my perception, and if you guys know more, tell me, 800-636-1067, is that you're playing with fire when you're talking about pushing it on a hamstring that's not quite right. Carlos in Savannah Park, you're on the Fan. What's up, buddy?
You're talking about scales. Look, between a 1 and a Thor, I call this a Loki, all right? There's no doubt about it that we are going to invest in our franchise. They should invest in their franchise quarterback and sit him out. Because like Joe Theismann says, you can't come back from a 1-week hamstring injury. And obviously, just put Marcus Mariota in. I'm not nervous of putting him a backup in for Jaden Daniels just to rest. We have a brutal schedule coming up. Chris Jones is licking his chops. If he does start, because I'm pretty sure he wants to sack him. But that's just my take on it. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thank you, buddy. Douglas in Silver Spring, I believe, is an orthopedic surgeon. This is what I'm talking about.
Like a real adult.
This is what we need.
With extra schooling, Douglas.
Let's move him off the listener line. Let's put him on the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You're sponsored, Douglas. What's up, buddy? How are you?
All right. Good. So just want to say, Grant, you're 100% on the money here. I don't think the doctors will clear him. I don't know who they'll blame it on, but that's the first thing you tell people with hamstring, medial gastroc tears, very similar, calf muscle tears. They get worse. You got to take some time. You got to get it 100%.
So how
you're 100% correct.
Like a minor hamstring. Let's just say it's very minor. What does that mean really in terms of timeline and like feeling okay to open up full gate?
Well, if it's incredibly minor, the MRI would have been negative. They wouldn't have seen anything. So you can pull your hamstring with a negative MRI. If they saw something on the MRI, which it sounds like they did, then it's not minor anymore. It's at least medium.
Okay. And what's that look like in terms of what you'd allow him to do or how long he's got to wait, probably?
I bet you right now that he won't play this week, and I bet you he's 50-50 for the week after that. That's just, I know nothing about I have no inside knowledge. I'm just telling you, if they saw something on his MRI scan, then it's not an absolute nothing burger.
Right. But the gist then is, like, my philosophy or kind of my theory, like, this is not something to mess with, and playing on one that's not quite right is a dangerous risk, you would say is correct.
Even if he was playing pickleball, I would tell him to take next week off. And believe me, we see more people playing pickleball than quarterback in the NFL.
Douglas, no, don't say that.
Oh, you just worried Danny. It's only a matter of time.
Well, I'm going to come see you.
I mean, you're going to one time go to hit a ball, and it ain't going to go.
I'll be wandering into your office on one leg.
All right, mosportsmedicine.com. Call us up.
There you go. Thank you, Douglas. We appreciate you.
All righty.
All right, so he's confirming my theory. I'm not a doctor. He is.
I mean, again, you've seen enough of these soft tissue things where at some point you're going to have to kick it into high gear, and sometimes the body doesn't comply. Again, it's not a toughness thing. The distinction for me, the two camps you laid out earlier, I think you did very well. I err way more towards the side of caution for my young franchise quarterback than I think a lot of people might, whether that's Griffin related or my own trauma or whatever. But it's just in general, I'm just not in the business of caring about 1 week like I care about 5 years, right? Just that's how that's my balance sheet. There's a difference between a toughness one where it's a deep bruise or this shoulder's separated, but I can pop it back in and deal with and grit out the pain with some Toradol or whatever. There's a difference between that one and the I can't make the thing go.
Yeah, it's not a broken finger on your non-throwing hand.
Exactly. This is not a toughness issue.
He's taping his fingers. He's wearing a special glove, and we're keeping it moving. This is a hamstring for the guy that scrambles at the highest rate in the National Football League since he came into the league. So yeah, I mean it's hard to envision him playing against the Chiefs. Is kind of where I'm at. Yeah, I have no idea. I haven't heard anything. I'm not ruling him out. I just don't know how or why you would if there's any kind of a legitimate hamstring injury. And how could there not be? The way that it looked?
There has to be.
I mean, he was
Doesn't there have to be?
Incredible pain before he went into the blue tent. Something happened on that play. By the way, it was so painful that the ball just kind of, never mind, I don't need this anymore. Like, that was a pretty obvious pain that he felt one play after feeling something. The worst thing to me is he comes back and he plays, and now he's hurt, and he's going to miss 4 to 6 weeks or something like that.
That's my point.
Now you're losing a season. Now you're on to December, and do you bring him back or do you not? Because at that point, Danny, like, the team's out of contention. And you've lost his second year where he didn't find that level that it is a rookie. To me, as soon as you can get him back to 100% to play in games, that should be the plan. And if that means no Kansas City, I'm sorry, then no Kansas City with your season on the line. I want to talk about the Mariota angle that somebody brought up in this segment on the phones as well, because I also think Mariota can give you a chance to run your offense at a really, really high level with Debo and Terry. We've seen it. So let's get to that next. Grant and Danny on the Fan. You're locked into the Fan. We're taking you up to 6:30. G&D with you. Jaden Daniels' status in question as the Commanders get ready for the Kansas City Chiefs. Think about ESPN, by the way, and what they're thinking as they get ready for the Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, Lisa Salters, Laura Rutledge experience on Monday Night Football. They thought they had Mahomes against Daniels.
The doo-doos now versus the doo-doos on deck.
Exactly right. They thought this was going to be the best quarterback in the league, the MVP, the guy who may go to the Hall of Fame as the greatest of all time, and the new kid on the block who's the best of the rest. Take the Mount Rushmore out of the equation of Allen and Burrow and Jackson and Mahomes. Jaden Daniels is the best of the rest. And not only is he not playing, it might be Mariota versus Mahomes, which is a very, very different game.
That is different.
Washington, coming off the NFC Championship, is 3-4, taking on water. And even if Daniels does play, he's banged up, has this hamstring thing, and it's not the Jaden Daniels you saw last year. So I'm actually starting to be curious about that Seattle Sunday Nighters happening. It's too early in the season not to. Could they flex Washington out of the Denver primetime game at home later in the year if things don't get better? Like, are they at a place where
they
that's
could be
the whole
unflexed,
point, right? Where you could unflex them because you go, what we thought about you guys is not actually what's happening.
Yeah, right? I mean, I don't know all the ins and outs and logistics of how that works, to be honest with you. That's a bit above my pay grade in terms of networks and executives and the deal they have with the NFL and how much notice do teams have. But that's if that is available, that's absolutely on the table, right? I wouldn't want that. There's got to be better matchups at that point.
So let's start with this. Do you think their season's on the line on Monday night? Do you think this is a game that if you lose, you're screwed? Because if that's the case, will that affect? I'm not saying should it.
No, I understand.
It's an easy straw man thing to say it should not. I get that. But it's just a different business. Could that possibly affect how they feel about letting Daniels and the doctors and the coaches get together on his status?
So I don't see it as if you lose, your season's over. You're running out of those opportunities where you go, okay, we'll get them next time. We'll get them next time. We'll get them next time.
I was going to say, how many more weeks can we say that?
It's not many. It ain't many, honestly. I mean, but to me, this is one of the last times, because you could be 3-5, but with a whole bunch of NFC games yet to come.
Okay, so if they lose to the Chiefs,
yep,
are they still 9.5-point dogs? That's where it opened. It might even be more as we get closer and find out maybe Daniels doesn't play. But I think they accounted for that in the line a little bit. But if they lose to the Chiefs and they're 3-5, is the Seattle game?
It's now 10.5, by the way.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Whew. That's a huge line.
Yes, it is.
That's like you're the Cleveland Browns line. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
You've got
escalated.
Browns. Yeah.
That clearly has something to do with them thinking Daniels isn't going to play. But if they lose to the Chiefs, is the Seahawks game then
that's the one?
Winner, your season's over again.
That's the one to me. Where you start going, because at 3-6, again, I know what happened with Shanahan, and we're evaluating players and that magical run of 7 straight. I was there too.
The best.
But Seahawks, Lions, and then enough NFC games where if you start winning some of those, even though your record may not be as good, you start doing some damage to your direct rivals. And I don't have a rival here, but you'd have a chance. Then the pulse, you'd be on the table right after you go clear and you put the conductors on. You might have a heartbeat. If you lose to the Chiefs, I don't think it's over. If you lose to the Seahawks and the Chiefs, then it is.
Injuries are one thing. I think the tougher thing too is the Willie won't play part of these injuries. Like I always thought that, I remember talking to Jay Gruden about this years ago. Jordan Reed was constantly in flux. It wasn't like he was just out for 6 games and you knew it. You know, it's like if a guy gets suspended and he's out for 4 games, you just move on, you don't have them. With Daniels, this has been a week-to-week Willie won't. Is he going to practice today? Is he not going to practice? Now, I would imagine they have a lot more clarity behind the scenes than we have publicly. And so maybe is misguided to suggest that they're unaware of his status. But I will say it's exhausting as a fan to be doing it again, where we don't know.
Here we are, yeah.
But my default for this week is going to be, if somehow he plays, great. I think it's the Marcus Mariota show. And we can get into in just a couple of minutes what that could look like. Could he play well enough to beat the Chiefs? Is that even something we can say with straight faces? Grant and Danny with you, taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, Commanders getting set for Monday Night Football in Kansas City, where they'll take on the Chiefs. Some roster moves today. Place defensive end Dorrance Armstrong on injured reserve as his season is done with a significant knee injury. They signed defensive end Jalen Holmes. An update on Jaden Daniels from yesterday, an MRI on his hamstring. Not considered significant or a long-term injury, but we don't have an update on his status for Monday Night Football in KC. The Falcons have released wide receiver Ray McLeod. Defensive end Brandon Graham coming out of retirement. He's going to join his longtime team, the Philadelphia Eagles. Injuries out of last night's games. Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans has a fractured collarbone. Todd Bowles said he's going to be out till toward the end of the season. Texans wide receiver Nico Collins dealing with a concussion. The Vikings are still planning to start quarterback Carson Wentz on Thursday Night Football. Quarterback J.J. McCarthy had a on-field workout, but he's, quote, just not there. The team also opened up the 21-day practice window for running back Aaron Jones. Hockey tonight. Caps and Kraken at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. puck drop. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. The NBA season gets underway tonight. Rockets and Thunder at 7:30 as the Thunder raise their banner. And the Warriors take on the Lakers at 10 o'clock tonight. No LeBron James for L.A. World Series going to get underway on Friday. Dodgers and Blue Jays. Also, the Angels are hiring Kurt Suzuki as their new manager. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We are now old enough as a tandem on Grant and Danny that we saw major league managers' entire careers. Kurt Suzuki, the former Nats star,
2 separate times, by the way,
World
for
Series
Zook.
champion, is a manager for the Angels. You're right, 2 tenures with the Nationals. He's going to manage Anthony Rendon. How's that for weirdness in 2025?
Anthony, can you play today? Nope. See you tomorrow.
Nats still searching for a manager, but Kurt Suzuki is a skipper. I am old enough to remember as a kid when you would hear the names of these managers and you just knew them as old guys who managed.
That's right.
And someone would be like, yeah, he played for the Cardinals in the 80s. You're like, if you say so, man, whatever.
I believe you.
But now we're old enough. Like my kids, in a couple of years, Truman at 10 is Kurt Suzuki's going to be like a 7th-year skipper with graying hair. And I'll be like, Kurt Suzuki used to catch. It's going to be like someone telling me about Joe Torre, dude. That's how old we are.
Yeah, my pops would always tell me, Joe Torre could really play. I'm like, oh, I'm sure he could, Dad. He could play when he walked to the mound for a pitching change. Stop it. Yeah, that's the thing. Like when my 7-year-old's like, you know who's old? Is the manager of the Nationals, James Wood. I'm going to be like, oh my God, dude. Are you kidding me? I'm not ready for it.
No, not yet. Not this time. Catchers always make good managers, generally speaking, and I do think Suzuki will be a really good one.
He was a super popular guy in the clubhouse.
Super smart, really just advanced mentally, called games well, did all those little things really, really well. And you're right, like clubhouse running, veteran, presence. I think he had manager written all over him as a player. So I'm not surprised, very, very young out of his playing days, that he's getting a job.
Agreed. Yeah, his first go around, I mean, he caught that Ross Detweiler game where it was the Strasburg shutdown. That's the big variable. That's the guy that was part-time. Are we sure he's going to be, starting in the playoffs? He'll have a bunch of starters ready in reserve. And he threw the best game of the series in replacement of Strasburg. And I remember he was just in rhythm with Suzuki that night.
What's your number one Kurt Suzuki memory from the Nationals?
Dave Jagler in the World Series going, he's never had a World Series home run. He does now. Yeah. Nuke to give him a lead in a nip and tuck game that turned into a laugher in that 6th inning when Kurt Suzuki hit a bomb off Verlander.
Yeah, late inning home run in the World Series in Houston is one of 2 that comes to mind.
You think about the Mets one?
The other one is the Mets. They were down, I think it was 9-4 going into the bottom of the 9th inning at home, and they scored 6 runs to beat the Mets 10-9.
If you left.
And that was the Charlie and Dave call that's still iconic. If you left this ballpark when they were down or whatever they said, and then in unison they both yelled, "You blew it!" But that was the Suzuki bomb.
As part of that. It was off Diaz to win
to walk off the Mets. But yeah, he had some great moments with the Nationals in his 2 tenures. Here's a story out of the NFL today. And wouldn't this be fascinating to swing the narrative on the Dallas Cowboys? According to Trey Wingo, the former NFL Live host on ESPN, they have reached out to the Raiders about trading for Max Crosby. Now, the Raiders are one of the worst teams in football. They just got beat by the Chiefs 31-0. Crosby's been kind of in and out of the lineup, hasn't been completely healthy. But Vegas right now is 2-5. And we have seen over the last couple of years a movement in the NFL to become more like baseball and basketball at the trade deadline, where there's such a thing as buyers and sellers. Forever, this didn't really happen. But I'd say over the last 2 or 3 years, it's not like the other sports, but it's getting closer to that, where if you stink, Tennessee, Vegas, the Giants,
you acknowledge it.
The Saints, you try to move veteran players that might have value somewhere else, and you just get a couple picks. They're not good picks. 6th rounder, 7th rounder, 5th rounder, 6th rounder, whatever. But you move a veteran, you play a kid. That's what you should do. In the case of Max Crosby, it would probably cost a pretty penny. But imagine how it would change how we feel about the Cowboys' decisions all the way back to Micah Parsons if you let him walk rather than giving him a record-breaking contract.
Mm-hmm.
Then you get a cheaper edge in the case of Max Crosby, who is almost as good as Micah Parsons. Maybe he's not as good, but he is nearly as impactful. And in the meantime, you're able to take some of that money and turn it into George Pickens with the trade that they made. You're able to have a better cap situation. I'm not saying the Parsons trade looks like a win all of a sudden, but it would certainly be an opportunity for Jerry Jones accidentally. I don't think it was all part of a master plan to kind of go, see, I told you so.
I was playing three-dimensional chess when y'all was playing thumb war.
I don't think they're going to trade for Max Crosby, but what if they did?
Yeah, what if they made
and
that
the number
happen?
one offense in the league brought in Crosby, and now this terrible defense gets its pass rusher.
Yeah, so I don't think it would turn it into a good defense, but it would turn it into a scary one. And here's what I mean. Like, that offense combined with a group that might turn you over once or twice, that's how they win, right? That I wouldn't want to play them in the postseason with Crosby rushing the passer and, just enough to pose a little bit of a problem. Again, with a turnover or two here and there that he could help you be responsible for. You would basically be replacing Micah Parsons with Max Crosby, who really is a true defensive end. So he's better against the run than Parsons is when you have to make him play the defensive end spot. So that to me would be a pretty big win for them, where the way the season is shook out, and the division is a little bit more vulnerable.
All right, here's another story today that's caught a lot of headlines from the NFL. Did you see the comments of Sean Payton after the Giants-Broncos crazy game on Sunday about Jackson Dart by chance?
I did not, no.
All right, so Sean Payton is talking about Jackson Dart, and he makes a comment about a conversation he'd had with John Mara, the owner of the Giants, at some point in the last couple of weeks, and he said to him, I was hoping you guys weren't going to make that quarterback change until after we played you. Now, remember, Peyton has a relationship with Mara because he came up as a coordinator at one point in time way back when under Parcells with the Giants. So I don't know if it was at an event or he bumped into him somewhere in an NFL circles or if it was text messages or what. Maybe he just texted him after they made the quarterback change and he's like, hey, man, I really like this Jackson Dart kid. You guys are making the right decision. Who knows? But this was Sean Payton after the game. I'm going to play the clip, then I'll explain why I'm playing it.
I have a ton of respect for that organization. I spent 4 of my early years there coordinating Super Bowl, first game in this stadium before 9/11, close with the Mayor Tisch family. And, they found a little spark with that quarterback. I was talking to John Mara not too long ago, and I said we were hoping that change would have happened long after our game.
Okay, so this is how that was then taken. He says, we were hoping that change would have happened long after our game. I think he was just paying Jackson Dart a nice compliment. They found a spark. He's playing pretty well.
Yeah, meaning we don't want to see that guy. He's good.
Right.
Isn't that what that means?
No, apparently not. And I think this is just a complete overreaction. It was taken because he and Russ Wilson butted heads and didn't like each other in Denver. Of course, Russell Wilson was the guy benched for Jackson Dart, like he was swiping at Russell Wilson. I didn't think that's what he was doing at all. Call me naive and crazy. And by the way, I think nobody catches more shrapnel than Russell Wilson. Richard Sherman can't do a segment about any NFL team without crushing Russell Wilson. It's just what happens. I don't know how or why. He's got to be one of the least popular former teammates ever.
Yeah, he and Carson Wentz should build a house together.
And I don't he seems like a good dude, but clearly something about him grates people.
Yep.
Where if you're Richard Sherman, or there's a lot of guys on this list, we don't need to go through them all. They just find him corny, or they don't like him, or he's just not one of the guys. He's not a good hang or something. I don't know. I can't answer why. But don't you think he catches heat from all angles all the time? Like he just seems in a way that isn't normal, right? But Sean Payton, he says this thing where he's like, we didn't want him to make the move till after they played us. I think he's just being nice about Jackson Dart. That is really legit three-dimensional chess. That's how you're saying I hate Russell Wilson. But that's how it was taken. Well, guess what Russell Wilson did today? Russell Wilson, who normally takes the high road, who I don't normally see mixing it up with people on social media, tweets out to his 5.3 million followers, classless, but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media. Crying emojis, hashtag let's ride with another crying emoji. So he clearly believes what everyone else believed, because that's how it was taken. Everyone posts the clip and they go, man, Sean Payton.
Shade at Russell Wilson.
Shading Russell Wilson. Yeah. I'm like, I'm not sure that's what just happened, but whatever. Russell Wilson, classless, not surprised, didn't realize you're still bounty hunting, making fun of the bounty scandal where he got kicked out of the NFL 15 years later through the media. And I think Let's Ride has to just be him making fun of his shtick in Denver from a couple years ago.
Okay.
But I don't know, man. I just think this is... Everyone's wrong here. Like, Russell Wilson shouldn't have responded. I don't get why you thought this was worth tweeting about when you 99% of the time take the high road. This is the time you can't. You obviously can't stand Sean Payton. But also, am I crazy? Was that Sean Payton going, Russell Wilson sucks, guys. I told you so. I didn't think that.
No, that was, inevitably, because a change was made, some people are going to look for that and see that it was necessarily unkind to Russell Wilson. I just think it was complimentary to Dart. But I got to tell you, that's not one where it's like, I'm going to dunk on Sean Payton, said the quarterback that was benched. Said the quarterback that's on his third team in 3 years and it has already been moved on from 2 different times in the last 2 seasons for, unproven nonsense. You know what I mean? Like, it's not something, you don't look that awesome. You know what I'm saying? Like with the crying emojis, and there may be some cheerleaders in his corner among his 5 million followers. I'm sure there are, who are retweeting, letting you know that that's awesome. You zinged him. But I'm going, that doesn't look real good. You know what I mean? Like, you could have looked great if Peyton was taking a veiled shot at you, but you did get benched for a kid that went in the 20s. And they're so much better with him than they were with you. Remember when you were playing and the team had no chance? Now he's playing and they got a chance every week. There's a pretty big correlation there where you're bad, he's pretty good, and he's fun. They don't like you, they do like him. So that's not the dunk you think it is, in my view. But yeah, I don't know. That sounded more to me like Sean Payton just saying, hey man, that's cool for the Giants organization, means something to me. Good for them. They're not in our divisions. You can talk this way about a team you play once every 4 years, whatever the hell that is. You go, they got something in that kid, man. We were hoping we wouldn't have to see him. That's how that sounded to me.
That's what I thought. Is it subtle, maybe, possibly but even if that is a swipe, and I don't think it is, I think that's done in a way where everyone doesn't get upset about it.
Right, like when I asked,
so indirect.
And I'm nobody, I don't matter. But like when I asked RJ Choppy last week, hey, you sure CeeDee Lamb doesn't want to sit out one more week? That's not me going, oh, CeeDee Lamb's replacement is buns or some kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's not what that means. It's like I'd like to not see CeeDee Lamb for one more week. I recognize that he's really good. See what I mean? Like that's not the insult.
What do you think about Jackson Dart so far?
Wildly impressed. I didn't think I would be, to be honest with you. In that situation where you got 2 different quarterbacks that have tried without weaponry to do anything positive on that offense, and they've failed miserably to move part of it is he's just scrambling for dear life and running around and just sort of backyard footballing it like a rich man's Taylor Heineke. But there's something there, dude. That guy's got some talent.
He plays like a guy who's going to be a really good player for a long time in this league. He makes mistakes. The Saints game, if you go back and watch, he made terrible turnovers in that game that cost him the game. And the interception against the Broncos could have, should have cost him the game this week. He ends up making some huge throws to come back and take a lead and try to win that thing. But I really like Jackson Dart. So you guys listen to the show long enough, you know this, going back through. We've been through some young quarterbacks around these parts. My philosophy is always, I don't care as much about the bad. I expect the bad. The bad happens. I care about the good. I want to see you at your best. I want to see you flash like a strobe light. I talk about the baseball scouting axiom all the time. I want to see 97 with a feel for off speed. I don't care what your pitching line is in a high school game if I'm scouting you. If I see those two things, I'm closing up my notebook, I'm putting my top hat back on, putting my stopwatch in my back pocket, and I'm walking out the door. I don't need to see anything else. My job is to get that out of you now. You got the starter kit. Jackson Dart has the starter kit. He is athletic. He is mobile. He can make plays with his arm and his feet. He can win from the pocket. He can win with his legs. Like, that's what everybody wants right now. He, to me, absolutely looks like a long-term starting quarterback in this league. I saw Benjamin Solak. I don't know if you're familiar with his work. ESPN, NFL analyst. I really, really like him. He does a good job. He tweeted yesterday, he says, I promise I have absolutely no agenda here. I think that's just a funny way to couch it. He says, I'm really interested in the current public opinion. And he asked, if you had to hitch your franchise to one of these young quarterbacks for the rest of their career, who would you take? And it was Bo Nix versus Michael Penix versus Jackson Dart. Now, he said he wanted to add Cam Ward to that after the fact. But of the guys that haven't proven themselves as franchise QBs, because like you can't put Jaden Daniels in that bucket because he's so much far above these other guys in terms of what he's proven. He is a second contract, $200 million franchise QB out of the conversation. Drake May, second contract, $200 million franchise QB. Am I missing anybody else? Of the young guys, that's the group.
Yeah, that's the crew.
Everybody else now, so like Nix, McCarthy, Penix, Dart, Cam Ward. I think I might take Jackson Dart over all those dudes. Is that crazy? Bo Nix or Jackson Dart is close, but I think Nix is a Peyton scheme, largely creation.
Yeah, well, see, this is where you get into that Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan sort of type of discussion where I go, not every system quarterback plays well in that system. You know what I mean? Like that's the beautiful music. When you get the right fit, that needs to be celebrated too.
Here's how I'm going to say it.
Yeah.
Tell me what you think about this. I think Jackson Dart would play well this weekend on more teams than Bo Nix would.
I think that's true. So, like, if you swap Bo Nix and put him there in New York, I think the results would be worse.
And by the way, I like Bo Nix fine. That's a starter. That's a guy that I think you can go to the playoffs with and maybe go on a run with. Michael Penix, I would have below Bo Nix. I would have below Jackson Dart right now. I would have above Cam Ward. I guess if I'm ranking these guys, because I haven't seen enough McCarthy, he's the only guy I might have above Cam Ward, it's been really, really bad in Tennessee. And I don't even know if it's all his fault, if it's just a bad situation.
I feel like it's not, but...
I do too, but there have been almost zero deposits at this point.
Yep.
Just tons of withdrawals.
Mm-hmm.
What are his numbers? I mean, every time I look up, it's really ugly. So I'm going to guess he's completing like 58% of his passes.
57.6.
I mean, that is brutal.
4 touchdowns, 5 pickles.
I mean, I mean, you're on a bad team. I get it.
Yeah, having some problems.
He's going to be at the bottom. I'm going to have McCarthy down there with him for now because he's put nothing. There aren't any deposits there either, really.
Right.
Of the other 4, or 3, I guess, I would go Dart, Nix, Penix in that order. And then there's another fun conversation that's coming into fruition with like Daniels, Williams, May, or whatever. I would even say Daniels and May are way above might be too much, but significantly ahead of Caleb Williams, if we're tiering it. Right now, this moment, long term, Daniels and May, then Williams behind them. And by the way, you could probably put Caleb Williams in this group with Nix and Penix.
Yeah, so
and
I put Caleb Williams at the top of that group.
So you'd take Williams over Dart?
Yes.
I would too, I think.
Just because you talk about the high end, those high end moments with him are so special. I go, God, if I could coach some of that, just a fraction of that other crap out of there, I would have something so incredible.
But we're basically saying then, other than Drake, like the 3 guys that went top 3 in last year's draft, the other 3 guys that went in the top 12, and the number 1 pick in this year's draft, we're putting Jackson Dart over all those guys.
So I would go Nix over Dart, but it's just because there's more in the bank at this point. I've only got a couple of games of Dart, but the arrow's pointing up. It's trending. I mean, Penix has had a couple unbelievable moments. I think against Washington, for example, where I go, oh my God, that guy's great. Now, how much of that is Washington's a disaster? I don't know. But Jackson Dart every week is doing some Cowboy stuff, making winning plays. I think I got to do a lot with not very much right now going on. Like, I would love to see him with Malik Neighbors and a little bit better of an offensive line and just some competence with the Giants, right? Like, I always think about it. If you traded situations with fill in the blank, how would they compare? And I love your point about Nix. I think Jackson Dart would do better with Sean Payton than Nix would be doing with Daboll and company.
Agreed. I think Jackson Dart, this is going to be funny to say now, he reminds me a little bit of like a tooled up.
I said a rich man's Heineke. Because I know that name.
Yeah.
I saw the shivers.
Like Heineke, like, I need to talk about all the grown up quarterbacks for a second. I was going to say he's a tooled up, like arrogant. That's the wrong word. Moxie. What do the kids say? What's the word? Aura.
Riz.
Aura. He's Daniel Jones with more tools and aura. Like, but good Daniel Jones, like Colts Daniel Jones.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying? My question with Jackson Dart right now is going to be, can you coach the bad plays out of him? Which I imagine you can. It's very, very young in his career, but that's what you have to do. Because if he could get rid of some of those bad plays, he could be really, really good. To me, there are, you know who, he's like a poor man's Josh Allen in a sense.
That's a better, just because he's more physical than people think.
Like, I always thought Drake May had Herbert and Allen based on size, arm, all that stuff. To me, I look at Dart. I don't see Herbert at all because of the body type. I see Allen.
Yeah, he's 6'2", 225. I mean, he's built like Tom Wilson. You know what I mean? Like, he's a brick house.
Let's go to Kendall and Brandywine on Grant and Danny. Kendall, what's going on, man? You're on G&D. How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm sorry. I'm up here buying some scotch, so I apologize.
What kind of scotch?
What kind of scotch you getting, dude?
What are we doing over there?
All right, so it's not necessary. I'm looking at scotch, but I was actually asking the guy about the Virginia distillery. It's American single malt, so it's not scotch. It's not from Scotland. But
Are you a bourbon guy or no?
No, I'm a scotch guy, man.
All right,
I
get
do
you
a
some
little
Johnny
bourbon,
Walker
but I'm
Blue.
really scotch. Nah, I don't do this. I'm really single malt scotch. So Glenmorangie, Lefroy, things like that.
Yeah. Anything with Glenn in front of it, you got a great chance.
You know who loves scotch, Kendall?
Scotch.
Who was that?
Delroy Lindo.
Well, hey, that's another check.
That's a great bit. That's a great bit. Ones that people got that, but that's great.
That's a throwback. All right, what do you got, bud?
All right, so here's how you know it was shade, man. It was thinly veiled shade that he was throwing at Russ, because he wouldn't have worded it like that if it were another quarterback that he was talking about. In other words, if it was somebody other than Russ. No way do you say something like that. We were hoping we would get the other guy over you if it's not somebody who you have a negative history with. So there was shade. It was thinly veiled shade, and it might have been a little bit.
So let me ask you this. Hold on. So you're saying, because you might be right, but let me think about this. You're saying there's no way a coach would say about a young quarterback who just played, I wish they would have gone to him after. I don't know if I agree with that.
No. It's the other side of it. By saying that, what you're really saying is the guy that we wish we would play is trash. And so it's not against Jackson Dart. You're giving him a big up anyway, but it's the fact that you're saying we would rather have played the other guy.
It's the context, too, that matters.
Exactly.
Right?
They got negative history. So if this were, let's say if it was Kirk Cousins or somebody he didn't have any history with, he wouldn't say we'd rather play Kirk Cousins than Jackson Dart just to give Jackson Dart a big up or a compliment. He's not going to say anything about the other quarterback because he's going to have a negative history. He ain't going to throw shade at him.
Understood.
But he's going to throw shade at Russ because him and Russ got bad blood.
Here's the other thing, though. I will say there is something to, you can't compliment anybody without people taking offense to it if they're in their feels. Like, I remember back in the day, you couldn't say anything nice about Kirk Cousins. It just meant you hated Robert Griffin. When those two guys, and I'm not even talking about when Robert was still starting.
No,
but just
I know.
Like in general.
Oh, I remember, dude.
And maybe that's not a good comp because it was so toxic and it felt like this war of the fan base where lines were drawn and you're on one side or the other. And some people still haven't gotten over it and their feelings are still hurt over it. That was real and raw for people. But I acknowledge this is a reality where a lot of people hear a compliment for someone and they assume it's a slight. I guess I just don't think that or live that way where I'm like, what's he saying about the person he's not complimenting?
Listen.
When someone comes up to us at an event and they go, Danny, you look great. I joke all the time about how they don't say that to me because obviously I'm fat, right? But they're not actually saying, Grant, you're a fat ass. Like, it is okay.
Grant, you're here too. Yeah.
It is okay for them to look at you and say, Danny, you're in great shape. You always say on the air, you're not, you're heavy or whatever, but really, you just look like a fit person. I joke about the slight, but really, all it is just a compliment to you.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
No,
There's not more to it.
Right. It is hard, though, and I understand this to a degree, where because they had that context where they were together, clearly didn't like each other, but as now has been evidenced, where you almost can't go there because of that history. Again, I think all he was trying to do is say, hey, they really got something there in this kid. But it comes out the other way, and it's easy to look for an inference.
Let's get you a Caps power play. They're hosting the Kraken tonight. Until last night, the Kraken had a point in all 5 of their games this season. That changed with their early start time in Philadelphia. Second night of a back-to-back. These are the ones that help you on the schedule. Caps were rested. They didn't play yesterday. They're 4-2 on the season, looking for win number 5 against Seattle.
This Seattle team is quite literally middle of the pack in both goals for and goals against. I would like Washington to keep that power play momentum going. Now, what you're allowed to do on the power play is score goals and get scoring chances on that power play. I'd like that to continue and get Seattle, as you said, second out of the back-to-back, a little rest.
Remember, Friday, we are in Fairfax. We're coming back to Fairfax, where people are always good to us. Craft House. We will be there on Friday from 2 to 6:30.
Let's go.
Thanks for listening to The Fan.
Thank you for coming.